Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to something a little bit different. This is the Cyber Games Arena, and we're going to be kicking things off with, well, some pretty different matches, I guess you could say, to what we were seeing previously. I know that the schedule has changed from what we saw. I'm pretty sure you have a little overlay for this, Ryan, but of course I am Tombiz, and joining me is going to be Ryan Central. And yeah, do you want to take people through the few changes that we've had to our schedule?
Yeah, we have one team completely disqualified and one change of the day, which we'll go over when we get to it. So strap yourselves in. But we can have a look at the tournament format, actually. We'll just get started with how this is run. It's very straightforward. You've got 4 groups of 4. The top 2 of each of the groups through the group stages will go through to the playoffs, which are normal single elimination quarterfinals, semi-finals, grand finals, but you can also see just how many different regions are involved in this tournament. It's a region that we haven't seen an awful lot of and certainly haven't got any ignition events in the past, so I'm really glad that this region of the world got its chance to have an ignition event when it sounds like Riot are pulling back on maybe not doing these kind of like stellar events anymore. You can see when it comes to US dollars exactly how much the prize pool is boiled down to, and even having a look at some of the teams. Now, I think this is the biggest tournament in regards to the amount of teams in here. You can see that KILOISDEAD was the team that has forfeited the whole tournament. Attack All Round have forfeited a game today, but we'll get to that as we get to it. But in regards to other teams that you're sort of looking at, Thailand Attitude is certainly one to keep an eye out in Group D. AHQ is relatively well known in Group B too. And of course, Attack All Round generally have done really well in the few tournaments that we've seen in this region. This is the biggest so far, and like I said, it's nice to see that this is a tournament that has been able to go on ahead and a nice show off of the region where obviously there's a big focus on Japan at the moment. Japan is a region that's really taken to Valorant. China is waiting in the wings still, I think, too, and obviously a lot of people are going to be looking at what Korea does when it comes to new games coming out, certainly in this kind of space, to see exactly what people sort of think of Valorant. So generally, I'm really excited to see how this sort of unfolds. It's going to be really difficult to sort of know everything about all of the teams involved so far, but I think this is a great start, and we learn as we go ahead, I suppose, Tom.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the biggest thing. Like going into this tournament, I'm sure there'll be a few like organizations that are recognized or players coming over from different games. But ultimately, I think for both of us as well, this is going to be a learning curve. I do already have some favorites. Like if you're going to name yourself Fat Penguin coming into a tournament, you're going to be someone that I am definitely hoping does very well because that is an incredible name. But yeah, I think this is definitely going to be interesting to see how Valorant firstly is played within the Asian region, because I know within Counter-Strike at least there was always many differences with how aggressive players would be and maybe some of the choices with certain executes that would come in, and not necessarily playing the map that we in EU might think is the correct way, but it doesn't necessarily mean it works. I think the other thing as well is the difference between this being like a free-to-play launched game within the Asian region, whereas Counter-Strike was obviously one, from our perspective, where realistically it didn't have a proper release until the last couple of years. So it should mean that we get a lot more from Asia than what we saw, at least within CS. So that excites me quite a bit, because obviously knowing what we've seen from other games and Koreans sort of dominating in a lot of cases, I think it could make things a lot more interesting for the worldwide scene.
Definitely, and it's difficult to sort of know. I think that's the big question when it comes to Valorant's comparison to like how well it's going to do in comparison to other tactical shooters. And I think you really need to break it down a region. Is it going to be the most popular tactical shooter in Europe? Probably not. Counter-Strike is very popular over here, certainly when you look at stuff like Russia. However, those countries where CSGO might not be as popular, I'm really interested to see if Valorant sort of sticks in a way, and I think generally across the board in like Asian audiences, it tends to be a lot of crossfire as well, like some those kind of like comparisons, I guess. So I'm really interested to see like what these teams think of when it comes to those kind of areas, and like how well Valorant is stuck in these regions. It seems well, because you've got Overwatch players that have moved across, you've got all of these other teams that you mentioned that have come across from different games that are interested in being involved in this market. So I want to see, much like you see in NA and EU, those people of different backgrounds of games and how they play the game. Do you have more 200 IQ players out of the Overwatch players? Do you have the mechanical skill out of other tactical shooter players coming in too? So, you know, that's exciting for me. But the first game is going to be MORPH versus Team LZ. We go straight into it. And we're playing on Haven, and I think we saw a lot of this as well in regards to just sort of the tests, I suppose. I can see Haven already being a really popular map in regards to the sort of what is played and what it goes from there, I think.
Well, this is something as well that we were sort of speaking about when we got to like see a little bit of one of their previous matches, and that is the fact that MORPH don't actually play any like duelists, which I think is really interesting. Like I don't think this is necessarily a bad map to give that a go on. Like having the extra flashbangs is not going to be too much of an issue. But on the other side of things, we have a raise. So I wonder, even just in terms of like DPS, the amount of damage they're going to be able to do could be problematic. And already, Ryan, look how aggressive we're seeing the defense get.
Haven is just a map where like taking as much of this space and using it as a crutch for the enemy is so important. But I think LZ were expected to meet somebody and at least have a nice double peek to frag him. So it's a case of they go, okay, nobody's here. We know that they're not in mid, so we can back off and maybe anchor some of the sites. But MORPH, quite wisely, you've just sat back a little, give it a bit of time, and haven't taken any space, which is a bit of a problem because Team LZ can start to push in different directions and take the space away from them. And Freya's just so nervous to go on ahead. It's forced out a bit of utility from Team LZ, but not really enough that Team LZ should be worried and start to feel the pressure in various bits of the map. But the A site is looking to be hit. And right now, Team LZ aren't so much expecting it.
Yeah, they've got all of the traps, of course, from Cypher to basically hold down the fort, but I don't think those are going to last for long. And it definitely seems like the attackers have a set game plan coming into this match. They were very patient. They expected aggression, and rightly so. And already, they're going to get the A site completely under their control without any issues at all. I'm quite impressed. This almost seems like a direct read of what Team LZ are going to be doing. And wow, this comes down to a pure retake. Subby is going to hit an instant shot off the back of the Ghost, and with the rest of the team now pushing forward, they're going to push straight through the Cypher cage. They've gained pretty much the whole site back, but MORPH just come through in a matter of seconds. 3 kills already for them. And while this starts to somewhat slip away for the defense, they need to try and kill off this last man, and they will just about succeed. Enough time on the clock to get the defuse as well. And while it was close, it was a nice idea, but still the defenders managed that retake.
And they looked comfortable doing it. Granted, it did go down to a 1v2 or a 1v1 right at the depth. But like Team LZ seemed really comfortable to give that site up and play retake for it, which I think is fine if it's like B or even C site. You could do that a lot more. But I think A, if you look at NA and EU teams, you very much don't want that plan to go in because retaking that site could be really, really difficult. So the fact that Team LZ did this so comfortably is a great sign to start off with. Granted, we have a long way to go. These are all best of ones, by the way, too, in the group stages. So this is the only map we'll see between these two teams. We'll probably see these guys later on in the day. I'm pretty sure we see MORPH pretty much instantly coming up as well. So like this is going to be like some very quick fire games from both teams, and if there's anything to know from best of ones, they can really cause some upset. But right now, LZ are looking to be the stronger team generally.
Yeah, I'm liking how proactive they're already seeming to be towards that mid B site. Like they've basically just abandoned A every single round, and I'll be honest, that's not something you see too often. Mainly for the reason that although, like if I'm looking at the two sites, right, I'm gonna say C is easier to retake. Like there's a lot more avenues in. Although there's some tight choke points, I don't think they're quite as difficult to get into as what we see on the A site. So to leave it completely open, they clearly feel confident that they are going to be able to get back into the site. Whereas with B, they don't want to give up any control. So they're just getting very aggressive, taking those fights. And I wonder if that's going to change, if they're going to try and be dynamic throughout the map, or if that's just something that they're not going to allow MORPH to have any control over.
I generally think that's just Haven now. I think that's just the way you have to play it. Like I say it's like a glorified version of Civilization where the attacking team wants to take certain space and either Team LZ contests for that space and it becomes a bit of a hotspot, or they take areas on other maps where the attacking team isn't. But yet again, this is a 2 versus 3, and Freya has a wide swing. He's still able to get the frag, but it does mean a Fat Penguin only has the Ghost and a Lucky Cat to look after him. That's a really good paranoia, though. The Omen's ran away, and he's trying to get the shots in onto the Sage. Frosty's there to try and help. In the case, I suppose, of a Duca, it was just a case of survive, really, and make it difficult to be hit.
Well, that was like some sort of Muhammad Ali moment of just duck and weave in the corner. Don't get hit, and then wait to strike back. Although I think it's a little bit unfair if you're able to sort of tag team someone in. But it is going to be the 2-0 start for the defense. You can see the cam being set up, and I as said, like I'm very happy to see them being so proactive over onto that B site within the first couple of rounds. But I'd like to see some variation, and for now, it does look like that's going to be the case. They've got the Sage still sat in mid, and we'll be able to just wall things off if anything goes wrong. But ultimately, it's a very, very passive start to these rounds for the attackers. Like MORPH, it takes them a while to actually get moving. Maybe just worried that they are going to be pressured in a lot of these rounds. Of course, this is one where they normally have an inherent advantage, especially with the amount of damage they were able to do in the last round. So economy-wise, this is a chance for them to get on the board in a slightly easier fashion than we'd normally see.
Well, the fact that they got the first frag onto Balto, the raise on the defense, and they haven't taken Garage, they just stayed where they were. They want to take it, you could tell. They're starting for a bit more utility in there. But there was no aggressiveness. They got the frag, and they just sort of allowed a Duca to rotate across, which is great, but it seems that they always want to go away. So this is a great way to get a frag on one side of the map, put a lot of pressure on Team LC to try and augment that as much as possible, and then move somewhere else entirely. The issue is I feel that this A play is starting to be a bit telegraphed, and from looking at how both the teams are playing at the start, it's very standard. It's very default. You've got the Cypher on A, on the defense, for example. You've got the smokes coming out too. So I think the Team LZ is always going to have this proactive approach, and it's going to really benefit them. And the execute's now going to come through relatively slowly through the cyber cage, just pre-firing some of these angles that they're expecting, and they clear the site with relative ease.
Yeah, good positions from them, and the fault line is going to deny any chance of a fast peek back into the site. It seems like they're using their utility very well, which I'll be honest was something I was a little bit worried about, because I've been cursed by watching Asian Counter-Strike, and it really does damage the brain. But for now, it seems like everything's relatively well structured. Push going to be coming back in. It's the paranoia to try and clear that back angle, but it doesn't quite work out too well. And in a 2v4 situation, I don't know. Like, personally, I would have liked to see them just hold on to the weaponry, especially considering like the next round's probably going to be a bit dicey in terms of the purchase. But I guess they believed they could do it.
More of a bonus round, really, if they're still holding onto the guns. I have noticed
They lost a lot of people, though, didn't they?
Yeah.
In that round before, so I don't know how many they'd have held on to.
None is the answer to that, really. Like a couple of ghosts, a sheriff. It's a big advantage to sort of lose, I think, for Team LZ. But I think we are going to see this relatively scrappy start. It's Haven too, so it's exemplified a little bit more. Famous tries to push onto Balto, who's been super aggressive, but they've got him pincered. They're trying to get these shot bolts in, and it's an easy spray down for Famous to get that frag in. They know that the Sage is there. There's not going to be any Resurrect, so that's just stopping the flow a little bit. But look at his defense, starting to push aggressively on sewers. Luckily, the Cypher's there to check it, and he can actually get Frosty in the back with the shot. You still have the Cypher there, Senna, who is maybe wanting to try and re-engage on this. Yeah, he's trying to get a few shots in, but is forced to back out. So a lot of space already taken for MORPH. Is expected when they have the guns, but they're still looking to hit onto the B site, but they need to break this wall down.
I noted in this round as well that we've seen the Sova buy a lot. Like, normally you want to at least try and keep a couple of thousand if you are going to be buying into the next round. The Sova invested into the shot darts, into a sheriff, and even into some light armor as well. So I don't even know if Subby's going to have enough to buy, unless, well, there is an SMG down on the floor, a Spectre, that could be worth its weight in gold to give him at least something into the next round. A little bit peculiar for me, but maybe they've got a plan, or maybe with his positioning, it is just something that he can afford to spend a little bit more cash going forward. The other thing as well is even just keeping that extra light armor could be beneficial for the next. This is not something you see too much. And, well, he's going to get to keep absolutely nothing. 1 kill is all he gets. For Team LZ, as I said, I'm going to be interested to see how that buy looks like going into the next round.
Early swing of momentum from both sides. There's very little like context, I suppose, because some of these teams have just never faced, and much like EU and NA tournaments, when you have like 16 teams involved, there are going to be teams that you've never seen before, or know very little on. So it's going to be great to see these front runners of the tournament start to show up. It's hard to say whether we're going to be seeing these two in the playoffs or in the finals, and this is going on throughout the week. We will have the grand finals on Sunday, and it's also worth shouting out our other casters that are involved. Mitch Man and Banks, who just got off the back of doing the Allied Odyssey Ignition event in EU, going to be joining us from tomorrow. And this is a very early ultimate from Subby. Can't quite get the catch on it, but does eventually kill Cud. Bit more of a shot in the dark, that final shot, as the tracking didn't quite last that long. But it's a great start on the defense, just to put a bit more pressure on the attackers to do something. As attackers, you need to be really proactive with taking space and put a bit of pressure on the defending team to have them respond. But MORPH playing this passively is could be the demise of him.
Yeah, I guess it might just be from knowing their opponent and knowing how aggressive they do like to get. We've seen that with the shutdown of Raze fairly early on within this match. And they're going to go in that direction again. The operator peeking into garage to just basically hold the angle in the window, and well, the same will be said into mid. They just look for these duels, look for an opener, and what, there's a counter. Baltu also has an operator in that direction. I'm used to seeing Odin's, maybe not quite the op in that spot, but it's working out. He manages to get through, but it's Fat Penguin to trade things back. Famous as well, as a triple comes up for Fat Penguin, leaving just center alone, and he is going to be able to close things out.
He had a nice angle there. It was relatively straightforward for him. It just seemed that MORPH weren't expecting him to come from that angle, but when it's late on the B site, it's such a scary place to put that plant down because there's multiple angles that you can lose from, and if you're in just like a 1 versus 2, there's only so much ground that you can cover. And right then, fairly straightforward for Sender to just come and clean up house, lined up perfectly for him. 4 ultimates available on MORPH though. Not sure on their economy. I don't imagine it's going to be perfect, but might be enough to force some stuff out. The issue, of course, without those duelists on their side, it just means that they don't have like the showstopper to come in and dedicate a frag. They do have all phantoms though, so this is a round that they really want to go for, and you can sort of expect that with the ultimates that they have. But we just need to see them really contest for space a lot more and stop letting Team LZ take, you know, Suez for example, where Senna is right now, seemingly for free.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a weird one for the attacking side so far. They almost seem fearful to take any sort of map control, and are very confident to just leave the spike back in spawn in these early stages of the round, just because, well, they're not going to be going anywhere for quite a while. I quite like to see them pick up the pace, especially towards the C site. That's something that a lot of teams will do every once in a while, is just go for one of these burst plays. But instead, with this such slow style, it almost sets up Baltu, especially with the operator, just to take picks. And I'm liking we're seeing a similar style to what we have in Counter-Strike, where he's playing more of a rotational op player. Now they know, at least roughly, where one of these players is. Freya doesn't quite manage to win the duel versus Senna, who has his nice little one-way cage and will be able to escape. The operator, though, stopping the ultimate from the Omen, and here comes the showstopper, looking for a little bit more, bouncing around the corner, and just about takes Freya out of the corner here. So it is going to give the man advantage back over. However, the execute's still coming onto this A site. And while Fat Penguin, he needs some sort of entry here, and it's just not happening. Aduka closing everything down and leaving just one man standing in the corner. No time.
And it forced out so many ultimates from MORPH too. They had 4 of them and they used them all. The Rolling Thunder for the breach for Cud came online as the round was going on. So not only was that expensive economy-wise for MORPH, the ultimate economy as well was very much shafted in their favor when it came to like losing that engagement. And I feel like these A hits have not been going well for them. And it's difficult for MORPH to really... It feels like they're giving Team LZ a bit of a 5-second head start to take some of that space before they then contest it. And I feel they're very nervous. Like, obviously, if you have an operator in play for Team LZ, you need to be careful on every single angle on this map, because that's where the operator could be. But we're not really seeing all that much utility thrown out. Just the camera to keep an eye on A long, just in case they get pushed, which they haven't really been yet. A couple of smokes from the Omen on attack. a bit of pressure towards Garage for the first time, seemingly, but it's held down by 3 people, and if MORPH aren't careful here, they can easily get punished and lose to Spike.
Yeah, still plenty of time for them left to play with. Again, we're seeing the somewhat norm with Cypher trying to lurk on the other side of the map and will attempt to probably sell some sort of fake. Now, they've already gained some control in towards the mid doors. But again, they're not being given anything. And I think this is quite smart from Team LZ. I think they've realized that their opposition are playing so slow that if they just don't face, it's very difficult for them to get into these rounds.
By the time that MORPH get onto a site, it's very much a dedication. There's 30 seconds left. It's not like there's going to be a fake on to see at this point. It's pretty much all guns blazing. A Paranoia is great, and a Duca can get the crossfire in. Fish in the barrel right now, or MORPH trying to just make some space for themselves. But forced back, there's 15 seconds on the clock. They need to take control of this site. So now the defenders have taken a lot of space. The wall is going to be good to offer a bit of protection, but not really enough. There's like a 3-person crossfire happening in Fat Penguin. Not enough ammo left. Kud's on a bit of a mad flank. He can get the frag, but not quite. Subby's there. Lines up the headshot perfectly. And I feel like this is just MORPH making it more difficult for themselves than it needs to be.
Well, yeah, especially with what they actually had available to them in that round. Like, well, one of the things, at least I appreciate so much from Breach, is that Rolling Thunder. And it wasn't used. Like, you're going for a C take and your Breach is lurking on the other side of the map. That's really weird to me. Like, he's normally used for setting up other players. Like, that's basically what every single one of his abilities. I guess you could say that the fault line might be used for delaying players if you're on the defensive side, but I don't know. It seems like a weird way to play a Breach, to just have him away from everybody else on the squad.
And I think gradually over this match, you're going to see Team LZ have a bit of hubris, bit of disrespect, I suppose, to their opponents. Look how close this Silver is on the defense. And you're not going to see the Cypher, you're not going to see Freya really contest him all that much, I feel. It's just mostly watching to see if Team LZ push beyond that. But it's weird that Team LZ have taken all of this space and have all of this info, yet the Cypher's still checking sewers and just holding this angle. Like, this could really bite them in the backside a little bit, especially with Kud now wanting to use the Rolling Thunder across the site. A lot of pressure on Frosties to maybe get a teleport in to try and move from his position. Nah, it's going to be an easy kill for Fat Penguin, who just spots that angle pretty much instantly. Fidel is able to even open up stuff with a nice kill towards mid. Even sort of have control behind him too. This should be a straightforward plan for MORPH.
Yeah, and this now just comes down to the save. There's nothing that the remaining Cypher of Senna can do. Just going to have to hold on to the extra weaponry. Their money should be in a pretty good spot, based off the last few rounds being relatively clean, although they did take a few casualties here and there. Looking like he's actually going to be faced, though. MORPH really want to get this weapon out of his hands. You can see the push coming through from Kud, actually all on his own. I don't know why they split up.
No
maybe
trade.
Some Scooby-Doo strats, split up and look for clues, but instead they've just handed a very easy kill. And Senna, he's going to get away with this. I don't think they're going to kill him in time. It's going to be very close. No, last second. Fat Penguin takes away that Phantom.
And this is the thing about Haven, I suppose. So like I mentioned, you had the Silver on defense pushing all the way on A long, on Banana, pretty much to lobby. He was that close. And you can see, and at least get some info if MORPH rotate that way, because they've got to clump. They've got to make a lot of noise if they're going to hard rotate. But you had the Cypher still on the A site. He didn't need to be there. And because you had 2 people on A where there's nothing going on, it was quite straightforward for MORPH to push onto the C site, use an ultimate, catch the player that's anchoring there, and get that frag. This is a little bit better though from MORPH. You're seeing right now the Cypher pushing aggressively on A. But it's not really keeping the attention of Team LZ. They're stacking towards mid. They like to take this space very early. And for the most part, they haven't really been punished. So this is a great way for MORPH to just let Team LZ stew a little bit.
Yeah, I think we've just seen on the map the out drones have met each other. So they both know that there's a Sova on the other side. Senna as well, just making sure he's got all his cams and defensive abilities set up on that A site. It's all, as you said, it's fairly standard stuff. Omen on C, able to use that long-range paranoia to try and deny, but it's Balto again, and he seems to be definitely the most proactive player. The person who's taking a lot of those initial engagements, actually wins out firstly versus an operator, and now takes down Freya as well. So much damage already done. There's no, of course, res at the moment on their side of things, and in fact, on the other side, they managed to bring him back from the beyond.
Team LZ don't look phased at all. You can see just how much space that they're taking and how much pressure puts onto Fat Penguin, who has been a really bright spell for MORPH. But I feel like the game has been relatively on his shoulders when it comes to getting frags and having impact. Yet again, the time is going to tick down to put so much pressure on. And Akuma's holding that angle. Very easy, nice spray down, straightforward when it comes to using the Spectre. And MORPH like to take that space, but look at them on the minimap now. Everybody's stuck together. And this is a 5 versus 4, and it was like this when it was a 5 versus 5 too. So it's a case that you see the Cypher on the attack Freya go off a little bit, take some space, but he does nothing with it. He doesn't make it... He's trying to play the silent assassin, I think, and trying to catch out Team LZ. Which makes sense why you try and do that, but you want to make as much noise as possible. You want to pretend that you're 3 people waiting on A Banana, that Team LZ panic and move over there in preparation to fight you. But realistically, it's only you with a trumpet. Like, Balto has taken up all this space, all this intel, gets a frag, and they know that the A site is looking to be hit by a few people so they can protect it. But MORPH is trying to flank on his own. Frosty's got an eye on it. Yet again, this is looking like another round that MORPH are going to lose. Well, maybe not.
Yeah, Famous has at least made things interesting. I definitely think they're struggling to play against the Rays at the moment. Just those aggressive peaks coming out from the duelists that they just don't have. It's where you normally see someone like a Jet like being able to take those firefights instead. But they have managed to bring things back. They've still got a decent amount of utility, but Senna just hard peeking the angle is going to win that duel. They know exactly where he is, and the Aftershock will clear the corner, but he has his own cage to get himself out of that position. This is just smart Cypher play coming out from Senna, and he's been able to fall back, get the health restored as well. And they are going to eventually push in. He's got no support. In fact, his teammates actually rotating in the other direction, considering they just broke the tripwire. That's interesting, but I guess it doesn't matter in the end as Frosty has that rotation cut off. And it will be a 7th round now on the board for Team LZ.
And it was just smart play from Frosty. He was in garage the whole time, trusting his teammates to hold on to the A site, and then when time was running out, he knew that he could just catch them on the flank. You saw right there at the end, MORPH wanted to grab the operator and get out and save, but Frosty was there to make sure that that didn't happen. So, some nice cerebral play out of the Malaysian lineup on this defense so far. There's a big impact already that some of these players are starting to have, but mostly it feels that MORPH can't really force mistakes out of Team LZ on this defense, because Team LZ have their run of the map, and they have so much time and resources to rotate and protect angles as they're getting hit. Similar to now, like MORPH are trying to push onto the A site, and Ultimate even gets dedicated, which shows just how much Team LZ have to use when it comes to utility, guns, and ultimates.
And this is going very well, though. This was just an eco round, a spike plant, and already 2 kills coming up for MORPH. The problem is from here on out, it's going to be very difficult. Senna, he seems to love to take some big risks, and is even going to use the neural theft to find out where the remaining players are. It should make this defusal, well, I was going to say easy, but I guess fairly easy. They still lose a kill, even though they know where he is.
And Team LZ are just happy to use those ultimates. We're going into the last round of this half now. And Senna here, smart play, knows that there's going to be maybe somebody on the angle on his right-hand side, so throws out the cage. You clearly see MORPH expected him to take this aggressive stance, and even just a cyber cage just to know if anybody's trying to flank. They know that the Silver's going to rotate around. He just keeps an eye there and sprays it down. Really smart play. I think the Cypher's been one of the better players on Team LZ's sign-up. He's not top fragging necessarily, but considering how often the MORPH are trying to take this A side, they can't even get intel there, never mind really get onto the site and hold off these retakes.
Well, Senna once again. He's been very proactive as a Cypher. I don't think that's something that I really get to say too much. A lot of the time, your Cypher is your sort of stronghold. You have him lock down one side of the map, and well, from then on, that's pretty much it. Instead, Senna likes to poke and prod and basically just make MORPH feel uncomfortable, it seems. Fat Penguin, though, has caught off Baltu, but I think this almost has become part of Team LZ's strategy. Like, there's Team LZ, and then there's Baltu. They're two separate entities as he plays crazy. Famous, though, that's a pretty tasty shot.
It's going to be interesting to see if Team LZ want to push this to try and force a trade. There's only 3 left alive, and they have nice angles. The rolling foot is either going to be used towards Garage just to keep those players at bay, and even Hunter's Fury, there's no intel to show that there's anybody up there, and it's opened up for Frosty to get the frag in between the shots. Senna as well, anchoring onto the site at a nice little angle as he's just watching people push on ahead. It's just the 2 Sentinel players on the side of MORPH, both ultimates available, but it's so scary to use them. Frosty's putting so much pressure towards double doors that right now MORPH are just unable to move.
Yeah, they desperately want to try and pull that res, but it's just no safe place to do it. They're stuck in a crossfire and they're running out of time. It's going to be 5 seconds, no time.
You have no time.
All he has to do is survive. All he has to do is survive. Oh, just about. It's actually going to be Subby getting both kills as they try to dual peek him at the end, and it's going to be a 9th round for the defense.
You can see just how it feels every single round. MORPH are just making it harder for themselves. Like, if the plant had gone in, it would have been great. Senna was just there waiting in the wings. He's always seeming to be a threat, and Subby could have really lost the round there if he got killed. All he had to do was just keep out of harm's way, and he would have been fine. But this is pretty dominant from Team LZ. MORPH need to have a better defense than they certainly did attack. But Haven is a tricky map to play. You even see some of the better teams in the region just avoid playing it. Like, FPX have struggled a little bit in the EU scene, and we know that they're certainly up there when it comes to kind of talents of the EU regions generally. But it could all change. Maybe Team LZ also struggle on attack and MORPH of even more stalwart defense. We aren't necessarily sure, and this is stuff that we're going to learn as the week goes on, which is super exciting for somebody that knows very little about the scene generally. And Famous is a nice start to Balto, who, look where he died though. Just look how far Balto is like pushing and how easily he could be caught off aggressively.
Yeah, as said, I feel like they almost have this team set up that he's the loose cannon. Like, he's someone that just runs around and causes havoc and tries to basically pull off surprising moves for the opposition, and then the rest of the team actually look to play as a unit. And I think that's probably why they're always going to have themselves a Sage, because he's going to die a lot. That's just going to be a part of their game. I like this push, though. They've managed to get things back into an even scenario. They picked off a man right into the back of A, and now just going to be trying to work out a little bit of information as to where the remaining players sit.
MORPH aren't quite sure where Team LZ want to go at this point. Every round that we've seen so far at a time has pretty much been burnt to a wick, and it's really forced it out. Another great paranoia, great place for an Omen to sit. Fat Penguin can have a lot of impact. Even Kurt's coming to the rescue, pushing through double doors and making sure that they keep control over that. There's only so much that the defenders could do, but Fidel is just going to run right through the cyber cage, clean up house. And it's interesting to see how both these teams are attacking. It's very, like I mentioned FPX, it's very like slow, methodical, try and bait out different directions that you want the defenders to force into. But I feel like so much time has been wasted for both sides that it's forcing out mistakes that can easily be avoided if they just push 15 to 20 seconds earlier.
Yeah, it definitely looked like that one got a little bit messy, but I'll be honest, from what I've seen so far, I think that on an individual basis, we're seeing like Team LZ are clearly the better squad. I do wonder if they come up against maybe a slightly more strategically depth team, if they might start to struggle a little bit more, because they're not like reinventing the wheel with a lot of their plays. I think they rely very heavily on Baltu to get them openers. If he dies, then sure, they can bring these rounds back. But a lot of that relied, especially on the defensive side, on the likes of Cypher and Senna to do a lot of work. In this case, though, this is just a chance to pad some stats, make some money, and, well, basically just save up for the next round, as I'm sure a spike plant would be nice, but from what we've seen so far, I'm not going to be expecting too much from LZ.
A very close hold for Famous, who sprays down 3. Easy when it comes to the guns, and using that advantage as best as possible. Might have a closer game than anticipated. 9-3 on one side at halftime is pretty damning when it comes to what the result ends up being. But MORPH seem to be able to claw it back. This is an important round for them to win. Big guns available on both sides, but when it comes to the rounds after Pistol Tom, I think MORPH have done a better job of holding onto their guns and protecting their economy as much as possible, to the point that they've even got an operator in this round.
No, knowing that they've got a slightly weaker purchase, we are going to see Fat Penguin get aggressive onto C. Now, I imagine now that he's got this position, we will see a rotation away to put at least some personnel within the remaining sites. It is quite surprising, actually, that the Sage is going to stick around. I guess just playing as almost a spotter, a bit of a bait and switch being thrown in, but it does mean that they have some vulnerabilities, and this is one of them. Look how far, again, we mentioned this already, but Bao2 has no fear. He's just walked all the way up into that B site, and, well, looking for an opener again.
It's weird that he's choosing the B site, though. Like, if he did this on attack, I think it'd have a lot more impact, because it forces players from MORPH to rotate over, and just to protect, just in case Bao2 gets a frag that can trade. So now he's just been patient. He's taken up a lot of space, and I guess he's just hoping that MORPH don't expect him to be this close and to be watching this angle so proactively. But it's everybody else on Team LZ that has me worried, because there's no movement. They're waiting for MORPH to make the aggressive play. And that bit of intel is huge for MORPH to grab on this defense, just to know that they're looming outside of mid again, and everybody's starting to rotate and keep a closer eye on it. I think that advantage for Team LZ has been lost.
Well, the Sage wall could be expended to deny any peek over the top. I like the fact that they actually use the dark cover behind it, just to make sure that there's no peek over the top, and then they're ready for it. Aduka, a nice couple of kills. The peek through is going to be caught by Subby as well. There seems to be a real reliance on teammates here, which not necessarily a bad thing. Center as well always seems to be in audacious spots, just waiting for players to push. And well, with just Cud remaining, it is going to be a 10th on the board for LZ. And they are looking like the better squad so far.
Senna especially, like, he doesn't need to be top fragged, but he seems to just be anchored in the right positions. If you're pushing on to B, you need mid control. So him being in window was something that MORPH weren't necessarily expecting. But he's just smart enough to know that that's the position he should be holding. Even here, just to make sure that they isolate Cud, who has the operator, has to go against this triple peak, can't keep the gun. Team LZ can't necessarily take it off their hands, but that damage is, again, pretty tough for MORPH to take on the chin. And Team LZ win a very important round there. Even though I feel like their advantage was lost, they're just pushing to a site really aggressively, waiting outside to force MORPH to do something, either to peek for info or to try and make a play, and then going off of that. I think MORPH did well there to just be patient, to just peek out a little bit for intel, and then not take these engagements, because Team LZ mechanically seem to be the better squad.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree. And the problem is like the few things that they are throwing in, as long as they get themselves into an afterplant position, I have a decent amount of faith that they will hold into these rounds. So I almost want to see MORPH try and catch them off a little bit, like do something surprising. I like the fact that they went for some C-long aggression in the last round, but realistically, I think they're going to need a little bit more than that. And into this one, again, we're back to a fairly standard setup. The Sova ready for rotation. It's going to be the operator played onto the Sage, and again, every time Bao2's doing the same thing. He's not doing anything different. It's mid aggression into B, and he seems to be actually getting away with far too much.
And the fact that MORPH there, the Sova, had his utility out, wasn't expecting it, is pretty shocking considering how one-dimensional I feel like these plays are. Yeah, like, it's so telegraphed, right? But look at the Sova now on A. He's taken so much space, and MORPH have allowed this. This is the problem with Haven. Like, if Freya is expecting him to be there and he knows that he's just being a nuisance, he needs to keep an eye on. Because now the Silver's all the way in A link, so he's got to get right into the back of Fidel. And suddenly Freya has to hold this site on his own. He can't get any reinforcements because the Silver's holding that supply line almost. And suddenly MORPH are isolated, and it's the Cypher to try and take this whole site on his own.
Yeah, I was saying, the second he went to jump out that window, I was like, well, that's a death. He's not going to go away with anything. About to still in mid. He just lives here. He lives and dies by the B site. Either he takes it or he just stays there. That must be so infuriating to play against. Like, that's one thing I've learned, is that if there is a player and you know exactly what he's going to do and he still does it, there's nothing more annoying than that at a professional level, because that just means he's better than you.
And he's not involved in the plays around the objective. He's just doing his own thing. He's not even really lurking, because lurking suggests that there's an element of, I guess, subtlety to what Baltu's doing. But he is just so, I'm over here, I'm going to go kill you now. MORPH just have to be like, okay, we'll just line up, here you go, here's the easy frags. And even now, he's just forced out utility by just being there. He hasn't used anything.
This is a complete change. I like this from MORPH. As I said, I wanted to see them being more proactive. So far, we've only seen that C-long aggression and not much more. This time, they completely take it. They've gone, oh, you know what? You want to try and fight us in middle? We will try and fight you in mid. The problem is, well, they've gained that control. They've delayed Team LZ, but it seemed like they were somewhat prepared for this. Sure, they had to use a res, which, considering they haven't actually got much else done, is a problem. I'm also looking at both Sovas with Hunter's Fury and wondering which one's going to play a bigger part. Obviously, it's very, very useful in afterplants, but it could also be used just to deny them in general.
They got to get that info, and that's the one thing that MORPH is running without for quite some time. You can see because the rotations and where the players are playing is so scattered. Well, it's not even scattered, it's the opposite. They're all pushing towards C, and it's just tumbleweeds. Freya's pushing and isn't quite sure. He's not really expecting people to be there. And yet again, suddenly the A site is open for business for the attackers, and there's going to be very little resistance from MORPH to try and even put a bit of damage in, other than Hunter's Fury, like you mentioned.
Well, it does at least take down Baltu, and they're running out of time to get the spike down. That was why there was such an aggressive peek out from Fidel, and they are making this close to Paranoia, though. Couldn't have been better placed. And Senna, once again, like, he is a fragging Cypher. There's a few of those about, but it's something that I feel like is always worth highlighting. If someone's able to do a lot with a Cypher and not even just play it passively, that is definitely an agent or a player to fear. And maybe that's why they don't feel like they need to actually run any more of these duelist agents, is just the fact that their Cypher can outfrag most of the players on the other side.
I feel just the way that he's playing, I'm going to have a quick double check, but he feels like he's an IGL, right? Because everything seems to just flow through him. He seems to be always the one that stood in the right position. And I guess, like, it's a lot of time, it's like, Baltu, yeah, go smash. And he's like, okay. And he just sort of sits back and just either trades for him or watches a flank. Because yet again, MORPH need to respect B. It's a real pinch when it comes to utility. Subby's even just throwing a lot of stuff out to keep the attention. Might even want to try and force the Paranoia out in a few smokes, actually, from the defending Omen Fat Penguin. So now he's just sort of just being a nuisance, being a pain in the backside. Subby's been really good at this, certainly on the A site, of just creating space for himself. But it's actually really interesting to see just how, like, a trench battle it feels more like between these two teams, because nobody's really pushed beyond the spawn doors when they opened, other than Baltu, but that's just, he seems to be an enigma in that case.
Yeah, there's three teams within this server at the moment. There's Team Baltu, there's Team LZ, and Team MORPH. They are all separate entities. Sometimes they work in conjunction with one another. But Baltu, again, he's just managed to walk into this B site. I think it's clear at this point that they've resorted to playing retake, but I am not a fan. There's so many powerful positions that you can fall back to, and the problem is they're not winning any of these duels. Like, the second this plant comes in, the spike goes down. I have almost full faith that LZ are going to take this round home. They've got Senna waiting in the backlines, and he's able to check all these remaining positions. This is a clear setup, a clear plan for them here. And while it is over, a quick finish for Team LZ as they take things 30-5, and they will get themselves the early start in the group.
Should see the statistics coming up in a second, so I'll leave us on this screen. But I did want to... Who do you think the RGL is for LZ? It's not Senna.
It's not Senna. If it's Baltu, I'm going to be very upset.
It is actually Baltu.
I thought it might be. I think just because the way you framed the question, I was like, it's got to be the person I least expect. And then again, if you look at the way that Angel plays as well, you can sort of draw parallels. Like, he takes the very risky plays, and then he has the overview for the rest of the team. So even if you look at Counter-Strike and look at Alexi B, he does it very similarly, and everybody knows he's a very strong in-game leader. If your in-game leader's top fragging, gets the most first bloods in the match, hey, that's not something to complain about.
I think if I'm MORPH, though, what I want to see is a duelist on that squad. As straightforward as it seems, I think they just need that kind of Phoenix or Jet just to get a frag out of somewhere. I don't think Baltu necessarily had an amazing game, even though he was like top of average combat score.
Yeah.
I feel like better teams will just punish that within an instant, to be fair. But generally, I think they just need that kind of agent that can open up utility to set themselves up. That's all they were really looking for, I think. MORPH, every time they'd get a frag, they'd always lost a person beforehand. That's kind of how it felt like. Every time they took an engagement, they were always on the back foot. And I think LC didn't necessarily cover themselves in glory necessarily. But I think that, as we go to some highlights, actually, we can see for ourselves just sort of locking it down. Like, Fat Penguin had some really good moments, of course, with the name. But this should be allowed to happen. Baltu should be allowed to just run forward with an operator and get a frag like that.
Well, the other thing as well is I feel like the defensive side from LZ was basically them just expecting MORPH to play very, very slow. And so they didn't really lose a lot of early fights. I'm also not the biggest fan of a Sage operator player. I know it's something that we do see, and in the earlier games of Valorant, we saw it quite regularly. I know Lucka liked to do it as well, but I just don't think it's the right agent for an op. Sure, you can slow people down if they try to push you afterwards, and walling things off can be quite nice, but I'm not sure I want the Jet operator to be a thing, just because it is basically purely off individual skill and movement. But it does seem to be what works.
Go back to us. We are working off a clean feed, so just so people know. But it's certainly an interesting one. I think that it's going to be difficult to sort of work out context. Like, okay, Team LC look really dominant there. Team LC like a front runner for this tournament, you know, like how they're going to do against some of the other teams that we know a little bit about, your attack all-arounds, your talent attitudes, those teams that have made a name for themselves already in a region that hasn't necessarily had too much attention from Riot in a lot of these Valorant tournaments. I think that's the interesting thing, is just seeing a dominant response at Team LZ. How they do. Are they the best in their group? It's stuff that we have to really sort of see going into the tournament. We should get a good glimpse of that, even just today, really, when it comes to the run-up. And I think we're going to be seeing MORPH pretty much instantly. The initial match, and we'll sort of mention this as well, was going to be MOTV versus Attack All Around. However, because Attack All Around were late when it came to their check-in, they were disqualified for this game only. So it's a loss for them. MOTV will get an instant win, and we'll move on with our schedule. So we're going to be seeing MORPH playing up against AHQ Esports Club, which, from my limited knowledge on the scene, I've heard quite a lot of good things about AHQ. So I think that this is going to be a baptism of fire for MORPH, who might have to run into some of the toughest talent in their group pretty much instantly.
Yeah, and I think them losing to the other qualifier team, obviously Team LZ making it through the Malaysia qualifier, that's always going to strike bad with me going forward, as the rest of the teams were obviously invited for a reason. I do like the fact that, looking at this tournament in general, though, it is a very heavy qualifier tournament. Like, you have yourselves your 6 invited teams. That's Attack All Round, Tavs, Boom, Team SMG, AHQ, who we're going to see in a second, Team Android, and that is it. And then the remaining squads all came through qualifiers. So I think it's the fairest way possible to start bringing in these matches. And I believe, Ryan, we've got a bit of a break. Of course, we can see the timer that will be ticking down relatively shortly. So I might grab a drink, go to the bathroom, and I'm sure everyone at home can do the same.
Yeah, we'll be back in like just over 5 minutes time for the next game. We're going to be flying through these. They're all best of ones, and we're going to be flying through these throughout the first few days, along with Mitchell and Banks, but they're going to join us tomorrow because they're silly and are away for today. So we're with you all day. We're going to be here for the next few hours, so don't go anywhere. Keep yourself hydrated. This stuff is quite warm at the moment, so take care. We'll see you very shortly.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. Of course, this is the Ignition series for, I believe, Southeast Asia. I might have got that one completely wrong, but we are going to be getting into our second match of the day. Now, I believe you've got some housekeeping to do before we get into that one, Ryan.
Yeah, so there was a check-in time earlier today, and Attack All Round missed it, and because they missed it, they weren't here on time. They have been disqualified for the match 2 of today, which have had them go up against MOTV. So MOTV automatically get the win. Doesn't mean that Attack All Round are out of this tournament, they just have to take the L today on the chin and go from there. So we are going into match 3 of today, which, like I mentioned before, like we're going to be seeing MORPH pretty much playing instantly yet again. We're going up against AHQ. We've had some pretty good, solid results, but we can have a quick look at just the tables because we didn't really get to have much of a look at them towards the start of the cast. And you can sort of see already just what we're sort of expected to see later on today. And it's a good mix of teams. Like we saw MOTV taking the first win, so they'll be having a good start. Oh, Team LZ, sorry, I don't know why it says match win. Oh yeah, because of the KILOISDEAD was disqualified, forfeited completely. So Group A off to a great start with one team fully forfeiting the tournament and Attack All Around automatically being disqualified for the first game at least. So good mix for the two teams.
A bit of an awkward spot, right? Because they basically have to beat Boom and hope that their opponents also beat Boom. Otherwise, if they lose even one match, that counts as them losing 2, and there's not enough teams for them to basically play against because they've defaulted one and the other team got eliminated. So they've been they've kind of screwed themselves a bit here. But either way, let's move away from that one, and we're sticking with our Group B. And you know what? I'm feeling confident for AHQ, not because we've seen them play before, not because we have some results, but because they have got some badass poses. I suppose there's the same on the other team, but it's slightly lower res pictures. That for me just makes me think not going to be quite as good.
I mean, we just saw MORPH play as well, and it wasn't bad at all. It just wasn't as good as LZ. Like, they seem to be really unresponsive to playing up against them. And so we have an Indonesian lineup playing up against a Taiwanese team. And it's a very big geography lesson, I suppose, when it comes to, like, all of the different countries within this region that I guess in esports as well don't really get too much recognition when it comes to those kind of plays, right? Like, it just doesn't feel like this kind of region gets much of a spotlight. And there are some really good talent that came out of it for Overwatch, especially. You've got Mickey that went on to play in a Dallas Fuel and stuff. So it is nice to see this region of the world get its big tournament like this, and all of these other countries play up against each other. I like it with Europe too when it comes to all of the different country-based teams and how they play and the stylistic approaches to the game.
Well, that's one thing I always like is when like a smaller region, especially like for me, it's always been the Baltics, like your Lithuanians, your Estonians, for example, Latvians as well, have started to really shine through when, in all honesty, with how developed some other scenes are, it can be unexpected. Like you look at Sweden and Denmark, or even just North America as a prime example, like that's the one benefit that a lot of North American teams have is you are from an absolutely humongous region that all speak the same language. Like, it makes things very, very easy to sort of get those teams put together. Same with Canada as well, like being thrown into the mix there. Whereas if you look at, for example, somewhere like Estonia or Lithuania, if you're going to go for Nolpenki or someone like that, there is not only a limited amount of players that are there, but also if you want to speak your native tongue, you are severely limited. And that's why a lot of the time you see moves to more Russian teams. That's not the best start for Leo, though. It's just missed his initial cage, it seems.
He just has to pray that they're not going A, and you got the Cypher lurking here. I love the fact he has no respect. He's just going for it. But you can see just how it's keeping the attention of AHQ now, this Cypher. We never saw any of this out of Freya before. It's like he heard us, and he's just instantly going for it, but the Brimstone catches him off completely on A ramp. But look how much this is forced. There's just one player on the B site defense, and Kilo gets taken down. And it's pretty much a free opening now for MORPH to get this plant in. Where was this in the previous match?
Oh, different map, different mentality by the looks of things, as they've also switched up their agent composition a little bit as well. I like to see the Raze. I think it's probably one of the most important agents on this map. We see so many teams switch away from their norm to bring in a Raze. I think my favorite is always going to be Ardis. A slight bias considering he is from the UK, but you know what? Same difference either way. Interestingly, though, the spike actually hasn't got here yet. Like this seemed like a round where it was a relatively fast take. They had lots of control. Famous gets in, and they've taken a good 20 seconds just to get this spike in. It's allowed for a lot of rotations, but Famous feeling very confident. He's going to push his way through the dark cover. He's got his boom bot as well to clear out some of these remaining positions. And finally, Leo is there to put him down. But this has given his team the chance to set up. And the push already coming in from the breach in towards that CT spot is going to make things difficult. Sorry, my bad. That is actually an omen. It's going to be the breach left in the corner versus Rainy, and he's going to take it home in the end. It seemed like a good round for the side of MORPH, but ultimately, the retake still comes in.
And you just saw, like, obviously the mistake there was MORPH took so long to get the plant in, but also once it went in, because it was so low on time and space, they kind of just had to stay where they were. They couldn't push aggressively, they couldn't take CT space, they couldn't even go back to B main and hold. They were just stuck in these really, like, awkward spots that it was quite easy for AHQ to just sort of come in and clean house when they had the numbers.
It doesn't work! Stop throwing it!
Leo, come on. It happens to the best of us. At least you can pick them up now.
Oh, that's funny though. That's funny 3 times. Oh dear. Oh, the big boy Bucky. That is not something you see very often. Like the Judge has been a shotgun we talk about all the time in Valorant, being too overpowered, being a weapon that can work fantastically well with the Jet. Nice shot though from Fidel. He's going to put down Milk, which is a sentence, I don't know. I feel like it fits, but not really in Valorant. It's put down that Milk. And Kant, he's still going. He's the Bucky master, the Bucky bandit. Oh, that sounds perfect.
It's just up for Fidel, who has a sheriff and a dream, and has a nice knife. The glitch pop is ready to go. He'll be changing colour in a second too, with Kilo just pushing aggro. So AHQ taking the second round as expected. Usually it happens. It would be a big surprise. I'm wondering if Kant is holding on to the Bucky. He is. And if we're going to see these cyber cages again. Like, we can't directly speak to the observer, but I heard it. I heard something. I heard the initial clunk, but I also heard like a pat. I heard like a ding.
I think he pinged afterwards. I think that's what we heard.
He did it. I'm assuming he did it as well. So watching a Brimstone again play super aggro with a Bucky. And you see this a lot. This is what I wanted to point out before. Like the Cypher on attack, just keeping on A. Just watching that rotation, making a bit of noise, maybe throwing out a cyber cage. It's not really working because AHQ have moved away. Like Kant has taken all of that space. And he knows if anybody goes A, because he is A right now. He's right in that flank. So it means that 4 people can move over to various parts of the map. This is a lot of intel already that the Brimstone has just made for himself by just having his nose pressed to the choke point. And when you have a Bucky, you can do that without really being punished that much.
Well, the attackers in this round going to pressure into mid. Nice start from Milk as well. That was a really clean kill, considering that he only has a Spectre, and on the other side, we have seen the investment into the Phantoms. He's looking to go back for more, and I think we found the sort of a cheeky chappy, so to speak, on the side of AHQ. And it's no surprise that it's going to be the Raze. Normally the player to get fairly aggressive, and this is important. Not only is that a free gun, yes, I wanted to see it. The Bucky's going to get Frere as well. That's got to hurt so much just for your mentality to get just domed by a Bucky. He has to be dead. He gets another kill. Are you kidding?
Easy money, easy frags for the Brimstone. Milk's just constantly where he needs to be. This is a flank that maybe MORPH aren't expected, but there's no time to plan. All of that time wasted. Another easy round for AHQ. Nobody else dies apart from Kant the Brimstone. But he had a Bucky anyway, so he's quite happy to buy up next. Famous survives and is able to kill Milk, but this was pretty much a bonus round for AHQ, so their money's still going to be relatively good. MORPH's, not so much. They managed to hold on to a few guns, but I imagine this is going to be a bit of a save. Can he do it? No. Try again. Double or nothing. Come on, Leo. Yeah! The fact that it doesn't get used is even funnier. Like, they haven't even got... MORPH haven't even got onto the A site.
Yeah, you should probably put them a little bit further forward, especially with how aggressive his Brimstone's playing. But I guess at this point, okay, there's been some counter cages just aggressively thrown over the top. So I guess they might try and be a little bit more aggressive. Milk is just ruined them. This is just brutal. We talked about individual skill causing them problems when they faced up against Team LZ. For AHQ, they have just got Milk having an absolute field day. The only question is, Ryan, will Milk ever expire?
Will it spoil? It's good for your bones, and watching this guy play, certainly this early for us, is good for the bones. Can't pick up his fourth. Fidel is holding on. He can have an opening here if he could get the frag onto Rainy, but does rain on this parade a bit more with a nice double kill. This could be even quicker than the first match, I think. Like, I think AHQ, I'm expecting stuff, and from even, like, the 4 rounds that we've seen so far, like, they have the lineups. They play like they have been watching the TSMs and the G2s of the world play, which is endearing almost, I feel. It might be just that they came to the same conclusions on their own, but like they're playing in the right spots, they're doing the right stuff. Even MORPH is having one person always A just to keep the attention of AHQ. But AHQ is so aggressive on this defense, they're taking the space, taking that intel, and if they're not on A, they're going for B. That's as straightforward as the map gets. It's not like Haven where there's multiple options. Here it's double or nothing.
And I think it must be pretty tough for MORPH as well. Again, they're just being pressured everywhere on the map. It means that they can't really take too many risks and go for these sort of slow pushes into a site, because by the time they actually work things out, they will have a flank coming in. I want to see them put more pressure on B though, because although we talk about how powerful a Cypher can be, it's currently only defending the A site. And sure, you have the paranoia to try and slow them down, but one of the only entries we've really seen from them was in that direction. Now again, it is going to be an opener coming up for them this time, and they have been able to get the full control of mid. So mid to B is definitely on, but look at how proactive, again, we're seeing this side of AHQ. They have taken control. Kilo has pushed forward. He might even be able to catch the spike here if timing works out for him.
It's whether MORPH expect it. They do. Kilo just peeks a corner where there's an operator holding. So smart from Fidel to just be careful with looking on these angles. Now it's forcing AHQ to play a bit more passive. That's a nice bit of utility, but there's no follow-up. Like, they're not peeking around that corner with the paranoia, and in fact, letting them just run at them. Kant just comes through and gets the frag pretty easily, considering the fault line and the paranoia was used there and not really acted upon by MORPH. It's a pretty big chunk of utility used for no little gain.
Oh my god. Kant just goes so aggressive. They're going to use the showstopper. I've got to be careful not to group up, but it doesn't matter. They've already taken him down, and Fidel is the only one left. He's the only one who's done anything, and the spike's being diffused. The angle's just being held by the Cypher. This is a done round, and this was one where they get into the B side, they get the opening picks. Basically, Fidel's done everything he can with that operator, and his teammates are just nowhere to be seen. And I think you're making a very good point when you talk about utility usage. Like, I can understand committing a fault line to that position. Right. It's something that you can get back over time, and it's not a massive piece of utility for the latter stages of the round. I can even, to an extent, understand using the paranoia, even if you're not going to act on it, just to make sure you get to the site and you get an afterplant. Using both, it's just the biggest waste I've ever seen of utility. Like, you've left that player almost just in a corner with the inability to move or see, and then you've gone, and that's where you'll stay, and then you've walked off. Like, what's the point?
pretty much to be said that if MORPH lose this game, their chances of qualifying out of their groups is very little. Slim chances, it feels like. And AHQ, I'd say favourites based off their reputation. And I think the way that they're playing just seems like to the point that you would expect a team to sort of qualify, really. It is split. That's going to be an interesting thing to learn throughout the tournament, is what maps these players like, in regards to what maps they want to pick, what maps they want to ban. And the way that this is defending is working relatively well. Granted, AHQ only have 3 players alive at a 3 versus 5, but even still, those 3 players on this defense are still in the right places at the right time. And the fact that MORPH haven't moved off this point, relying on Famous to get their first frag onto Milk, is still, like, they have the advantage there. They do kill Leo, so this is pretty much gone now. Kilo is all alone on the B site. But even when MORPH have an advantage like that, they're still like, oh, we better be careful. You go kill the tripwire. Oh, back off a little bit, guys. Like, they just need to be a bit more, like, aggressive and gun-ho, it feels. Because they have the ability, it's just they're a bit too sheepish.
Yeah, I think I would agree. That's why I actually want to see them try a faster B play in one of these rounds, because that was one of the things that I didn't like. Was one of the rounds they actually managed to lose very early on was the fact that Famous gets the entry on B, he holds it for about 25 seconds, and they still lose the round. Whereas if the rest of the team are actually there to support him, as in this round, like he's able to get the entries and then they can capitalize on it. And I guess like some of it might be due to what we saw in the last map with Bao2 being able to do so much off just being a pure individual. But the problem is it was him being an individual to sort of pull things away, and then the rest of the team were playing their own match in a sense. Whereas in this case, we are actually seeing MORPH play a lot around what Famous is doing. So if he's getting entries and you plan to like follow him into battle, why are you not there to trade if he goes down? Oh, for God's sake. Find another cage.
I like the fact that, you know, the Observer, we don't know them. They can't hear us. We can't hear them. We speak in very different languages from very different cultures, different part of the world. Yet I imagine that we're both sat here laughing and watching Leo fail to make those. That warms your heart, knowing that people, various people from around the world of different cultures, find such a silly thing so funny.
Oh dear, oh dear. Good luck, Famous. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and
ooh, Freya.
In fact, that ends up 2v2, but there we go. Rainy is going to bring back Khan into the fray. They are going to get mid control at least, so it's not a bad position to take, especially with the ropes purely under their control already. They know that there's at least 2 players on that A site, so realistically, wherever they go, they're probably going to face a split defense. Fact is, they themselves do have a couple of ultimates available, and I wonder if Fidel's plan is just to bring one of his own teammates back.
As a smart orbital strike, just to buy HQ a bit more time to keep an eye on mid. So they were going to get pushed aggressively. Kant has a lot of pressure on him right now. He has a few more smokes to throw down when it comes to A main. But might not be expecting this amount of people to be concreting. And just gets the kill in the spray. Just really good timing. Backs off. Doesn't need to do too much more. But needs to be careful of Fat Penguin now as he's come up the rope room. Made a bit of a song and dance, but he's just got to wait for his teammates to make some space. And even teleporting onto the site now. So Khan needs to be careful. He can't make a mistake here. The Fat Penguin's able to get it, but he gets his third. So he's still holding on for dear life. He's the last one alive. Yeah.
There's only 6 seconds, but he's actually going to peek out. I guess he was trying to deny the plant. He does so much in that round, but realistically, it was just enough for them to consistently trade. I really like the TP onto the site as well, just to basically take any chance away of losing that battle. Quite a smart move from the Omen. Still, though, they had to use an awful lot to get into that round. That's multiple ultimates, a rares onto a player where I feel like if you're Famous, you've just got to feel like you're cursed at this point. You get aggressively pushed on A. You get res. 2 of your players walk past a smoke, and then you walk past it and you get insta-killed.
Kilo's done really well at anchoring this site. He has been super aggressive when it comes to taking intel on B. To be fair, I think a lot of AHQ, even mid, look at it now. They're not afraid to push and take the space. Putting the wall down on mid acts as like a very expensive tripwire almost. that if they want to push there aggressively, they need to break it. So Kilo now needs to hold his ground, plants a smoke in, has the paranoia still, but getting the timing right on this is so important. Even if it's just using it to make sure that he doesn't get traded. He wants to get this frag. He's keeping a very aggressive eye on it. So just wants to take the kill.
Well, Kilo, you can tell that the most important thing for him here is going to be how he utilizes the paranoia. If you get the timing right on this, you can delay the push, normally get a couple of kills, and allow for the rotations. I imagine there should also be a slow for the Sage as well.
That's smart.
He's trying to bait out the shots. And there is that paranoia. We're going to see the Rolling Thunder also thrown into the site, and that has achieved nothing. They haven't been able to push on it because of that one paranoia. Now a second ult also achieves absolutely nothing. It is going to be a quick trade, and the Aftershock will hold them back in the site. But again, there's so much damage coming through, and they've only got 10 seconds. They need to get this plant down, and look at this cheeky little position. It just about comes through, but it doesn't matter. There's no time. They've run out. It's just going to have to be the kills, and Leo just comes in and wrecks everyone. 4 for him.
Just really well played from Kilo, just to hold that site for so long. The smoke's buying enough time. And it feels like sunk cost a lot of time with MORPH. Like, they try and do something, they use an ultimate, it doesn't work, so the more that they put in, they need to dedicate to try to get a frag, and it never really comes to fruition. So AHQ are just making MORPH sweat, and from the game that we saw with LZ, MORPH seemed really easy to punish in that case. Fidel's having a great game, but everybody else just isn't having the same kind of impact, really. And this is solid stuff from AHQ. It's nothing too exciting, it's nothing too elaborate, but it's just utility used in the right way. Complete lack of disrespect now coming out of AHQ. Just wide peeking an operator like that and still winning. I'd say they're favourites.
Oh, gone. He's utilized the frog. How's he got away with that? No, I'm sorry. How are you still alive?
He still has his armor.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I don't know how he's managing to get away with so much, but I guess at this point, AHQ are just having a little bit of extra fun within this match. Because that's now a 3-man advantage they've got from pushing down mid.
Kilo now with the hands of the operator. Fat Penguin just wasn't expecting him to have it, but that's a nice little sightline on the spike. Could, though, as in a relatively quiet game, has an operator, might just want to save it, but he's in between a rock and a hard place and a frog. He could still hold it on, but Kilo gets his third. We didn't really see this kind of impact out of an Omen so far. I was going to say previous game, but that's because Kilo wasn't in them. But it's similar to seeing Senna on the Cypher. It feels like he's just like an impact player that's not really doing too much crazy. It just seems that he has a really solid understanding of the game and it being used, and because of that, he's towing up. Kant is still top fragging on his team, though, but I think the majority of that were the Bucky kills very early on in the game, to be fair. So this could be another quick game, I think. AHQ been very dominant over MORPH so far.
Yeah, I'm actually quite excited to see them play up against LV, because both of them have those really proactive, aggressive players. So I think it could be quite an interesting matchup, and it will give us more of a saying into the group of who's actually going to be there and competitive. Because I think all I'm really learning so far today is that MORPH are probably going to be out very early on in the tournament, which it is unfortunate. Of course, they are on the attacking side of Split. So I want to give them the benefit of the doubt that if they can get themselves like 4 or 5 rounds, it really isn't the end of the world. Like, this is one of, if not the most defensive map in the game at the moment. So I don't want to count them out just yet, but it's just the manner of the victories from AHQ. That's what scares me, because they're so good at slowing down pushes, but then they'll just take map control. They'll win duels, but this one's got a little bit dicey. Leo coming in from behind once again. And actually, they're going to look to try and hunt him down. He is already tagged relatively low already, but with that ultimate on the Omen, he could very quickly just pull in a rotation completely over to the other side of the map.
They got time to work with, and I feel like this is MORPH sat here going, oh, we have the site now, we have control, but I feel this is more of a trap from AHQ. Because now they can sort of control, they can wrap around, they have ramp and heaven control. Papig would even just keeping within the smoke, and the smoke in heaven now, so this is nice control from them, but you can just see from the position in the MOTV, it's not ideal. Paranoia goes through, but it misses, but Leo doesn't. What? So Kilo's able to sort of flank around, keep an eye on this side. Fat Penguin brings it to a 1v1, and he just narrowly gets the frag, gets the headshot. A nice 4K for him. And it shows that there is life coming out of MORPH, and like you sort of mentioned, because they are attacking on the split, that's something that a lot of teams struggle to have impact on. But I think it's just really that we saw MORPH just lose to LZ, and the fact that they have to play instantly after this means that they had to play the last game, instantly go to this one. There's no real time to VOD review or for coaches to come in and give any feedback or any things that they should try and do better. They just have two very impactful matches back to back over a 3-day period. MORPH are very much in a predicament, I suppose, when it comes to having a great start to this tournament. Things don't really align for them.
Oh, that's so brutal for Favors. I'm telling you, he's cursed. Hey, there's someone with a voodoo doll on the other side that's just like forcing him into these awkward positions. An orbital strike used almost solely to kill him. No trades available. And this is what I mean, though. Like, you think of the rounds that have been won by MORPH. Very close, very cagey, like easily could have gone either way. Then you look at the rounds for AHQ and it's just one of their players blasting the others out of the server. However, they do have a res, a wall. This isn't over just yet, Ryan.
Not at all. And I think with MORPH too, they have real initial impact when it comes to mechanical skill. Fidel, namely, has been a solid performer in that regard. But it's so infrequent, and much like the game with LZ, when MORPH can have impact, it's always at a disadvantage, and Kilo, it just lines up so nicely for him, and AHQ could be going into halftime with a 9-3 advantage. MORPH have these great moments, but they also just run into, like, car crashes like we just saw then.
Yeah, like that round, that was scary, Dominant. Even though they end up getting back into it, I think it's just like the initial frags. I like the use of the orbital strike, and I think that's been a bit of a battle that Famous just hasn't been winning. And I don't want to say like stop going, but if you are, like, maybe use some more utility, have some support. The fact that it seems to be him just trying to take that portion of the map alone, and Kant just seems to be winning that battle 9 times out of 10. Fidel, though, has been very good. He's so cursed. Oh, he's been caught up by a slow and a paint shell. Kant is now in position. This is the easiest kill, and it's almost the second. Oh, he's going to get it as well through the smoke.
He's going to add
just
to it.
Going from bad to worse.
It's pound for pound. It feels like AHQ are better. Freya only able to do so much. 9-3 going into halftime. Big should improve for MORPH, but I don't really think their defense on the Haven going up against LC was anything to shout about either. It looked better in some cases, but I still think this is very much going to be an uphill task. AHQ, I'm more interested to see how they do on attack. Seems that they're going to be going for an A-execute this early on. And I don't know what I was expecting going into this when it comes to compositions, for example, strategies and stuff, but these two teams could be in a European tournament, and I would not bat an eyelid. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't expecting them to do some really crazy plays, and I wasn't expecting, like, really off-the-rails compositions, but it feels like for like when it comes to playing, and it's interesting to see different parts of the world come to the same conclusions when it comes to taking space and how to use utility.
Yeah, I do also think, though, that there are a lot of teams within Asia that have always, like, I guess, looked up to a lot of the European teams. Like, I know that Fnatic were almost legendary around the world, so a lot of the times you saw, like, Asian teams in CS playing like Fnatic. This pistol round, though, is going a fair bit better. Started a little bit slow, but they have got themselves a man advantage. Leo's actually going to spot the aggressive defender. So that's going to give them some space to actually get the spike down with little to no contention. The problem is it will leave them surrounded in the retake. But honestly, with how good they've been at defending this B site, I'm not too worried for them. However, that paranoia... What? Okay. Well, that should have been Leo completely blind, but I guess not. He managed to get there just before. However, the diffuser's already coming in. He's going to have to hit the shots, and Freya this time will close things out. I honestly thought for a second he was going to clutch that. This man has been incredible.
MORPH just played that super well. Like, having B main control on the defense, like Fat Penguin holding and anchoring that position, made it so awkward for AHQ to even get the plant in and then hold it off. It's like Kuka on Bind. It's just such a pivotal part of the site that you can't realistically, as an attacker, take the site without having control of that area of the map. So that's something that MORPH did really well. They read that perfectly and knew that there was space that AHQ were going to take on mid and no doubt push towards heaven. And it shows that there is a deep understanding from these guys to have impact. Kant has no respect. And Famous, actually, luck is on his side as the Blast Pack and Paint Shells are able to net him a couple of kills at least. But the defense is just running in. Milk got spoilt there for sure. And the way that these guys play early round is, for some reason, hilarious.
See, I wanted to say that Fat Penguin was like my favorite name. Like that was the player that I thought I'd like the most. But honestly, Kant has just been so much fun to watch. Question, has your clean feed frozen?
No.
But I guess this round is on you.
I can do it. I got this, no problem. The Famous, yet again, is going to take up some of the space. It's a bit of a tussle towards B. Look, the Blast Pack is able to kill Fidel. Luckily, he's traded, and it's a bit of a bar fight on both the mains of either site. Suddenly, it's gone from a 5v5 to a 2 versus 2. And it's going to be awkward now for MORPH as they've won these engagements in various parts of the map, but they aren't quite sure where the last two attackers are. To the point that they're moving away from the sites that they were holding, which should be a lot of space that is opening up for AHQ. And now it's just a Cypher. B site is going to be where the plant goes in, and suddenly Freya has it all to do. And it's going to... Doesn't have his camera or any form of utility, and has to push for the smoke. Hoping to catch out. Nice pre-fire, but Kant was just holding just off of it. And 10-5, now the score for AHQ.
I'm going to need you to do a little countdown, by the way.
That's fine, I can do that. And yeah, I'd say that like MORPH is showing more signs of life on this defense. Granted, we've only seen 3 rounds on this side. But AHQ played that wisely. It was just a bit of a tussle. Now, 2 more rounds to put AHQ onto match point, and MORPH have it all to do.
Cage triggered.
Well, either way, we are going to have Milk. Again, looking to try and probe a little bit over towards that A site. He has some support as well, alongside the Omen. It's far more control that's actually being handed over to them. Like, you look at the way that we saw AHQ play that A site. Kant didn't allow them to get anywhere near this position unless he was dead. Instead, in this case, they have way too much control. I'm actually quite worried at this point when looking at MORPH's defense. They're reliant on a Cypher that's almost playing retake. And how does Kant win that duel? He is stunned completely by the fault line and is still able to find the frag. Of course, it slows your fire significantly. But here comes the Rolling Thunder. They're not going to get past it. And this should be all too easy for Freya. Able to capitalize. Kilo's actually still trying to face into this angle, which I respect. He is a true master of the one tap, but it's going to be Fat Penguin to take him out of the round and leave just 2 remaining.
Paranoia goes in onto site. They know that the race is on there, but Rainy picks up a triple kill. I don't know how they lined up for him on Heaven, but he picks up the 4th. I don't feel that was a round that MORPH should have lost there. They had AHQ on the rope, so when it came to the utility force, that Freya had such a nice sightline to kill people as they were pushing in onto the site. But Rainey was just allowed that space, and clearly MORPH weren't expecting him to be there. But the fact that he got 3 kills in quick succession like that suggests that MORPH were in the wrong place at the wrong time completely.
Yeah, and then the other thing as well is like when we talk about the clutch plays, the big plays, I think they've been pretty much all in favor of AHQ, which and it's not necessarily the worst of signs for MORPH going forward. That clearly, like in terms of structure and openings, they're not doing too bad. The problem is just that they don't have those star players by the seams of it, or maybe they just didn't show up today. As for now, AHQ 11-5, they have lost the first man. Fat Penguin able to do some decent work, but this is what I mean. How is this allowed? How are they allowed to get this far forward with no knowledge from the MORPH side? This is a massive flaw in their defense.
If it was a smart play or just one player going through, I can understand how MORPH could miss it. But there's no reaction there, and even the angle that Freya was dedicated to hold, he still is easy pickings now. Neural Theft is going to be used to show up exactly where these defenders are, and Leo is taking this space away from Famous. It's just going to be the Sage on the site now. Fidel trying to do so much, but can't with the operator says, no, you're not doing that. And suddenly it's all up for Fat Penguin, who's all the way over on B to do something. It's most likely going to be a save, but match point for AHQ. And MORPH just seem to be rolling over and dying to an extent. Like, they just can't keep up. And letting that many people through ramp and then heaven, getting that far to the point that they're in your spawn, pretty much unforgivable, I think, at this level. Across anywhere in the world, I think.
Yeah, no, I think that that is just a poor defensive side. Like, I wouldn't expect... Like, let's put it this way. If that happens in my matchmaking game, I'm angry. And that's at people that I don't know. So if that happens in a professional match, like, I can understand giving up heaven. Like you said, if that is part of the plan and you're playing around the ropes and you have a player watching CT, that's fine. Like, if that's part of the plan, I understand it. There was no way in hell that was part of the plan. As you sort of mentioned, when he gets killed from behind, Freya didn't have a clue. And the big problem I have with that is you are playing an agent that is meant to find out information. Like, you have a camera, you have tripwires, you have so much at your disposal to find out what your opponents are doing, and you don't know. That's unacceptable.
It's the opposite now. They're dedicated to ramps, and Famous has to try and do another play. It's easy for AHQ to just have MORPH play on tilt, not even in an angry way, but just trying to force something. And the site has gone up so easily. MORPH were doing the opposite, like I mentioned. Instead of letting ramp go free, they were all on ramp. That A main had no contention. It just allowed AHQ to go through that scenic route pretty much uncontested. Cud's trying to get the spray, and then even that's a challenge. Leo is going to punish that. And Freya has had some really nice spells across this tournament, even in the 2 games that we've seen, but easy for AHQ. There's a reason why these guys are rated so fairly when it comes to like the results that you have, and you can certainly see just off the way that they play, they can easily be favorites, certainly coming out of their group, but also playoffs and beyond.
Yeah, that was not well, basically that was not a game that I think I ever want to see again. That was a absolute slapping. Like, I don't think I'll be watching that one back to try and learn anything unless I'm just looking at how aggressive you can be if your name is Khan. And I'll be honest, he has gained a fan. Like, if you're going to be a man to use the Bucky in multiple rounds, even try and run up mid with a Bucky, you're going to be someone that I enjoy watching. And you can see the stats on the screen at the moment. He actually finished top of the board, but I think that was very much within contention. In fact, I somewhat believe that if they went more towards Leo and more towards Kilo, in fact, they could have easily gone up the top. That was a very dominant performance.
Kind of like you mentioned before, it's just, early days in the tournaments, you are going to separate the men from the boys, so to speak. So we haven't really seen the strategic depth of these teams. I don't think AHQ really pushed their limits or really brought out any of the high-impact strategies that you may be sort of expected to see later on in this tournament, at least.
Yeah.
But I think that's a strong showing. It was just, not breaking the sweat. 13-5 is a score on Split. Even though Split can be really one-sided, I still think is a dominant performance for them regardless. MORPH, they do play again on Wednesday, but I imagine that the damage is already done in a group like this. 2 losses straight off the bat. Your chances of qualifying, I think, are pretty much next to zero at that point.
Yeah, I think it comes down to almost reliance on one team just smashing everybody else, and then you've just got to hope that then, like, I don't even know, like maybe your round difference is slightly better. The second you lose 2 games, you are in a pretty awkward spot. Of course, this is one of our qualifier teams, so I guess this is a learning curve for the Indonesian squad, and I hope that they do take it as one. Like, okay, this team likes to do this. This team's a little bit more aggressive than maybe we expected. Okay, we've got to be ready to counter certain plays, because I think that if you're looking back at that, like I could spot within the very few rounds that we watched that there was some severe issues within their squad, and I think that realistically that's something that they desperately will need to fix if they're going to come back in a competitive standpoint.
Milk had a great time. MORPH are pretty much out of this tournament. They had a baptism of fire, very quick start to this tournament. With a mix of invited talent and new. We're about to see Attack All Around, who were disqualified for their first game. They're going to be playing their second one against Boom Esports. And kind of like you mentioned, because of the state of the A group, which we'll go on to after the break, this is pretty much a must-win for Attack All Around because of how things are panning out.
Yeah, and I think this should be a relatively good game as well. 2 of our invite squads. Of course, there are only 6 available. Boom coming over. I believe, again, they're from Counter-Strike, like a few different players coming together. So we should at least see decent synergy. But from the results that we've seen as of recent from Attack All Around, I think they look like one of the teams to beat. Even with the sort of questionable start to their tournament, I expect big things from them. Of course, we are going to be heading off to a short break, Ryan. As you can see, 10 minutes up on the clock. So join us then, as we will have our third best of 1 of the day. Hello and welcome back to the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open, the Ignition Series for Southeast Asia. I think we've got one of our good matches, our pinnacle matches coming up today, as we've got attack all around in a match, which is pretty much a must-win for them. Obviously, having the DQ on their first game for not showing up on time, they have now been given a second chance to face off against Boom eSports. They made it for this one, don't worry. And well, what that basically means is they have to win this. They have to win this, Ryan. Boom eSports are one that I know from Counter-Strike, but for slightly different reasons. I'm pretty sure Boom eSports in CS are a Brazilian team. So the fact that they've gone for a slightly different roster, I guess you could say, definitely makes things a little bit interesting for me.
Yeah, picked up an Indonesian lineup, I believe. So you've got Thailand teams, and I think that the Thai teams in this tournament are going to be the ones to look out for. Obviously, Thailand attitude, attack all around. And AAA have won pretty much all of the tournaments that they played, other than one where they did lose to Thailand attitude. So these are the teams, like these guys, HQ in Group B, are the ones that I think are going to be like top in their groups. But I don't think that's possible now for attack all around because they were disqualified in their first game. So there's a lot of stuff left open. Luckily, the groups haven't relied too much on what I would say would be basically let me go to this actually. Not reliant on map score because there are tiebreakers and stuff like that. So there is like a sort of good mix of stuff coming in through there with good options. But attack all round, they're a mixed squad of various people actually. Ginny is actually quite interested in regards to some of the players in the roles. But looking at the lineup generally, you could tell that they're from a Counter-Strikey background when it comes to the kind of stuff like we play support. He's the RGL. He's the entry fragger. Some of the teams have put themselves down as, they play the Sentinel, they play the Controller. So you could tell that these guys very much from a Counter-Strike background or other tactical shooters because they play the roles within those games that might not necessarily be as applicable in Valorant, or at least in a different nuance to it.
Well, I think as well, though, it's going to be interesting to see if that really plays as big of a part as you might do in Counter-Strike, because obviously like the agents are going to lead you down a certain path anyway. Like if you play a Cypher, the chances are you're going to put yourself in a more supportive bracket, although there are some very talented Cyphers out there that I think may suit another role. It's always going to be the case where your agent somewhat defines how you should be playing, and I want to kind of see if there's anybody who's actually going to be breaking that mold, maybe making things a little bit more interesting. I think we've seen that already with some of the more classic operator play where you're seeing the Sage still use the operator. As said in the last couple of matches, I'm not the biggest fan. I think that there's a lot more opportunity if you have your sniper playing either a Raze or most commonly, as we've seen recently, a Jet, because it is going to be your star and it allows you to poke and prod with a lot less risk, with a chance to escape. And I think that's something that's really important at the moment within the current meta. Does that mean it's the only way that you can play these different agents or this weapon? Of course not. But I'm yet to see something that is as good as what you might see from a Wardell or a Mixwell.
The Rain is an interesting pick on the side of Boom. Double duelist, having a Rainer with a Jet is just something that you don't really see, but lack of Cypher has got me a bit concerned for what Boom eSports are running. And like you sort of pointed out before with LZ and MORPH, the first game of the day, attack all around are also a team that don't want to run duelists. So you have one team that's running double duelists with not enough Sentinel basic utility, and then attack all around that has too much utility but no entry fraggers. So very odd lineups when it comes to playing on Haven here.
Yeah, I'm definitely intrigued to see how this one is actually going to go down. I enjoyed watching Roka when we got to cast him playing the Reyna. I think it does give you a lot of opportunities to be very aggressive. Interestingly, probably the most passive player currently playing within the server, all the way back on the B site with everybody else peaking more aggressively, clearly feeling that there could be an aggressive push in that direction. And with the amount of information that can be gained by the sensory dart thrown out by Sova, they've spotted nothing. I am surprised that that's enough to completely rotate, though. That's a hell of a rotate from Boom to just give up this C site straight away because one dart didn't find anything.
And this is the most painless execute I've ever seen out of a team. They just rush them through, don't even get a frag. 5-on-5 retake for this first pistol. A lot of space given up. First Blood is brought in by Ace-Tix, the Cypher player on attack all around. This is going to be an awkward retake with the space that Boom eSports are limited to. Sis has a lot to try and do when it comes to taking garage control, and 5 players from Boom eSports instantly brought down to 1 with Notorious. Ace is just going to run for it and is traded up by Wanna at least. I feel like attack all round were given way too much space there to try and take a Boom eSports. We're just way too passive to try and stop that plant going in.
Well, yeah, I'm very surprised that if you have 3 players on B and 1 on either side, that you rotate that 1 off. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't just play that as the 1-3-1. Like, it allows for quick rotations. I don't think the setup in itself initially was bad, but I'm not liking that call. Like, okay, 1 dart didn't find anything, so that's enough to me just to think that there's nothing there anymore. And already we're going to see a complete change up. They've gone for... Again, just 1 player over towards C, but it's going to be Sis getting a little bit more aggressive here. He gets tagged up by the owl drone. And yeah, that's as easy as it gets.
Oh no. I think it's Adrian King is on the Reyna. Guess we'll call him Adrian for short.
See, I was thinking his name was a drinking. It looks like he's just missed out 1 letter.
I know his given name is Adrian.
Oh, okay.
So
well, if that's the case, then it probably is Adrian.
Adrian on the Reyna. I've not been too impressed with some of the Reyna plays I've seen generally. You mentioned Roka from Bloom in the FaZe tournament that we casted in their game against TSM. But Scream even has some glorious games for Team Liquid. Hip is very infrequent when it comes to that agent. But Boom Asterisk just gets boomed in the head. Chromix just making all the space with a Bulldog. It's still a relatively slow execute in regards to there's only like 25 seconds left on the clock before the plant came in. So even though Attack All Round have the gun advantage when it comes to making some of these plays, they're still giving a lot of care and attention to Boom, and understandable why. Notorious is getting shot in the back. Blaze King is there to try and help as much as they can. But they're so far away. Boom eSports, it's not looking to be a retake that they're going to realistically manage because they're so far away from even the site.
Yeah, they're going to need this kill almost instantly, and they do get it. Notorious has found the kill onto Chromex as they continue this push forward. They've made this one very costly at a minimum, and Notorious still does so much damage on the back of the Sage. They might even be able to hold the last player in. And he's not quite going to go down to the spike. And well, he will go down instead to what is an ace for Notorious. Probably not in the fashion he was hoping for, as it isn't going to be the round going their way, but a very, very costly second round for Attack All Around.
It is going to be important in these early rounds, but the fact actually that we're seeing the Jet having the operator for round 3 is going to be great. Like, guns still decent for Attack All Around. The economy hasn't been broken that much that they're forced down to Bulldogs in particular, as an example. But Boom eSports want to take this advantage with them as much as they possibly can, and then Attack All Round constantly play catch up with the economy. Notorious has been really aggressive so far that we've seen. I don't necessarily think Attack All Round are expecting him around this corner. And all of the space that they've taken, they've given up because they're a little bit too scared. But it has brought the attention of the Jet over for Boom eSports to keep an eye on sewers. Because obviously Notorious can't keep an active angle looking at A. Now he can. But at this point, the congregation of Attack All Around working their way towards Adrian, who's holding into Garage very close. Obviously has the utility that could just roll on through and snowball a few more of these frags. But now they're going to push rather aggressively. The tempo's up. Boom. Well, Adrian King can't really get the refrag. It gets traded himself. And that's a great paranoia just to keep Attack All Round at bay. Boom eSports holding on for dear life, though.
Yeah, they're still winning a lot of these individual duels. It's a little bit questionable from Ace-Tix, but he gets the job done. And again, even though there's a lot of decent things being shown by Boom, it just seems like they're not winning enough of these fights an afterplant situation, a strong Cypher cam as well, and I guess the plan is to try and bring Adrian back. He's gonna go down though. The wall really isn't that strong, and Chromex, he's closed this round out. A triple kill off the back of the Cypher, a 3-0 start for Attack All Around, and the last round may have been a little bit dicey when it comes to their victory, but this one was a lot better.
And it means that economy is going to be good for Attack All Round. They aren't going to get punished for that at all. Boom Esports know that we're going to be forced to either full eco or at least have a bit of a half buy, bring in a couple of sheriffs, get a bit of light armor, those kind of areas. And the movement at Attack All Around, they're like, I like what they're trying to do. I think that could have easily been punished, and I'm certainly looking at Adrian when it comes to finding a position to get that frag and not instantly get picked off. I think that round would have gone very differently if he survived. And it's if you're playing Reyna and you can't avoid being refragged if you're getting frags like that, I think you should be playing another agent entirely. It's all about, it's kind of like Jet on the Operator. What's strong is not necessarily getting a frag, but the fact that it's so difficult to be traded by the enemy team that makes it so pivotal.
Oh, Chromex. Oh, it's a little bit of luck. Then he manages to fall back, and I think the Sage on the other side isn't going to peek quite in time to do much more. They're in a pretty good position, though. Man advantage with still a minute left on the clock. The attackers have to try and make a move here. And, well, they're currently sat towards the spawn. I'm not sure what the decision is here, but Attack All Around are being very, very slow.
The good thing, though, is that the Cypher Chromex has taken a little bit of space on A. I think Boom are aware that they are there. Not too much utility is being used. But I feel like it's deja vu when it comes to watching MORPH and LZ earlier. It's just so much like indecisiveness coming out of the attackers on where they want to go. And then suddenly it's like, we're going to see. We're just going to go. But the fact that Boom Esports are just not here to prepare for this at all, to try and get a frag to add some form of resistance, this is so much space at Attack All Around of just be gifted at this point. If it happens one time for Boom Esports, sure. But this is like the third time that they've allowed this to happen. And they have man advantage.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind so much as well if it wasn't a case where they like save utility or like they're prepared, basically. Like they have everything they need to get back into this round. No, they've used basically everything. And again, they're just going to be slaughtered as they try and enter the site. These angles are so easy to hold down. And Chromex basically just has to spray straight through his own cage as they look to try and walk through. That was, as you said, a man advantage as they walk into it, and they survive with 3 players in the end. Attack All Round definitely finding the holes within the defense, but I guess this almost comes down to me, at least, looking at a team that have gone, okay, retaking C, that's a good idea. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I agree with you. Retaking C is probably the more prominent of the 3 sites that we have available because of the different angles that you can get back in. The problem I have, sure, that round might have been a little bit of a question mark just because they didn't have much invested. But even in the rounds we've seen prior, if you are going to go for a retake setup, you need to make sure you have utility to be able to do it.
Operators in play, and Asterix holding an aggressive angle towards sewers. Sage is just keeping an eye on here. Really isn't helping out all that much, but Adrian now have an impact. The Reyna can make a lot of space and has control of the spikes. The Boomer in a nice position. Unfortunately, Asterix can't keep a hold of A. So suddenly Adrian has to fight from different angles. Trying to fight Sova, but Blaze King is just going to make sure that he's protected at least. The defenders have taken this spike control and even forces out the Empress aggressively. Now Adrian can make some space, get some kills, and start to have a bit more impact. But Garrett puts an end to it. Blaze King, though, going to trade. Much better for Boom Esports.
Yeah, that was a good round from them, and as I said, a more aggressive, proactive style in mid. I do admit, I think that the Empress was a little bit wasted. Like a 2 versus 4, I want to be seeing that used in like either the beginning of a round to try and take some opening picks, or maybe to try and put some pressure on. I guess the one benefit of using it is that, okay, you confirm the round and you now can grind it back, like get those extra ultimate points, but it seemed like that round was already pretty much over, so I'm surprised that it gets used.
Clearly Adrian's got into the head of Attack All Round. As nobody's looking at him, he's gifted those kills. They just assume that our utility, yeah, if we just throw an aftershock over here, he can't be here at all. And this is the impact that players like him need to be having. But Tackle Round just switched off for a second, easily punished. And it's going to be easy now for Boom Esports to just have a finger in all of the pies across Haven. And Notorious is expecting players, but doesn't want to be caught out with his utility. And this is the direction that Tackle Round are going to be taking.
All right, you can just see the jiggle peaks. This will be an instant wall. It almost looks like some DJ set being played by Notorious. Well, unfortunately, he's going to lose his head as the push comes into play. Blaze King does have a very quick flank, which definitely could make this a little bit more interesting. But you have to remember, this was a heavy advantage already. The 2 kills that they got initially put them in a very good spot. And now Astix, alongside his teammate, are going to try and hold on to this. Both of them have their ultimates, so if they can get some sort of decent afterplant, maybe even take control of CT, this could work out. It's a bit of a bait, though, from Astix. He basically uses his teammate and doesn't get anything else done. It's Adrian to close out the round, retrieve the operator, and Boom have their second.
Even if it wasn't going to be Adrian, you have Asterix going on this mad flank, jumping over the tripwire and going down A long. I don't think a Tackle Round were necessarily expecting it. But now we're starting to see a bit more of a closer game between these two squads. A lot of ultimates available going into the 7th round now. And Boom Esports now dictating the tempo a little bit. If they just push aggressively from various angles, the only thing I'd want to see out of them is, if Adrian keeps wanting to make these plays out of double doors, I think Attack All Around are going to read that. And from what we've seen so far from the defense of Boom Esports, they're very much planted in the positions where they've been playing every single round. Nobody's rotating, nobody's trying to be a nuisance. But Sis, where the operator could line up a few shots, is just going to back off and give up a lot of space, but he needs to be more of a resistance player. Right now, Attack All Around are being gifted the C site so often. And Boom need a frag, and that's exactly what Sis is able to offer up. Adrian gets traded by the Sheriffs, and considering the economy on the Tackle Round side, this should be Boom Esports to retake, but they haven't been that good retaking this site at all so far.
Yeah, again though, we look at the amount of ultimates they have available to them. They should be able to clear out some of these remaining angles. The fact is, some being used on the other side, but there's nobody watching long! How's that happened? You're that reliant on one smoke and Notorious. That is a retake for him and him alone. Normally you talk about giving the ultimate orb over to someone who needs it, but everybody has it, so take the points.
It's already seeming like a common problem the AAA are doing, that they just sort of assume that, okay, we've used utility in this position, we are never going to like worry about that ever again. C-Long doesn't exist to us because there's a smoke there. It's a very, like, this was a Golden Nova problem for Counter-Strike, I feel, is I've smoked this and it can't be pushed, ever.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
but the
that...
smoke ran out. It wasn't even like he walked through it or anything special. You just need to know the timing of your own smokes. Like, that's... I can't even give them the benefit of the doubt in that situation. Like, there are 4 of you. And you smoked it and then it disappeared. Like, that's how smokes work.
I feel a bit toxic. I'm not saying that Attack All Round are like Gold Nova players. That's not fair, but Notorious, even with the Flash, AAA want to play aggressively, but Notorious is wanting to get the ace. Gets a bit too overzealous when it comes to how close he's going to be to Astix, but you would expect at this point Boom Esports are going to be wrapping around Astix. He hasn't got far to go. He's not even going to check behind him. I feel like these are like common mistakes that AAA are running into. It's not, you know, difficult, nuanced stuff at the top level. It's just the FPX problem, I suppose, of not checking angles, not expecting players to be in certain positions, and I think it's stuff that they should be more aware of and expecting more. Certainly when it comes to the agents that Boom Esports have on their like lineup.
Yeah, for sure. And I have to say, Notorious... Damn, the only thing that worries me a little bit is I do think that he's padding the scoreline a bit. Like, with how well he's playing, like, that's now an ace and 2 4Ks, I believe. Like, the guy's been unstoppable. So, if he slows down, I think you're going to notice some serious holes within this. That is a nice shot. That was just straight through the smoke. And while WannaFly has been able to find a kill onto Adrian, of course, any kill they can find will give them some weaponry. Orb going to be retrieved. And again, I've spoken about this for a while now. The attackers have had a fair few ultimates, and so have the defense. They've just not been utilized whatsoever. Now, in this sort of situation, I really wouldn't mind them trying to pull something in, like maybe getting a res if they can. But in a 3v3, they've got some guns, Ryan, and this could be possible.
Is that Siri just coming in like, I don't understand it either, Siri. I don't understand it either, but Boom eSports now forced to bring out some of the ultimates. And even the Blade Storm is going to be big from Asterix. That's a nice way to tether those abilities together. Now just the one. The Cypher just sat in the smoke. Isn't really sat by the spike either, and Blaze King's going to clear up. Attack all around, getting a plant in there considering they didn't really have the guns and everything around it. It still made Boom eSports sweat a little bit and dedicate the big ultimate of Blade Storm. Asterix there coming to the rescue a little bit at least.
I just want you to know that Bigsby has been muted for the majority of this cast. Wanting to try and chime in. I should actually be careful saying the name of it again. But yeah, I did a decent few rounds. That's 5 in a row now for Boom eSports. And as we mentioned, a tackle round after having their default loss can't actually afford to lose another. That would pretty much confirm them out of this tournament already. And while it's not looking good, Adrian again is going to start things off. He's had some pretty aggressive pushes. Not quite as aggressive as that, though. It's still actually a kill. Sis connects onto the first, but the trade is almost instant. I'm seeing the Hunter's Fury used, a res, but, well, I feel like there could have easily been a kill. This C-side, though, has been real weakness for Boom. There's been a lot of openers, and in fact, they're going to abandon it once again. There's going to be another afterplant, Ryan, and guess what? It's on C.
Going in that direction. Ace holding off, though, against a few players. Suddenly now Boom have a bit more of an anchor when it comes to retaking this site. Forces out the Sage wall at least. And even from the shadows to try and replicate some of the C-Long. And Sis dedicates to it. WannaFly is watching it and even brings out the Rolling Thunder. He knows that the majority of players of Boom eSports are going to be in this room. And even if it doesn't necessarily carry on to be a frag, it's delayed it now so much for Boom eSports that the defuse on this spike is looking very unlikely. Especially if Kagara is just going to spray them down just like that.
Yeah, I think they're definitely going to have to pull in a little bit more of a dedication into this C site. I have to admit as well, like personally, I think that an Omen playing on C makes a lot more sense because of the abilities that are available to him. Like Sova, of course, is going to find you a lot of information. Again, I use Ardis as an example quite regularly, but he likes to try and play more of a rotational role so that it's somewhat surprising where he's going to be, so that you're not just expecting the same dart to land every single round. The problem if you're the solo C player as a Sova is you don't actually have anything that can slow them down. Like you're basically relying on some pretty impressive shock darts, and even then, I would say that that's not going to do too much. This round though, polar opposite. Very aggressive stance on C. They've realized their flaws. The problem is they've left a lot of space elsewhere and they don't really have any way to check on it.
If they had the ultimates too, like Hunter's Fury, retaking this B site would be great, but it was used before by Boom eSports. And even punished as well when that was on the C site. So now it's just turned into a bit of a deathmatch server now, and how close this operator has to get to have impact. The Aldron is going to spot 2, and Notorious yet again is still able to get frags in. Going to wait for the smoke to dissolve before he tries to push any further. You've got the Cypher on site, you've got the Breach pushing between double doors now into Garage and Window. He's wrapped all the way around. WannaFly is right behind the defenders now. Notorious is on site, but again, the Breach is able to get a second kill. Adrian, wallbang, touching the defuse. And it's just up to now Kagara to try and stop this going in. He's just going to spray it, and he does get the kill onto Asterix. But Adrian was alive to get that defuse in. Still dies. But attack all around, get their 5th round.
Was that not one? That was one by Boom, right?
Yeah. They got the defuse in.
Okay, was it no? Because you said a tackle round get their 5th. I was like, wait, no.
Oh yeah, they had their 5th. My bad. Their 5th kill at least in that round.
Yeah.
It's a dicey one for both these teams. Like I think just assuming that a tackle round we're gonna sort of win this based on like merit, even though we don't really know all that much about them and how good they are. Like this is the thing about this tournament. It's the biggest one in this region. So there's a lot of like small tournaments within this region that won't have that same impact or bring in those same kind of teams. Big Tackle Round have made a name for themselves, sure, but I don't inherently mean that this is an easy tournament for them to win. I don't think they're the G2 eSports going into this.
Oh, this is a change. This is something we see a fair few teams do, doubling up into the garage. Something that Sentinels like to run every once in a while. And it's going to be the anti-flash played. Nice work from Sis to at least get 2, but still, this C site is about to fall by the looks of it, and Blaze King has had an absolute mare. I'll be honest, I think he's been one of the main issues that we've seen so many rounds actually fall for the side of Boom, is because I don't think he's got anything done on this C site. It's either 1 and then he's dead, or it's nothing at all.
And he's not even really getting intel to act upon, which as a Silver is a cardinal sin, it feels. Like, even just putting up the Cypher there, like, Ace-Ticks, clear enough Asterix just means that it's an easier time to hold off this attack. You just can't give a tackle around this space. I feel like it's not even them playing well as we go into half-time. It's just Boom giving too much respect to their opponents. Now they're attacking. It'd be interesting to see how this works out, but if I was a betting man, I would say that attack all round are just going to have a much more solid defense. I could see them pushing C long and A long or A sewers to just scout out intel and to really put Boom eSports under a bit more pressure. But we'll have to sort of wait and see. I don't think either team has really covered themselves in glory so far, though.
No, I think that for Boom to win this, we're going to have to basically see a 30 bomb as well from Notorious. He got 16 kills in that first half, and I think a lot of them came in individual rounds where he was just able to carry them over the line. I think if you remove some of that, like, talent, I guess, that we've seen, it could be a problem. This is a fast take, though. The attackers are just running straight into this A site. There's a Cypher on the other side, or at least there was. Sis has just wrecked him on the opener, but there he is again. Kungarid, that Sage. It seems like both Sage are the ones putting up a lot of the numbers. The spike yet to be planted, and they still haven't cleared him from the back of the site. Just obliterating the rest of this squad. A 4th kill. It is just all Sages today. And now Asterisk has so much left to do. Shock darts into the corner. Incredibly low on HP. I think they want the Sage to go for the Ace. And, well, they've got the information, but Ace Ticks, more like Ace Steel, I guess you could call him.
Hey, he was just like, this is dumb. Let's just stop this now before we end up in like a 1v1 almost. Really good defense there. Boom eSports really put the pedal to the metal when it comes to pushing onto the A site. But the fact that they didn't remove or put any pressure onto the Sage holding onto that site, well, Notorious could only do so much. It was Kungarid that had the impact there on the defense. And I don't know what it is about Sages so far in this tournament. It's been impactful for so long. But you look at the line of Boom eSports, you should expect they do well on attack. The Rainer and the Jet, they can do stuff like they're about to do in Garage. Just push through, explode onto a site, and try and get a frag to open up. Sis could do exactly that. They know that the Omen's on site too, but Wannafly's easy spray to pick up a couple of kills. The spike is still awkwardly placed in Garage. These 2 surviving members of Boom eSports have a play to make.
Well, yeah, I think they got split apart by the paranoia. 2 went forward, 2 went back, and I made it all too easy for a tackle around to just split them apart. Asterisk as well. Oh, dear. He shot left, he shot right, and neither of them connected. 8 rounds for the defense now, and, well, it was only a small investment, of course. We can't really play too much off of the round that we just witnessed. This is where we will see much more of an investment coming out from Boom. And as you mentioned, like, I feel like at this point they have to do more on this attacking side. Like, both their Jet and their Rainer have been a little bit hit and miss so far. But this is where they should thrive.
should be the operative word.
For you.
Attack all round. Looking comfortable. Granted, this is the first real gun round of this half. So, great chance for Boom eSports to pull the game back into their favour. Still just 2 rounds behind. But this is where Attack All Round could start to pull a bit of a lead. Adrian starts off nicely, getting a kill onto Kagaret. And all of this base taken. Teleporter utility pushed out beyond to take out the Cypher. Chromix trades onto Sis. And Asterix is even on low health. AAA surrounded them now. They have mid control, and the spike isn't even planted at this point. So even though the man advantage goes to Boom, I still fancy Attack All Round in this scenario.
Oh, it's still getting a little bit awkward for them. Boom will finally get that plant down, but it's been a long time coming, and we've mentioned how impactful this Reyna needs to be. The thing is, though, the one thing they've really struggled with taking this site was just the fast flanks that were available. And now with so many angles left to check, Adrian seems almost certain that it's going to be a push coming in through mid. Will he expect the wraparound through the side of the box? It seems to be that he's checking these different positions. Astix walks around the corner without checking it, though. And Adrian is going to come up with the triple kill. A very close round overall. And you have to remember that the defense, they still had some of the weaker weaponry. Again, though, we see both teams have the same sort of issues, or pretty much all the teams we've seen play Haven so far, where their B-site defense, well, I guess it was the C-site in the last half. The B-site this time, I guess I'm not a fan of like just completely surrendering it without that knowledge, it seems, because although they had a tripwire down, makes sense. Although they had no one on the site, the rotating player basically was just within the realm of there's no way they could be here. And I don't understand how that can be the case if this is part of your plan.
And the utility that Attack All Round have available to them to retake a site, there's no excuse why that shouldn't really have that impact. Recon bolts every 30 seconds, fault line every 30 seconds, smokes from the Omen, the cameras for the Cypher. Like, there's so much utility to either grab information or to put yourself in an advantageous fight. There's no reason why, if you're giving yourself a retake situation on the B site, that you can't give yourself the advantage there. Like, Boom eSports were given way too much respect to the point that they were pushing beyond the site. I think the mistake was just that plant took a while to get in for Boom eSports when it went into a 1 versus 1. And, you know, if you go up against the Reyna like that, you're going to lose it.
Already, Ginny is going to be there to start. Adrian has found
paranoia
a trade elsewhere, but that paranoia was spot on, and now Ginny, an awful lot to do. Blaze King finally comes up trump, but this is the man that we've been watching for the majority. Never mind, it's actually Chromex. He's got his 3rd kill. They know where the last player is, or should do, but eventually they will close it out. It's Chromex having to do the heavy lifting, only 16 HP remaining. And I think the differences we're seeing between the two teams, at least so far, okay, sure, there were definitely some mistakes made there from Attack All Around, but the small nuances, like firstly you had the Omen spotting, so he sees the majority of the players coming. Then, because you have the Cypher on the other side of the map, they're able to check that this isn't a fake. So they check A long, they know that there's nobody there, and you can make the educated guess. So as we saw, when the take actually came in, nearly every single member of Attack All Around were actually on the site. So that's what I quite like to see, because one of the things we were really harping on from Boom is the fact that their rotations were basically out of the site. They tried to retake and it never really came close.
They didn't even trade or get any frags in or put Attack All Around under any pressure when they attacked. I think the issue for Boom as well is that they seem to be going as a team constantly. There's nobody lurking. You kind of sort of mentioned this before. Everybody's on the site. And from there, Attack All Round can use particular areas of the maps to add in pressure. But if you're moving as an attacking team as a 5, it's an easy read for the defenders to know what parts of the map are safe. But wherever Notorious isn't going to be safe. There's more damage coming in from Boom eSports. Ginny puts it into a 3 versus 4 even. The positioning is given up, but nobody's there to really capitalize off it as the spike gets planted onto the C site. And there's a bit more pressure now. This is what I want to see out of Blaze King. He has a nice spot, an area that a tackle round might not necessarily be expecting. It's how he uses it, because I think in a 3v3 with the retakers and the players on site, I still fancy a tackle round to take this. But it really does depend on what Blaze King does as this lurking player.
Oh, Asterisk may just ruin that for you, as he's just going to hit 2 instant headshots as they walk into the site. Boom. Will be able to keep things going. As a 9-8 scoreline, they're definitely still within this match, and a lot of the time on Haven, that's one of the only maps that we sort of lean to the attacking side. I still look at Ascent as a map that it depends what region. Like, we've seen a lot of attacking rounds manage to come through in EU, and then the far more like I think it's far more defensive when it comes to North America.
Round number 18. Boom eSports, this is a much closer game than we've seen so far today, at least. Both contenders for qualifying out of their groups, at least, but a lot more pressure on a tackle round to make something happen. Chromex, even with a pistol, the right click is able to get the frag, but Adrian can make sure that's cleared up. It even forces out the Hunter's Fury away from distance, and he does kill Sis. But I feel with the guns available, that's an expensive, better utility with the ultimate to use on a round. It's not looking likely. It would be great if Ace can get these kills. He's opened up, but just when you don't have those guns available to you, it's going to be awkward.
Yes, left on Ginny, 1 versus 2. Okay, that's not a bad kill to find. The remaining player low, but it more comes down to how much time is left on this clock to get the defuse in. Already just going to be throwing out the dark cover and just going to try and stick this one. The spams come through. He's only got 2 HP remaining, and he tries to go for the second tap, but Notorious uses a sound cue and will keep himself alive. A very costly round, which I guess you can say is a positive for a tackle round, but I definitely agree with you. Like, I think when you have an ult such as a Hunter's Fury, I think that's one of the more impactful ultimates that they actually have. Like, sure, you've got the Sage Res, but I think you've got certain things like the Neural Theft, which they're very situational, and the From the Shadows as well. It's not going to be something that realistically plays a massive part in a lot of rounds other than information. Right. Whereas the Hunter's Fury, well, that can be used to stop plants coming in or clear angles or do basically what he did just there, but in a round where you can actually win it.
It's the only aggressive ultimate that tackle round have available to them as well. There's no there's no Showstopper, there's no Blade Storm. It's the only ultimate that's really going to add that impact. It does get used on the attack, and it's a great way of creating a bit more space for Boom eSports, but they're using 3 ultimates now at once. Adrian having the Empress up, started up to get some frags, and Wonderfly now using the Rolling Thunder. It's going to go across, and it just catches a few members of Boom eSports. The planet still hasn't gone in, and Adrian is super low now. Asterix is going to try and trade with the operator, but can't really get that angle. But Sis has made so much space for himself, pushing all the way through. Blitzkin's going to clear on site 2. And Boom eSports taking the lead now. I was expecting a tackle round to have more an advantage in this half at least, but Boom eSports really putting a lot of pressure economy-wise, at least onto a tackle round.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised they actually don't get more off of that Rolling Thunder as well. Like, it seemed to stun the majority of the team, but I wonder if it might have been worth waiting for them to go for a plant and then just denying it and leaving that player in a little bit more of an awkward position. I guess that can't really be blamed for the loss, though.
My Alexa's going off now. Delivery of some ear tips, because I lost them on my headphones recently. But Asterix and Sis instantly getting those impact kills. The aggressive push from a tackle round from the C site. It's opened up on A. Chromix, nobody's looking at him, but he whiffs his shots. So Adrian can capitalize on that a little bit. They spot the Sage again, pushed aggressively, but Asterix just comes in to help at the nick of time. It's just going to be now the Omen. Ginny can get the nice frag in onto Boom, but Asterix is there, and Adrian was lurking in the wings too. This would be devastating for a tackle round to lose this game. Like, especially with being disqualified in the first match and everybody else getting a free win against the other team in Group A that was disqualified throughout. It's pretty much these two teams that have a chance to qualify, it feels.
Yeah, I guess, and I've forgotten their name. The team that got the default win against them. They're already in a pretty good position to have a free victory
MOTV.
already under their belt. So yeah, MOTV. But here we go. Much more aggressive again from Adrian. He's managed to find a fair few frags around middle, but this time it is going to be the Sage Wall just coming up to try and deny any further presence. Of course, it takes a matter of seconds to spray through this wall, especially if he does a unit, but they're actually going to boost over the top with a Lear as well. This could be perfect, but have they walked past? The Sage is still in the corner. Kongarad's going to be able to get one. Ace-Tix as well, and they're almost on top of each other right now. How is he still alive? This is just a really poor check from Boom. That is not a round I expected to see. After the last few, they've been relatively clinical, and now they've just made what I can only describe as a catastrophic error.
Yet again, the spike not being planted too. Like, it's not even anything the Blaze King could use to his advantage. Attack all round, just need to have this crossfire set up, and even dying one by one like this would be difficult. Blaze King still has one more shock arrow. Didn't quite line it up really, but then it gets the kill onto Chromix, and nobody else could refrag for him. Blaze King isn't quite sure where the enemies could be pushing from, hence why he put the recon bolt behind him. Might not be expected to be held on two different angles here, and if Wonderfly is looking down it with an operator too, it's easy. Even forces out Attack all round to use an economic save when it comes to the Resurrect. Chromix still having his Phantom is just going to save a bit of money, so interesting that Attack all round went in that direction.
I'm going to be honest. I think that whole round is just down to them not checking that left-hand corner. Like, you walk in, you've seen someone Sage Wall. That is Kongarad. You know that he's there. You get into the site, and you don't kill a Sage, and you're like, the site's probably clear. It's like, no. You know he's here somewhere. Like, he hasn't fallen back that quickly. So they only had two corners to check. They threw out a Lear. It seemed like everybody just ran out and checked the right-hand side. And like, I think even the Omen TPs above into the corner, so he doesn't spot it either. It's just a really poor round from Boom in general, and I think that might be one that comes back to bite them.
Very much so. Boom still have the lead. Bladestorm's now going to be used on the attack. It's how it gets used that's questionable. Sis set back from whence he came with the From the Shadows. It's a big ultimate's being used on this attack. Chromax even been wallbanged and slowed. He's just going to be a spectator so far when it comes to this retake. At least for the next 10 or 15 or so seconds. And Boom have all of the space to control. And Adrian's put a bit of pressure on with the Lear, but that's all he's got to be able to have available to him. Now the retake's going to come in from attack all round.
Oh, we're ready. The sensor dart finds out a lot of information, and this retake's actually going very well. It's left onto just one man, and they managed to break down that offense in a matter of seconds. They're going to switch over the ult orb as well to try and get Wonderfly his rolling thunder a little bit earlier. But yeah, 11-11. That was a round that looked almost certain to be for Boom, but the retake was superb.
It's interesting that Kagara has taken the top fragging spot, especially with the big spells that Notorious has had with multi-kills. Shows that impact that Kagara has been having has been a little bit more subtle, but more frequent, I think. Sis hasn't had his position given up. The Silver knows that somebody is there at least. And this could be a nice play for Boom eSports if they could get in this C-split, but you could just see how Attack all round is separated, and just the Cypher sprinting away from the A site to go help his team. Attack all round, they're reading this super well, and they're starting to wrap around, getting the first frag here, and using all of these ultimates shows that they are giving Boom eSports absolutely nothing.
The thing is, they haven't actually benefited that much from both ults being popped. peek out from Kongarid is actually going to be to his demise. And considering he's been one of the heavy fraggers so far, this definitely could be an issue. Scan dart as well. We'll give up one player. They've got to still expect that same corner and a missed shot from Wannafly. Now they come in with a wide peek. The res being expended as well for Boom as they continue this push forward. The shot dart expended once more, but they're running into a crossfire and they line up. Ace gets his triple and leaves it on to Sis, the man who's been pushing C for it seems like the whole round. He's at least managed to get it back into a 1v1, but he's still got to try and reclaim the spike. 15 seconds and he walks straight back into Chromex. What a round from Ace. He's going to hand the 12th to the side of attack all around. And, well, I imagine this may even hurt the economy a little bit of Boom after the last two not quite going their way.
It's really opened it up for a tackle round to come in. Like, I like the play that Sis had going down C long, but that was the initial play right at the start of the round, right? That's where they were poising themselves to push. So the fact that Sis took that long to really put any pressure on that angle, I think it made it easy for a tackle round to set up a nice little crossfire into Tunnel and Garage. And from there, a tackle round really weren't under that much pressure, really. If Sis was there like 15 seconds earlier just to add a bit more pressure down C long, I think that round would have gone very differently. So it shows that now we're getting to a point where some of the nuances and timings of these plays are becoming super pivotal to how these rounds are going. The tackle run's still on match point, forced out the Hunter's Fury off zero intel, so a complete waste it feels out of Blaze King. And Ace Tix, Ginny, clearing up. It's looking likely that they've got this game in the bag.
Yeah, they managed to close it right at the depths. Definitely the closest match that we've witnessed so far. And a tackle round, well, they just about survived in the tournament, I guess you could say, because that was a match where realistically, if they lost, they're 0-2 in the group, they're out and there's absolutely nothing they can do. Now they somewhat rely on the fact that either if their next opponent, obviously the one they defaulted MOTV, are to win, I think that pretty much puts them through because then Boom would have gone 0-2. If Boom wins, this makes this group very, very interesting because you got the default victory, Boom with a victory, and of course, Attack also now with a victory of their own. I'm not going to be the one to do the maths or work out the tiebreakers or whatever's going to happen. So if that does happen, it's going to be down to someone else to try and work that out. Maybe Ryan will do it. You know, you like maths?
Quick maths. I do, but I not this early, I think. Great performances from the Sages. Garrett, I think certainly it's easy to look at Notorious with the aces, the two 4Ks that you pointed out, but that consistent impact that this player had, and even though we didn't see too much out of Chromex, Wannafly, and Ginny all that much, I think they came together in a squad when it came, like, just how it played. It seemed to work out super well, regardless of the fact that they didn't have any form of entry when it comes to duelists. I liked Boom. I want to see more of them, but I just think the way that AAA played that, it came off super well, regardless. And you can understand why they're seen so prominently in this region as a forefront team on how they play and how far they can realistically go in this tournament, even with the penalization to their name.
Yeah, I think that's obviously going to make the group look a little bit different to what we could expect. But yeah, for sure, there's going to be a match that we have to consider that they could still go out of this without really much say in it, especially if things don't quite go their way in the rest of the group. The other thing as well is I think for Boom, going forward, if there's a few mistakes fixed and they can keep like the individual level, they could have very easily taken this match. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they have going into the future of the tournament. And in a sense, I do hope that they manage to make their way through. Of course, some massive highlights as well. Notorious was definitely a man to watch. These are some of the things, though, where I'm looking at this play. Of course, it is only pistols, but that was a massive oversight round from Attack. Like, I think that's one that they definitely should have been able to take home. A few clips as well in the early stages from different members. And I do think that although I'm giving props to Boom, I think some of the individual skill does hide maybe some of the problems that they have with their overall strategy. For example, their C-site play was poor. I think that's the nicest way I can put it. So if they can work on that and then, as I said, keep the individual level that we've seen from them, this could be a pretty good team.
Still more to come today, though. We're only halfway when it comes to the games. We're going back to Group B. We're going to check out AHQ Esports Club playing up against Sharper Esports, which should be a pivotal match on how Group B goes. We still have more to come, but this is a great start. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 10 minutes like it says on screen. So go and get yourself a nice brew, chill out for a little bit. We'll be back very soon. Take care.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open Ignition Series for Valorant. It is a bit of a mouthful, but we'll get there. It was definitely easier than what I had to say for the Phase one, that's for sure. They had some some sponsor shout outs and stuff. But this one's been made very, very easy for me. And, well, we are going to be getting into what I believe is now our 4th best of one. I'm starting to lose count, but we've had a fair few matches at this point, and it is going to be Sharper Esports facing off again against AHQ Esports Club, who they played pretty well earlier in the day.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Sharper do. Like, both LZ and AHQ in this group have had effectively 3 wins over MORPH. I don't know why it says that MORPH are top of the table when it comes to rankings, but I guess that's because they've got good round differential. That's a bit of a confusing one.
No, they don't. That's just wrong.
They are not top ranking in their group. In fact, they're probably bottom ranking. Team LZ, HQ were able to get wins over there. Sharper, I imagine, would do the same, but Sharper could do worse. I think this is a great sort of indication on how they do against HQ, which should qualify. I think if they win this game, they're going to be qualified to the playoffs at least. We'll be looking at only one word a little bit later on, as well as Thailand attitude, but mostly focusing on Group A and Group B for now. AHQ had a really strong performance against MORPH, more so than Team LZ, I think, personally.
Yeah.
And I would expect to see more of the same, but depending on what map we go to, because we've seen a lot of Haven. Maybe we see that again, maybe Split. I do want to see a bit of how Bind is played by some of these teams too.
Well, yeah, I'm sort of interested to see if anybody's actually going to lean even into an Ascent, if that's going to be a thing, because I know that it's very common within EU and North America to be the sort of early adapters of maps. It's very valuable. Like we saw teams, for example, the Brazilians, Furia and Counter-Strike, go for Vertigo very early on to force other teams to ban it. A lot of the time within Asia, though, especially in Counter-Strike, I've watched a million matches of Mirage because everybody wants to play Mirage. So I wonder if it's going to be a similar thing within Asian Valorant, that they will sort of lead in to go for, okay, well, we all want to play Haven, so let's just play Haven. Also, I'm not sure how the veto process actually works within the tournament, if there are bans and picks, or if it is just sort of like a random map, which we have seen in some other tournaments. Also, we can actually have a look at the roster for AHQ again. And yeah, we've seen a few teams now with substitutes. So I'm going to bring this up just because it made both of us giggle. I translated one of the names that we saw, one of the substitute players for one of the teams, and it translated to the big demon from another world. So I'm hoping that he'll get a little run around. He is actually playing as a substitute for Team Superdomineering. So if that comes out, I'm terrified. I feel like that's like the trump card you have within like maybe a Yu-Gi-Oh deck, where you just go, and now summoning the big demon from another world, and it wins you the game, like a sort of Exodia card. Maybe if the tournament's not going so well, they'll pull him out of the bag, but we'll have to wait and see, because we haven't actually seen any of that group just yet.
See if Yugi top decks a card like that, and if they need a wild card like that too. But yeah, like it's interesting to see how the games are broken down, and it is personally nice to see all of the games happen over the 3 days. Like, there's not any games played off of stream, for example. They're all lined up in a nice little bow, and the fact that we're seeing all of these, pretty much concurrently. But we are going to be going to Split. It is going to be Sharper Esports defending first. And yeah, I don't really know. Like, I could see AHQ losing this, but like, we have no context to what to expect from Sharper Esports. There's no previous stats on how they've done in other tournaments, really. There's only a few tournaments, if you go to say Liquipedia in some cases. It's just a tackle around Boom Esports and Thailand Attitude that have a page, which means that the only ones that have history and done enough, really, to be noticed. Everybody else across the South Pacific region hasn't really made a name for themselves yet.
Well, we are going to see that classic sort of Sage mid, Ice Wall slows, combining alongside with the Jet, who's going to probably be a little bit more aggressive. Milk already going to be kicking things off. It's the same sort of setup that we saw before. The Omen alongside the Rays, getting aggressive in towards that A tower. Alert already going to be rotating in though. Avoids actually using the ropes, gets a quick push up, and has found kills back in response. Push going to be coming in, and while not, is just trying to hold on as long as possible. Waits as much time, and while the spike may be coming in from Kant, but I don't think there's going to be much of an opportunity to get this one down as they slowly get picked apart. It's going to be left all onto Kant, and although he's had some fantastic plays so far in the tournament, this would probably be the best.
He has the spikes still, and plenty of time to rotate somewhere else if he wanted to. But there's so many angles to spot. He isolates one. And Sage can't necessarily follow up, but Alert was watching that angle like a hawk. You could tell that Kant wasn't necessarily expecting it. So good start for Sharper Esports on this attack. And I'm still trying to work out who's who, but Korsoi, the Sage, holding on to the site as much as he possibly could. And I like how AHQ are just so unafraid to take space. The fact that they were in heaven so quickly on the A site was pretty ridiculous. And it only came to Alert with the pretty smart play with using the updraft to get in behind him from the rope room. That was the only real reason why I feel that Sharper Esports were able to take that one.
Well, it is going to be a fast playthrough, and again, it's the Bucky. Oh, I'm such a big fan of Khan already. Like, I love the way he plays. It's so ridiculously aggressive and loves to try and pull in that shotgun, which I would say so far is a fairly underrated gun. He's going to get himself a second. They're actually winning this round, Ryan. It is slipping away, and one by one, we witness the fall. It's left onto Beta. Not even the alpha male left to try and defend the pack, as it will be Rainy to close out this round. How does he get away with so much with such a questionable gun?
The best players do that. I mean, you look at Sinatra, you look at Bloom in the TSM game, like the amount of Anticas that we saw. It feels like AHQ, they have really good strategies when it comes to normal gun rounds, but also, how much of the game would you say you don't have a Phantom or a Vandal? Like, probably like a third, right? That's a lot of rounds to just give up. So I like the fact that AHQ do have strategies when they're half buying or forcing, and it could work out here. Sharper Esports' economy is not going to be good, and AHQ can take this momentum to a great start on the attacking side of Split.
I have a question for you. So, Sova on Split?
No. There's the... But I spoke
yeah,
about...
That's what I mean.
So, like, I guess we could talk about it in a second once Korsoi stopped shorting people in the noggin. Alert as well has been drafted away from mid because of that wall, so the execute's going to come in. You've got the Cypher ranking onto side, but wasn't really expecting where to look or what to look at. So the spike is going to get planted. Cheney's with a shot yet again, has to create a lot of space for himself, but Kilo is going to keep safe distance. Social distancing as well, smart man. Alert, though, isn't responding to that. He's hiding around this corner, so it's a nice kill onto Rainy, and he can try and follow up onto Kilo, but he's playing it smart, and a bit of luck on his side to not be headshot by those pellets. AHQ doing well. But yeah, to respond to your question, the issue with Silver on Split, generally is, if you look at the minimap, how narrow a lot of the areas of the map are. It's very difficult to get use out of a recon bolt. And to find that intel realistically. You can fire one out from A, pretty much exactly where Cheney's is now. And you're not really going to spot all of the crevices where people can be hiding in. And also, Ten's brought this up before, there's no real good wall bangable spots too. Using the silver recon bolt, tagging somebody, and then just Odin in somebody. Odin in? To Odin somebody through a wall. Maybe you could do it like where Kant is currently. Odining.
Doesn't sound great, does it?
No. But it's a viable strategy. It just doesn't have that impact. I think that's why Breach is used a bit more on the site, because it is so narrow. There's so many walls to bounce your utility off. Silver just doesn't quite have that impact. And if you're executing onto a site, where do you fire that recon bolt on A and B? There's always going to be a spot that somebody can easily hide in because the recon bolt can only show up so much.
But the other thing as well is you see a lot of like Sova players switch to a Raze for this map. The extra DPS is definitely viable, and Raze has been a huge part of a lot of teams split. Cheney's though, he is going to get one, and the trade's coming back thick and fast, keeping the defense in check at least for now. Kilo is, however, going to be brought back from his demise, but this battle still sticks in the favor of the defense. Korsoi doing well, but he can't quite survive forever. And any round that Leo's alive, I would still worry if I'm on the other side. But they have managed to kill him off, leave it into this 1 versus 2. And it's all on to Rainy to try and hold on here.
Oh, that's a good shot. Like the peak of Ned, just breaking down that angle bit by bit, but he has no idea where the Cypher is. He's not even expecting behind him. easiest kill of Not's life to just push down that angle. But I really like that kill from Rainy onto Heaven. That's a difficult angle to take. He's thinking about picking up a gun, seeing what he has. But just make up your mind, Not. Like, if there's an operator there, just get it in a second. Relax. Tuesday prefers to Phantom over the Vandal, but it didn't matter too much there. 2-all. I think whoever wins this qualifies. I generally feel like Sharper Esports look better than LZ. It's hard because you're comparing how they played against MORPH at this point, really. We have all of these games to come throughout the week. So Sharper Esports versus Team LZ should be a cracking match. Let me see what day that's on, actually. I hope we get it. I hope Mitch and... Yeah, MOTV... We missed our wrong group. LZ Sharper Esports. It's the end of day tomorrow, so we miss it. Mitch and Bags will be casting that one, which is a bit of a feels bad, but I like that we're seeing competition. It's not just a case of, oh yeah, separate the top 8 teams from the bottom 8 teams, men from the boys. Seems to be some really competitive matches that we'll see in the group stages.
Yeah, and I like the fact that we're seeing a slightly more proactive defense as well from Sharper. Like, they're not just going to give up map control as we saw in the last match, which I really hated when seeing Split. But as said, though, I am intrigued to see how that server is utilized. It has to be said, we're still in a very transitional phase at the moment of Valorant. So maybe he knows something that we don't. And that can be something that happens quite regularly, as said, in the early stages of video games. But here we go. Can't. Oh, it's not quite the spray he was hoping for. Leo and Rainy combining to at least make things a little bit more interesting. And, well, there you go. There is the Hunter's Fury, one of the main real benefits of this agent. Not really going to do too much, but did at least deny the plant. And now Leo, 1 versus 3. Fairly tough task, but he may get the first one for free, although Cheney's 6 senses were tingling as he's going to turn around and find that kill.
I like the idea, but it just took a little bit too long. Like, Cheney scouted the site, and you could just tell the moment he realized, oh, we could have pushed behind, he could be behind me, and just instantly gets that shot. So it's nice to see Sharper doing well on this defense. Nice control and even a Hunter's Fury to use across the map. But you're right, like the win condition of the defending team here is to either push and be an A to see whether that's the site being hit or not. Either get a frag or get out of there. Sharper Esports pushing all the way on A on ramp. Getting that frag of that lurking player and stopping there is a big play. And they're doing something similar now, having 3 people stacked to this defense just to keep an eye on ramp. It's something that HQ want to take control of, and Cheney's able to get the first frag. I love this stacked peak as well that Beta and Cheney's had set up. And the fact that none of them died, they both went super low, but they all stayed alive, is really big when it comes to economy and just making sure that they've got the advantage that they can get.
Yeah, and maybe they saw aspects of the last match, because that is one of the things that was a real flaw in the defense previously, and that was something that was easily exploited from AHQ, was just their ability to push up the ramp and basically fight versus no one, wrap around and kill off players who were trying to defend. For now, though, this is a bit of an awkward spot for AHQ. Of course, we do still put this down as a defense-sided map, so... Okay. It looked like he was going to duck down for a second and decided against it. But yeah, the T-side, or the attackers, sorry, are going to be ones that aren't really too worried just yet. Like, this is still very early on in the half.
There's no doubt going to be around for Sharper. Having the ultimates, just the right ideas at the right time. It's always a sign of a great team to just change up and spice up plays now and again, but still have the consistent broad strokes. They know what's important, and that's good to see. There's certainly no clown territory over with some of the teams that we've seen. There's certainly been teams dominantly better than some others, but from what I've been seeing so far, I'm very much impressed with the region and the plays and the ideas that they have. I think that's been working out super well. Sharper Esports, though, have the lead. The defending team will always kind of have that advantage, I suppose, at this point. Do have a Blade Storm ready to use, so I'm interested to see where Alert is going to position himself, whether he's just going to barrel down mid with the help of Corsoy on the Sage. But just changing up the positioning of the players, too. Like, the Cypher going over to the A site and setting up stuff there is interesting, considering you usually see the Cypher on B. So I like this as well from the defense, just changing up position of individual players, making it really difficult for AHQ to know what utility to expect in certain areas of the map.
Well, you can see how that wall orb really doesn't do too much. Just a matter of seconds for AHQ to get rid of that, but they didn't actually spot the jet close in the corner. It looks like they're going to try and put some pressure on this B side, but it seems like Sharper are more than aware of the possibility. They not only have Cheney's here, but also the Cypher for denial. It is the showstopper popped. Milk with that opener. Kilo already picking off another one, but they still have the information of where the majority of these players are. Alert. He's close to call, but they're going to peek him together, and they clean this very, very easily. Nice round from AHQ. The entries go their way, and the hold is even better.
From the shadows was the thing that opened up the site. It made it really awkward for Cheney's to know where to position his utility. He fired out a really defensive recon bolt just to check around the corner, but the showstopper was there already, right in his face, opened up the site. Not can only do so much too. It's a really good attack. AHQ had no mid control. They just barreled through B, which is more often than not suicide for a lot of teams just to go through such a tight choke like that. Chapter eSports found themselves very quickly on the back foot, so nice use of utility to make a very unwinnable matchup very much winnable, but great start from Sharper eSports to just have that instant response. A frag from the jet with the operator still does the blade storm if they want to use it, but instantly you can see that Alert is rotated all the way over to A, moved from that position, changed up their lineup. AHQ constantly need to be careful of where Alert is, much like Looker for Ninjas in Pajamas. A constant nuisance, constantly changing up his positioning, and if he has an operator, that's even more terrifying.
Oh, this has not gone well. They're pushing into that stack position. They didn't even expect Cheney's to be there. And Leo is just about going to get that kill. But I think it's too little too late, as there's still one man defending on the site. A missed shot, at least from Alert, but the classic headshot, even on the right click, will gain Sharper a fifth.
It's been going so well for Sharper. Like, it's very reminiscent of Ninjas in Pajamas, actually. Just the whole playstyle, like you have the Omen 2, Libeta. Not quite Korea levels of utility, but just enough of a pain in the ass for AHQ that they constantly need to be careful no matter where they go on the map. Because like we've mentioned before, like with Haven and other maps like this, you need to have, let's say, look at Kilo. He's on the A site attacking. He needs to be there and just keep the attention of the Omen and the Silver on that site. Because if the Silver goes, okay, there's nobody there, he can rotate and help out on the B site, for example. So the Omen's job there on the A site is to just keep their attention. And it's opened up mid now for AHQ to do something with it. So Sharper eSports are giving up a lot of space for these attackers. And there's two people still holding on A, even though the Omen's no longer there. This is really smart play from the attack that's opened up an opportunity for themselves.
They've got to be careful, of course, so they don't quite clear his angle, and he's going to get 2 kills almost instantly. I don't know if he froze for a second, but he didn't seem to react to Can't pushing down below. Alert, as you said, he can be anywhere at any time, and he will strike at any moment. 2 kills again for him, and it's left onto the Omen. Had a fantastic round just a couple ago, but this is probably the toughest yet.
Kilo was completely away from the site, as we mentioned. Interested to see how he clutches this. The smoke goes down, the spike gets planted, he's in a default position, the recon bolt is going to show up exactly where it is. Alert gets his third. I don't think we've really seen this kind of impact from the Jet before. We saw it a little bit earlier on today with other Jet players, but not quite to this level. This seems almost like familiar almost from Alert. Like, it's exceptional play. But I think we've seen a good glimpse of that. He must have been watching a lot of Wardell clips and replicated to the best of his abilities. But AHQ don't really have all that much utility to deal with it, right? They have 2 sets of smoke, so they are conscious of maybe an operator play being super strong inside the Sharper eSports. But other than the paranoia, they don't have any flashes or any, like, fault lines, any form of, like, breach utility. They just have to hope that their smokes cover the operator enough. But that's the thing about playing Jet. If you get smoked out of an angle, you go find another one. There's so many angles in this game, it's going to be almost impossible for HQ to smoke them all. So I feel like if they don't really put a lid onto Alert's up with the Jet, it's going to be easy pickings for him generally. Especially if he keeps up changing his position like he is now.
Oh, we got a few ults coming in this round as well. The orbital strike is one from Brimstone, which I feel well, it doesn't necessarily guarantee a round, but normally gives you a very good footing into one. You can clear some pretty tough spots on the map, and with their temptation to split in towards this B site, I do wonder if the Cypher's about to come under some real pressure. As said, that orbital strike, great for after plants, but also initial takes. It looks like they're just going to try and brute force their way into the site. It is going to be the Guardian coming out to play. That is not the blast back he was hoping for. And in fact, the second one doesn't work out either. Luckily, Leo is there to help out.
I know
And we'll
exactly
leave it into a 2 versus 2, even using the neural theft to find out any extra info as to where these remaining players are. And well, now all focus will come in onto Heaven as Beta is the first one to lead the charge. Of course, Alert having that operator and even the tag coming in off of the camera. This has been a really nice hold so far from the Cypher. Good things to come, I'm sure, going into that second half. They need to try and clear some of these angles, and the dark cover has made things at least a little bit awkward now. Leo tagged very low. He needs some help. He'll get the kill and actually makes it around the corner. And with an open plant, it's into the 1 versus 1. He's got to find the defusal, but I think Beta should just about have it.
Just enough time, probably 3 seconds, 2. So it was close. Cypher of Leo narrowly just could have survived a little bit more. But you were right about this execute. It was just pushing through. The fact that Rainy was able to get that first pick onto Cheney's would have been a different fight. This was just scrappy, and I think Beta did such a good job on this defense to just make the lives of Milk and the rest of HQ so difficult. The paranoia, the smokes where they were placed, worked out really nicely for Sharper eSports, and things have been going tremendously well for them this half at least. 5 ultimates available, a couple of bookies on the side of HQ. Of course, Kant is holding on to one of them, as you would expect. It's been interesting to see AHQ's lack of response to this, though.
Oh, they are going to take this aggressive mid play once again, but it seems like their opponents are relatively happy to play against this. Not already. Will find himself a couple, and he's actually going to use the neural theft. It's not the most powerful ult in the world, so just make sure they keep their economy strong. 8 rounds already on the defense, looking very, very good for Sharper. And I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed that this orbital strike has been sat there for a long time. In the last round, I wanted to see it used to clear that back corner so they can just hard peek the other angles. Instead, they had to sort of, as you said, messily almost clear like the rest of the site. If it's not used in this round, then I'm sort of questioning what's the point of it.
And really, we haven't seen that many high-quality Brimstone smokes either. Like, I think Kilo's been able to control it. Like, we'll have a look, I guess, when it comes to smokes positioning. Default stuff going out to A, smoking top of mid as well. That's a Brimstone one. Just got to be keeping a keen eye, I suppose, on Kant, because it's not really had that sort of impact. It could be like Sub-Rose or even Angel's playstyle more than the IGL. I don't think that's really him in this roster, in this playstyle, at least. Like, now he still has a good portion of his utility, and he needs to, like, lead the line, I suppose. With that many smokes, you need to draw yourself the direction that you want to go in. And if you don't have that kind of unison to make that work, then Sharper eSports are just going to neglect it. It's like a traffic cone. Only has that importance if you can have the respect for it. Otherwise, it is just a cone that you can kick over on the ground.
How dare you?
Or take home and have in your student flat like a lot of people seem to do.
Yeah, that is something that a lot of people do. It's a bit of a weird one, but already a 2-man advantage once again. Sharper, again, they still have 4 ultimates. They haven't really had to use them, but they are going to have that take into the site at least. And while with the rotation coming in, I still fear whether or not HQ are going to be able to hold on to this.
And EO was lucky to be looking in the general right direction because Not wasn't. And Shady's actually wrapped around a little bit. The shock dart's going to be a good one, but doesn't quite get the kill. This one probably will. No, the Cypher's still managing to survive. Leo holding on for dear life, and the Resurrect forced out by Koisoi, as well as getting the kill onto Kilo. The defense is opening up stuff now. Rainey's just the last alive on the site. Cheney's is under a lot of pressure, but luckily the team is going to wrap around and protect him. 9-3 the side of Sharper. There's always a bigger fish, it feels like. And Sharper eSports are playing like some of the European teams have certainly been doing over the past few weeks. And AHQ just don't seem to really have any control over it. It's not even just the Omen, the operator Jet anymore from Allure. I think every player on this Sharper roster is just having insane impact with their utility and getting us frags.
Yeah, and it's been impressive as well, because we've sort of spoken about how we have our invite teams, and I guess a lot of the time you look at this and you go, okay, they're the teams I'm going to favor in the majority of these matches, just because they are the teams that have been chosen by the organizations. Yeah. But as we've learned in many regions at the moment, that doesn't mean that there aren't hidden gems. Like we've had the mix-up team get picked up recently by Luminosity, as they've started to put themselves on the map, and with more and more rosters getting support, I'm sure Sharper are one that now getting their way through the qualifier and making things fairly interesting could definitely become an invite squad in the future, if, that is, they can convert this in the second half. Because it's one thing getting a lot of rounds on the defensive split, it's a very different thing getting them on the attack.
And I'll be really interested to see if Cheney's can have much impact on the Silver attacking on this map too. Like you saw the recon bolt go out there, it showed up nothing. The attackers are coming through though, and it's a bit of a ruckus, but Rainy and Milk are just spraying for the smokes, getting those frags in. And Cheney's low in health, it forces out the heal very early on. But the spike is all the way up on A ramp. You've got now Beta moving over on B to try and lurk. But Milk spotted that there's two people there, and they have no real way of moving out. The Omen isn't available there to smoke them and protect them. So they've just got to hope that nobody peeks them at the right time. The spike is still in a really awkward spot, and these two players can't leave each other's side. But they are.
Yeah, this is 4 players currently sat within heaven. Cheney's does actually manage to get away with one. The paranoia, though, surely means that he's going to die. I don't know how he even survives that long. And Milk with his 3rd kill of the round. I think they were hoping that Beta could get this flank going just a little bit quicker, but the decision to push was actually quite a smart one. Nice shots, though. He's already managed 2, just needed one more headshot, but it's actually the nade in the end from Milk, which will close it out. It is 4 rounds now on the board for AHQ, an important pistol at that, and no doubt we've got a Bucky again.
What a guy. Oh, can we see Leo throwing out some of these one-ways again? Please? I don't think he's even attempting it. I think he's just done. But also, like, I think you've seen this a lot more with Cyphers recently, where what is the typical play for a Cypher on split? It's just anchoring B, having all of your utility there and just wasting as much time. Well, look at where the tripwires are now on the side of Leo. Like, he's using them just to make sure that he can watch the rotations. I think HQ Esports Club are gonna, like, peek mid, see if they can get a frag and then instantly back off, and then just give up that space and let the utility do the work. That's exactly what's going to happen. The Cypher's there to try and lurk. They're not going to be too scared away from this because they have the gun advantage, and Milk and Leo can get those frags in anyway, regardless. But I still like the way that AHQ are playing this on the defense, and there's only so much that Sharper can do. Ooh, that teleport came in at the right time.
Yeah, at least managing to make things a little bit more costly, but ultimately that's what we expected in a round like that. Now, obviously, some of the cheekier plays that we saw with what is this weaker purchase for the side of AHQ have not really been working so far on their attacking side, as said, when they were attempting to run into the A upper portion of the map. We saw them basically just try and do the same again here. It didn't work anywhere near as well. So I do wonder if they're going to be able to get away with as much in the early rounds of their defense. And the problem is, this isn't the same regard where if they get away with it, it doesn't really matter because they've got a lot of rounds to play with. They are quite far down in this map already. And if they lose this one, well, they will only be 3 rounds away from their demise.
Kant is holding super close on A again. He's got the Bucky. It is expected. And it's interesting that Chopper are dedicating people in that direction. It's a nice split. But I think Kant has got the advantage here. We've played it close. But that Aldron is quickly going to give it up.
Smoke's down.
So the attackers on A now know that there's got to be like a shotgun holding close. Kant is now going to use this mode to push it, but I think, yeah, Sharper have the right idea here, and if they punish Kant on AHQ, this could be a nice opening to the point now that AHQ are looking a little bit nervous when it comes to their positioning. And Chinese wants to push on this. They need to get this frag.
He's still going to get away with it, though. And it's one thing to know, and it's one thing to deny. 30 seconds left on the clock as well, as they now look to go back into the B site. The ice wall coming up, and there is a paranoia still available for Kilo, but holding onto this ground might be slightly more important. He's going to go for the pick and actually loses it instead. Alert, Beta combine. You do have Milk at least getting one back in return. But in this 3 versus 2, this is an important one for them. As said, with the weaker weaponry, they managed to work wonders previously, but they're going to want to try and steal this round away. Rainy has found another. This is starting to get within the realms of possibility, especially with Leo still standing. As said, this man has been clinical so far. There's the first, but he doesn't know where Beta is. And he's just trying to waste down the time as much as possible as expected by Rainy, but not quite quick enough. It's a 10th for Sharper, just about. But to be honest, that was a lot of damage considering that was still that somewhat bonus round.
Yeah, they're sort of trading either side, but then again, Sharper Esports is still 5 rounds ahead now. That I think you've got to turn these close rounds into rounds in your favor for AHQ. And I think Rainy would have had that fight if he stayed on the high ground. I think he had a really nice angle to watch the left side of the column, but him dropping out just meant the perspective wasn't on his side, and Beta was going to spot him a lot quicker than Rainy would spot him. It was more unfortunate than anything. I understand the idea because he wasn't quite sure where Beta was, but just didn't work out in his favor. The defender's now forced to play a bit aggressively to force something to happen.
They have 3. Oh, don't do this to me. As my feed is frozen on the 3 Bucky rounds, I'm depressed. That's the saddest.
You didn't miss much because Beta has cleared up house. There's only going to be 1 defender alive, which is good to be the raise. Milk holding onto this corner. I think he just has a classic too, so he's just holding that angle pinpoint. Actually, no, he has a Bucky. He's firing from distance. He does get a kill onto Beta. But everybody else on the attack is now starting to wrap around. It would be amazing if Beta could get more than that. Or, sorry, Milk could get more than that. But Chinese, with the classic, is going to sort of clean up. Let me know when you're back in the game, Tom. We can make sure that everything's synced up. But 11-5 the score for Sharper Esports. And AHQ, I'm quite surprised that they're faltering to this level.
Well, it looks like we are going to be getting back into the round, and well, this is going to be a purchase up for either side this time. No more Buckies. I'm still very sad. Even if I didn't miss much, I'm still sad that I missed probably my first ever triple Bucky round. I've always loved the shotgun within Counter-Strike as well, and to see them become even slightly prominent in this game would be nice. But for now, we're going to see this attempted rush in towards the B site. The TP to the back of the site. Actually, not. It's going to be expected now. I was about to say, Kilo a little bit slow to react, and he's not going to be able to find the frag. Even still, though, they've done a good job. I like the TP from Beta, but they've actually not used the showstopper just yet. And although he gets the kill, the rocket's already shot. Rainy will be there to get his 3rd kill of the round. And the grind back continues. It is a 6th on the board for the side of AHQ.
Been choppy waters for Sharper Esports over the last couple of rounds. It's starting to bring AHQ back into it a little bit. Having a few technical issues, but I'm sure we'll sort out in a second. And the impact the Beta has been having in this game has certainly been more than just the utility. He's also been fragging out like crazy, as we've been seeing. And I really like that from the Shadow's teleport to the back of site, because the player on B can't contest that. He can't trade it because he's opening himself up to being in the sight line down B main. But yet again, there's another tussle in mid. The majority of the attackers are able to get it, even across various guns too. I saw like a few sheriffs killed. So Sharper Esports being able to get some upgrades to their guns that they have so far. And I think it forces Kant to try and make a play here, but I think this could be more insult to injury for HQ if he peeks it badly. Yeah, Beta has been controlling and dictating this game. From here, he gets control, and maybe he's going to set up the play for the rest of his team. Recon Bot's going to show that sight is relatively clear. Of course, they need to be more careful. And that smoke is just going to protect him. I really like this from Kilo. And even though and even though Kilo does take him down in mid, he set the rest of his team up to take the site.
Yeah, basically from this point onwards, it shouldn't really matter too much.
Here.
As long as he can, or as long as the rest of the team can make sure they hold on. But yeah, a really good round. That was one where, as you mentioned, like Sharper didn't really have the best of buys. There was some minor investments being made for some of the team, and then a rifle or two thrown into the mix. But they managed to get the entries and then just juggle the weaponry back. And even with, like, for example, a missed cloudburst that gives a little bit of space to Kant, they're not able to capitalize on any of these moves, and they are now at the point where they have to save some weaponry just to make sure that they actually have a purchase into the next round. And considering how good they looked on this map earlier, I'm starting to wonder how strong they actually are and how weak maybe some of the opponents they played earlier are instead.
Sharper Esports have had a brilliant introduction to this tournament. I think beating a team that won their first game too is a telltale sign that you are doing something right, at least. And there's so many squads and so many players and just so many teams that just have come in that haven't had that indication. And this is a region that I think has been more often ignored when it comes to looking over the globe and stuff. So I think there's a lot of talent within this region, and it's certainly worth spotting. Sharper Esports have shown that, like, the caliber of play is consistently good across the board. Not only with Sharper, but also some of the other teams that we've seen today. Like, playoffs are going to be super exciting. Alert played super aggressively, and even caught by the paranoia, is still able to close the distance. Has opened this up nicely. And the space and instant aggression from Sharper has opened up the B site yet again without mid control, which is crazy, the fact that AHQ are still giving this up and can't really have the impact that they want on this defense. All of the defenders coming from one direction. Sharper Esports are spread out. Nice crossfires. I think this could be it.
Yeah, there's a few lower HP players though, but it's not. Oh, there we go. A nice double spray down. It's left all onto one. The Cypher of Leo remaining, and he does at least take a final kill, but it is still going to be Alert to close things out. Really strong entry into the tournament for Sharper, and as said, one of the teams we know a little bit less about, one of the teams that have come through the qualifiers as well and managed to get into the tournament, and already beating one of the invite teams. So as said, like, it's the same when we looked at some of the earlier Valorant tournaments when teams like Fabrican weren't necessarily getting invites, or the likes of Nemo DM for the same regard, and then coming in and pretty much causing some problems for the invite teams early on within this tournament, Ryan. And I think within Asia, it's going to be even more so, because so many different teams coming from all over the region, it really does mean that it's hard to tell who the strongest sides actually are.
In regards to strong players, though, it was Beta that had the biggest impact by a considerable margin as well, considering, like, 5 frags ahead of everybody else, even on his team. He was the player that they really needed, a strong average combat score too. And it just seemed to lead the team by example as well. This wasn't a result that I was particularly expecting.
Yeah.
But I think from here on out, Sharper Esports have really put themselves on the map as a consistent team, and no doubt some team that we're going to see more of as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, I think as well that the real sort of disclaimer now for me is the fact that Kant was someone in the first match that was basically the best, or one of the best players within the whole server. Like, he was able to get away with so much, some risky plays. And I think we just saw a better unit here, where if he did try something cheeky, it was a maximum of 1 kill. Most of the time, he wasn't able to get anything done. And even mentioned it, I think his usage of his ultimate in the first half was actually really disappointing. Like, he didn't do anything with it when it is such a pinnacle play, like, be it for after plant positions. If he's going in first, then it should be used another time. It should be used somewhere else. And I was disappointed to see that they didn't really utilize one of the main factors that come with the Brimstone. In fact, I can't think of the mollies really being utilized either. So if you're going to play a Brim, what's it for? I guess the smokes, but at the same time, I'm not sure how much effect those really had either, other than his attempts to be more aggressive on that B site.
I think certainly nowadays that you have the Omen becoming a much more meta option when it comes to being a controller. Great start from Sharper Esports in this tournament. It's the last that we'll see of Group B today. The rest of it will finish off tomorrow and Wednesday. But now we move over to Group C. Only one word playing up against Superdomineering. Two teams that we sort of expect a bit out of. Certainly only one word is stuff that I've heard really good stuff out of. And I think it's going to be who's going to be leading the line in Group C. So don't go anywhere. We're going to go for another 10-minute break. And when we're back, we'll have the first game of Group C. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. We are here with their Valorant Ignition series, and of course, we've still got two more best of ones to go. We're kicking off now with only one word, and that's actually the team name, versus Superdomineering, who I briefly mentioned earlier because if things do go wrong today on the sub bench, they do have the big demon from another world, which I reckon it probably translates as something very different. But like that's just what it translates to in the context of Google Translate.
I think that's the thing that I would get tattooed on me. Like there's the sort of meme, I suppose, with like, yeah, like
1 hour and point down.
We can have a look at only one world to begin with. World or word? I think it's meant to be word, isn't it? I mean, there is only one world. I like that idea, but I like there's a play called You as well. Like, the names are always great, and some of them are going to be interesting to pronounce, I think, but from what I've heard about this Hong Kong team, they're generally seen as quite good and probably one of the favourites of their group. It's, again, hard to say because I think people said that about AHQ and we just saw them lose against a team that nobody really expected with Sharper Esports, so they're still that up in the air. Superdomineering, the Demon from Another World isn't on their roster when it comes to the screenshots, at least. So
no,
we might be safe. But then again, who knows at this point, really? But a good team, sort of Superdomineering, coming from Taiwan. I think they were invited too, if I double check. Because you've got a lot of teams coming through qualifier. Superdomineering actually came through the Taiwan qualifier alongside KILOISDEAD, who were fully disqualified. And then you've got only one word that were actually came through the Hong Kong qualifier. So that's actually quite interesting in regards to the teams that are coming in through qualifiers and done quite well. Sharper Esports came through the Thailand one and all of this other stuff. Like Boom Esports were invited. They didn't do all that well. Attack All Round were invited. They got disqualified for one and it's awkward. AHQ just lost. So I really think that the invites don't mean all that much in this tournament. I could see like the finals being two qualifying teams, really. Like this is a region where talent hasn't quite been scouted. And I think when you look at NA and EU, it tends to be a lot of focus around your G2s and your TSMs, but not so much on the upcoming teams that pretty much have one good tournament set the NA and they get signed, right? So like that could be a potential thing here. Certainly if there are Asian teams that aren't necessarily worried about specifically having a Japanese team or a Korean team or a Chinese team, they want to look in some of the other places in that region that might get overlooked. I think this tournament is going to be an absolute bucket of talent that you can pick up.
Well, yeah, I think that's something we've learned from like watching in other games, at least. Like, I think if a game is specifically picked up within the Asian region, that is where you do get some pretty scary players and some scary teams. Because that's something I've learned about, like, especially within China, for example. The work ethic of some of the squads is unbelievable. Like the amount of hours that they seem to put into a day. You'll hear things like, oh yeah, I get my own spare time from like 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. I'm like, that's ridiculous. Like, and then it's sleep, that I have my schedule with food. It's like, and you have backings from company like Vici, for example, who I think it'd be interesting to see if maybe one of these teams do well enough. They could get some backing, of course. We haven't got Korea or China in here, which is probably where we expect to see the majority of the talent coming from. Popo Man, potentially another challenger for my favorite name of the whole tournament so far. I do think Big Demon's definitely up there, but he unfortunately isn't playing this match. Fish with an extra F is also going to be pushing into the site. A few solo peaks currently coming in from Superdomineering, but they have come out on top for now.
I mean, Holer is pushing onto the site and Watch just randomly gets a shot to heave. You miss all of the shots you don't take. That's very much the case. And this wall that Dark has put up to try and stop people coming through Garage has just made the life of TKCC a living hell to retake this. He is taking these engagements, but that shot is going to bring him down to 14 health. Still has the Molotov, but that's all he has. Is there really any point in saving? Probably not, but still, pushing this is just going to be hell on earth for the Brimstone.
Yeah, a ghost into the next round is just extra finances save, I guess. And when he has like a utility kit, which has a few extra pieces, you're going to be buying smokes every single round. it's not awful to save the ghost. It just means he doesn't have to buy into the next round. For the rest of the attacking side, though, this is going to be a very nice take for them. And as you sort of mentioned, like, I understand why the Sage Wall went down, but it's still one of those things where it's like, if you don't know if there's someone coming from that direction, you want to make sure that they can't split in and basically catch you from behind. But I feel like that should have been information that they had at that point, because with the amount of players that were running through long, it probably would have been a bit of an easier retake if they could have retook from that position.
First round going to Superdomineering. Much like we said before, it could go the way that Superdomineering is super dominating when it comes to playing up against this team. We just don't know. They're playing Sageless though, which I think is the first time we've seen this today. We've seen Cypherless, which I really don't like. I think that's just like suicide when it comes to results, because Cypher is so important. But surely only in one word, hear all of this clumping. A6 puts a lot of space onto Heap, who has so far had a disastrous roundup, just getting killed for a smoke before and the like. Ace having impact. Just trying to clear up more people. They aren't quite sure that the two defenders left alive are from behind them when it comes to sewers. But the spike plant is going to come in easy. And TKCC yet again seems to have it all to do.
Yeah, this is again just a chance for him to do a little bit of extra damage. And eventually it will be ACL to close things out. So not a bad position at all for Superdomineering. They've got that 2-0 start. They're on the attacking side. But as we mentioned before, Ryan, this is where the going gets a little bit tougher as the purchase now begins to come up.
I guess it's more the fact that only one word stacked in that direction onto A, and they still didn't really put too much stress onto Superdomineering. Like, Superdomineering just seemed to expect it, really. And you would expect that they're going to be running in with the same kind of attitude and like Ackles or ACL, whatever you want to call him. Doesn't matter too much as he was able to have impact as well. Killing onto Fish, so only one word of only 2 rounds to really get a read on Superdomineering, and they've gone, okay, they play super aggressively. Let's just run into their face and beat them.
Well, you've always got to be careful of the Popo. And this time, Darkest is going to riot against them and leave just 2 players remaining. As said, this is the tough round for them. One that they were never really expected to win, but it's great the fact that only one word have managed to keep this so clean, at least for now. This crossfire is still available. You going to be waiting. So his name currently reads as like, oh, you, which just, as someone who's British, I could just imagine like my auntie or someone like saying that with his clan tag, I guess, beside it. Also reminds me a little bit of, have you seen Rush Hour?
Yeah.
Where it's like, you, no, my name is you, not me, he's me. And it's like, just, it gets so confusing. It's like, you push, who? You push, who push? You push you.
It's like the old comedy skit of like what, when, who, like playing in baseball. It's like, who's on first base? Yeah, he is. Who's on first base? Second's on, what's on second? What do you mean what's on second? I'm asking who's on first. Yeah, he is. What's on second? Yes. What? Yes, what? Second. It's a cult classic, I think. And only one word are able to put themselves on the board, at least. Strenuous circumstances in a long round, considering they were the ones that pretty much had instant impact within the first 3 seconds of this round. It'll be interesting to see if only one word decide to push and do more stuff like that, but considering their positioning, they're more hunkering down for a triple stack on A. Like, this could be an exceptional read if Superdomineering go in that direction. But I think that recombo is going to scare them away a little bit. And I think, yeah, they're just going to meld away into another direction. But I think only one word need to keep a lid on ACL when it comes to the Phoenix. They know exactly where he is, at least. And he hasn't been able to put too much pressure on him, at least. But it seems that he always just wants to run through Garage and take out anybody that's in there.
Well, that's the thing. We've seen a few teams now play without any duelists. We've got Superdomineering playing with 2. And I think this, you can correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first time both teams, in fact, we're seeing a Phoenix in play at all throughout the tournament so far. And I'm not sure how I feel about Phoenix. We haven't seen it much within EU, but for North America, it's an agent which has pretty much become a core pick for many of the teams. It is much more of a solo entry frag style of agent, and it does seem to work quite well, if I'm being brutally honest, which I wonder if that means eventually we might see
Jeff.
EU. Don't know what's just happened, but Jeff Van before you has just absolutely wrecked them. It doesn't have the best name for clutch situations, but if he hits the shots, I don't think anyone will care.
I want to get that name on the jersey. I just hope it doesn't cost more to get extra characters, because, well, I'm going to have to bring out a loan Jeff Van before you, but we'll hope to see you a little later in the tournament with how things are going. And you've got, like, Fish 123 almost been represented. It's kind of like there's a thing in Overwatch where you've got Seagull, obviously, that was a well-known pro player. And you had Birdring that was inspired by Seagull's name that wanted to make something around like another bird, so called himself Birdring. So maybe Fish here is like inspired by the team Fish 123. You just never know. You just never know at this point.
It seems a bit early to already have names like that, but you never know, maybe. TKCC is going to kill off Armen Holla. I'm never going to go over some of these names, so incredible decisions. There's still going to be 2 players within this A site as well. Nice shot from TKCC. He's just shutting them down. And leaves just 2 remaining. Superdomineering starting to struggle since the pistol and follow-up round. And it has been only one word, and that word is death.
Maybe that's what it means. Just maybe that's what it means. Mao isn't quite sure what he wants to do. I think he wanted to touch the ob to try and poke out some shots that he could maybe try and line up vapor trails. But right now, Superdomineering have come to a complete halt. They're sort of expecting only one way to push them here, which I don't think is wise and really not likely for them to do. With the amount of people left alive, everybody, on the case of Ow, they are just going to hunker down on each of the sites and not have to worry. And I think Superdomineering are just being patient, try to see if people bait out to go to another site, but considering they have every area on lockdown, they could pretty much guess that they are still here. Especially after that reload and all of the jumping.
Yeah, it's a save at this point, unfortunately. Maybe the word is sorry, because sorry seems to be the hardest word. So maybe it's also the only one word.
It could be love. It could be Valorant.
Maybe it's Radiant.
Radiant, yeah.
That's what everybody is searching for in this world. But yeah, a good start from only one world. They get 3 onto the board. Since obviously losing the pistol, they're also going to get an operator into play as well, which is definitely going to change up the dynamic a little bit of how their defense actually works. They're throwing that Cypher in towards the C site this time, which is something that you see less, I guess, with some moves towards Omen being a slightly more common when it comes to Haven. A fast play in, though. It's Popo Man leading the way. In fact, Jeff, he just wasn't ready for that peak to come in. Instead, there is going to be the run it back expended for Hebe, but he actually doesn't get anything done.
Just puts in a little bit of damage on the Jet. Like, Popo Man is super low when it comes to health, and there's obviously no Sage on this lineup, so ain't going to be some healing for Popo Man. He's just got to deal with it. Yu is going to spot out some players. Rico Bull doesn't quite get a tag onto anything, but the operator is still in the hands of Yu. Yes, Yu. Superdomineering at least get the plant in and kept alive mostly. Now in a 5 versus 3, and Optimal Strike doesn't really add that much. In fact, it forces a bit more of an aggressive play out of ACL. OU is just not really going to be able to survive all that much, but it's going to be a case coming out of a save. And a nice plant from Superdomineering that we've seen is pretty much throughout the day. Long just been left completely open to take.
I don't know why, in my head, I just, after saying Superdomineering, I just want to say, like, XP Alidocious. Like, it just has a has the ring on it of like supercalifragilistic. It's just such a long name to say, especially as one word. Either way, 3-3. I like the change of pace for Superdomineering. It's something that I think needs to happen if they're going to be able to catch only one word off guard a few times. And the problem was, it definitely seemed like Jeff was not ready for that play at all. It looked like he was still going to be setting up a few cages when they just went running straight into the site. Now he's switching up where he puts his tripwires almost every single round. He's going to go back to the A site again. They're going to put more of a reliance onto you, who this time is just going to hold the angle with the operator. But again, it's a completely different setup from Superdomineering, who are going to go back to A.
It's very nerve-wracking, I suppose, to have your site for tripwires on other sites. But I guess it does allow for the rest of Only One Word to come rotate to help you out without worrying about emptying other parts of the map, right? Like, they know that they can go and help out and that garage control is still going to be relatively theirs, even if they're not there to maybe vacate it. And they have moved away, so Superdomineering haven't really put all that much pressure, made all that much noise towards the A site. And you can see that Only One Word are quite happy to move away at least a little bit. Brimstone's position is going to be important. TKCC needs to be around to make sure that he can protect his team with the right smokes in the right positions. Yu has a nice lineup and is about to meet some of these dry peaks really at this point. But he just scopes out at the wrong time just as he wants to recon ball. Still able to get the kill onto Popo Man. But ACL is going to trade to make sure that you can't get too much more. It just sounds like bad grammar when you say stuff like that. I feel tripping over words. But ACL has control of the spike. Spike is going to get planted. And Fish on a nice little flank actually clears up Garage. And suddenly Only One Word's, I think, advantage with having that area of the map control is completely diminished.
Yeah, they take a bit of time with their rotation as well. Like, you have to consider when you finds the first kill and then how long it actually takes for anybody else to get into position. And I think that's definitely a problem, because it wasn't even like he'd only seen one player. There'd also been the sensor dart that had gone down into C-Long and found out quite a bit of information. So maybe a little bit too much reliance. And I think Superdomineering have done well to basically put pressure where pressure is needed. Like, they show themselves over towards the A site. They're putting in some decent rotations as well, which, as said, for someone who's like watched a lot of different FPSs over the years, that's one of the really important factors of playing an attacking side, is your ability to firstly take map control, but also surrender it back up and be willing to rotate. Because I think, especially like lesser teams or weaker teams in terms of depth, basically have an idea at the beginning of the round, and that is it. If that doesn't work, they're screwed. Whereas having a strong mid-round where you could basically change up your play on the fly and make it work very convincingly, as we just saw here, that's a very different level that I don't think many teams in this tournament will have.
And very quickly, we'll be whittling down the 16 teams into this tournament to just 8. And in Group C, you've got these two teams that we're watching right now, as well as Adroit Esports, which I think dropped their rosters, and now they're going to be known as 5 in the future. And Tabs as well. A lot of question marks remaining on what kind of teams are going to do well there. We've seen quite a lot from Group A and B action. And Sharper Esports and Attack All Round looking consistently good. Attack All Round have a bit more of a challenge when it comes to qualifying at least, so we'll have to see how they do. And then last match of the day, we'll be having Thailand Attitude versus Paper X, which is a Group D match. So a good mix of stuff going on today in regards to all of the teams that we're watching. ACL and Popo Man have opened up the site quite a lot, but TKCC, all the way from sewers, catches out the rest of the rotation. It's not going to stop the plant from going in, but Darkest has set himself up a nice boost. If people aren't really careful, they're going to spot him out. And he does, but ACL is going to just peek him out. I don't think he saw him. Can't have done. TKCC gets his third. A bit of an awkward engagement, but now they just have the one left. ACL, that was all TKCC. Had a nice position there, and it just seemed that Superdomineering had no experience, but it came to trying to move him out of it.
I'm going to assume that like maybe what we saw on the spec was slightly different, because on our screen he peeks all the way out, looks in the face of his opponent, and then goes, right, there's no one there. Moving on. Which definitely looked a little bit weird, but yeah, I'll assume that maybe the smoke was a little bit deeper and just the spec was off by a centimeter or so, because it didn't even seem like there was much of a reaction either from TKCC. Like, you'd assume if he saw someone poke their face out, he would shoot at them, so...
You'd assume that.
It's probably just a bug, but it does look mental from our perspective, and this man is clearly feeling himself at the moment, starting to take some aggression over towards the sewers. He does have his ulti available, but placing it is going to be something we have to watch for. Heeb also being caught elsewhere, and they're looking to try and split into this C site. Very fast push, and will be Heeb already in position. Now, he can't actually use the curveball here because he would completely blind his teammates, so he's just going to have to hold and wait patiently.
He's going to flash out the smoke, though. He's going to catch both the players. Pre-fire is a little bit better for Mao to make sure that the double kill doesn't come in, but I don't imagine he's relatively high on health when it comes to it. The TKCC is going to try and lurk and just be a midpoint between the other two surviving members of the defending team. It's this 3v3 is about to get into it. But Jeff is able to get that kill towards B main. That's exactly where the spike is going to get planted. You want to see TKCC be able to take that mid control and not really give up too much for Fish. The orbital strike isn't going to really catch all that much, but it does put a bit more pressure on you with the operator. Clearing up, so this is some good stuff out of only one word.
Yeah, very backwards and forwards sort of match so far. I think one of the closer ones that we've seen. Obviously, we did have another close match involving Boom as well. I do wonder who's going to be able to get this over the line. The other thing as well, between the Asian teams we've seen so far, sure, on Split, we definitely saw a more defensive side of the map, but I feel like a lot of the time it's just come down to a lot of individual plays and who's been able to step up in the round. I've either seen a team that's been so significantly better they've been able to take it, or just no round being favored to either side. And in this one, well, I can't really say that we saw too much of it, but the defense just became very aggressive, almost an offense, you could say.
They must have just looked at the economy and realized that there weren't going to be big guns in that round. Even Ultimates just seemed to be the super dominator and has kind of lost that momentum that they started off super well with at the start of the game. So now they can buy at least. There's going to be a Phantom in the hands of ACL. Can't see the scoreboard just yet, but there seems to be going to be an A execute at least. And the fact that only one word have been putting so many stocks into holding down A, I think has been a pivotal reason why their defenses look so good. There's no utility being forced out as well. Like, that's just easy work now for only one word. Like, no utility from Super Domineering, no recon bolts, no flashes, no real excuse to allow that to happen for only one word.
Yeah, they make that one look very, very easy. Amen. Holla. It's going to go down as well. That's something I'm actually curious about, because, so coming from CS, the idea for me at least of seeing the economy on the scoreboard for the other team is horrific. I really don't like it. I think it takes away a skill of economy management and knowing what your opponent's going to be doing. Coming from other games, what's your opinion on it?
I don't mind it too much. I don't think it's having an insane amount of impact. I don't think I don't think it has that much impact that people should be necessarily concerned. But that could change over time easily. It could just be one of those things. Even like Ultimate Charge as well. Like, that's a difficult talent when it comes to Overwatch, is knowing who has what ultimates. And knowing that this many people on the B site, C site even, is going to be there to protect. But it hasn't worked out all that well. He does get caught up by Hunter's Fury, but he's still able to take two more players with him. So it's a 2 versus 2. MORPH is going to be used on the attack that shows up exactly where the defenders are. They want to punish the Sage here, and they can do. And they know that the Brimstone's going to be at least in garage and tunnels. TKCC has a decision to make. Does he consider going tunnels, or does he go all the way around? Either way, I think Super Domineering are expecting him.
Oh, Oh, the timing couldn't be better for Cypher. Managing to sneak his way into the corner. They're not even going to expect him to be there. This is such a smart play. Just being patient. Going to wait for the defusal to begin. And then this should be all too easy. Probably one of the easiest kills of his career. And in fact, he's not even going to get it. Mao has yoinked that away with a tasty little shock dart through the smoke. A lineup I imagine he's been setting up for a while. And it will be a 7-5 half. At least a slight resurgence for Superdomineering. But I'm still going to favor only one word going into the second half.
I think so too. I think like Fish played that really well too, because I think at that point TKCC was expecting both defending players, or both attacking players, sorry, to be down C long. But the way that Fish moved, he just wrapped around into tunnels at just the right time. You could just tell that TKCC was just not expecting him to be there, which would have caught him out even more if that became more of an impact. Let's say if he got the frag onto the Silver, if he got the kill onto you down C long, I still think that the Cypher would have been able to like clutch it out. Another one word, have to have a good attacking side. I think if they can get this pistol and the round following, and if they build a lead, it should be comfortable from then on out at least. But Superdomineering can instantly bring this back to even scores within a heartbeat if only one word are not careful on this attack. They want to put some pressure on C and try to split it up as much as possible to get garage control. But Jeff is very scared about pushing this, and he should be, because there is a Jet Popo man right on the left hand side of that doorway.
Well, this pistol round could be pretty important for either side. Heeb is going to use the curveball to gain him at least a little bit of ground. They clear the close corner, and he takes the long-range battle. However, Mao has managed to do some serious work. 3 kills off the back of the Ghost, and Jeff Van, before you. There's 2 players left to find. He is going to hit the dink, but takes a hell of a lot of damage in response. And the corner being held, it will be Mao to do absolutely everything. The surprise Sova in the back of the site is going to give Superdomineering the pistol. And that means, but correct me if I'm wrong, they've taken both.
They seem to just have really solid starts to the rounds. Like taking the pistol, the round after and beyond, they seem to just be really solid at. And I don't think Mao really covered himself in glory there either. It wasn't some like insane play for him to get in that position. It just felt like Superdomineering just didn't react to him being there. And before you know it, he has a 4K and he's completely cleaned up house. So these are areas I think only one word need to be careful of. It just seems like a lack of concentration really. Like these are big games and being played one after the other. You need to be careful of it. And like this is a prime example. Like TKCC not even checking that corner. Just seems to be a lapse in judgment. And this is easy stuff. It's not really worth getting overhyped about because they're just walking into ACL. That shot from Jeff was good, if not a bit lucky. And he can't really do all that much more. Dark is now out to try and clutch it. Mao adding to his tally. Scores have evened up quite easily. And that advantage, kind of like you said, only one word had, really didn't amount to all that much going into this half.
These are the sort of rounds, though, that I guess do become
I like that shot.
Easy.
Now it's an important one. The fact that Spike is still in B is suggesting to me that only one word just want to see what they can do across the map. I think they're going to be trying to put a bit more pressure on C. They're putting out the smoke. The recon bolt isn't going to show up much towards A lobby either. So yeah, all of these players trying to make as much noise as possible on C. It has forced a rotation across, and the space has been taken up by Heeb. But ACL, the Phoenix counterpart, is able to get that frag. And suddenly that play that only one word was trying to set up has just faltered at the first hurdle.
No, they are going to make the play into mid instead. Of course, we've seen pretty much every single team so far just leave it relatively open. The dart at least gives some information. And now we see the rotation coming in. Brimstone looking to hold onto the cross as well. But there is that pretty much, well, renowned ice wall at this point. Allows you to get in onto the plant. A bit of an awkward position for Cypher to stand, but they are going to get it down eventually. Armen Holler picks up one, has help from Fish, but doesn't seem to need it, as they're already going to start to dominate. This was a round that probably should have got the way of the attackers, and TKCC is trying his best. But even with all those extra rifles, even with the bonus facing off against them, Superdomineering are going to take it and get to 8.
I think when you're attacking and you have man disadvantage and you plant on B, it's always going to be an uphill struggle. You've got to have ultimates, you've got to have some insane utility, or do what Scream did this week where he just completely obliterated everybody. Yeah, like, they're really your only win conditions if you play like that, so I feel like Only One Word had some really cool ideas. You could see what they were trying to do, but as soon as Hebe goes down, they just kind of faltered and were like, all right, we gotta go B, we gotta do something. It just didn't seem like it had to be the only way. And Superdomineering, I think, are living in their heads rent-free right now, generally. I feel like I like these strategies, and right now we're going to see Hebe trying to make an aggressive play here too. The Jet is going to meet him though. Purpleman pushed aggressively on C-Long and is now backed off. So there is a lot of space open towards B, but I don't think that's the play that Only One Word should be playing. I think they should be trying to maybe put a bit more pressure onto C, or at least get this Phoenix frag on B. This is a lot of space that Superdomineering have been able to take, and a lot of intel. TKCC taking Garage, though, would be a huge help in whatever Only One Word are trying to achieve here.
I quite like that they've managed to rotate the Cypher over a little bit early, but it doesn't last long. Fish actually falls. Armen Holler finds one, and that's going to be the orbital strike, which will deny the plant at least for a moment. Doesn't really do any damage, and in fact, Jeff has already caught off another. ACL to at least trade one back. It seems like he's just going to pop the run it back as he runs straight in. Still, not able to do too much, and Jeff going strong on the back of that Cypher. Leaves ACL all on his lonesome. No ultimate to have anymore, but does have a full belt of utility. The Blaze will hold him back at least for a second, and he's just going to try and clear the corner with the Molotov. But ultimately, this is ticking away, and Jeff will continue what he started. A good round from him.
Mechanically sound, yeah. Position was a bit awkward, like he was stood out in the open on the back of B site, but he was just able to nail those headshots. Otherwise, that could have been fairly scary for Only One Word. Superdomineering thought that they had more of a foothold on it. They had the orbital strike too, which a lot of defending teams are quite happy to give up the B site to retake it with an ultimate like that. But it didn't catch anybody out. Superdomineering really didn't capitalize on the advantage that they had there. And Only One Word were just able to get the frags and able to frag out like crazy. And some big stuff was dedicated by Superdomineering too. Run it back didn't catch all that much either. It was a pretty messy round for the defending side, and it's opened up things for Only One World to come back into it. But he responded very aggressively to the aggressive plays coming out of the attacking side.
Yeah, they used an orbital strike as well, so that's two ultimates that, well, ultimately didn't achieve anything.
Got nothing, yeah.
We are going to see, is that a Judge in the corner? I feel like it might be.
It's a chunky gun.
Oh, he's been spotted though, and it doesn't matter. Nice headshot from Hebe. Decided to come back into this one. I'm getting deja vu to the last half, where again it was a strong start for Superdomineering. They threw in a few different strategies, but the second that happened, we just saw the bounce back from Only One Word as they basically start to realize what their opponent is doing. Oh, Judd right in the face. Or, sorry, Bucky right in the face. Different shotgun, but same result. Fish. It's actually going to get the headshot through the wall. It didn't look like it was pointed at his face, but hey, they're able to do damage. Is this something we're going to see regularly in Asia? Multiple Bucky rounds.
The Bucky meta. I feel that people should give a lot more credit to the guns outside of the main ones. Like Counter-Strike, you don't really get to use like the LMGs, for example, all that much. But there's a viable strategy to be using them in the right hands for an Odin in Valorant. So I think Riot have done a good job of making these guns actually effective within their role, but not too cheesy. I think they are a little bit cheesy, or generally quite cheesy, but not massively to the point that I think it's a problem. So this is another round good to Only One Word. Had an advantage, of course, when it came to the guns. Were able to win a lot of those engagements without getting too many casualties. I feel this is where only one word are going to start to sort of peel ahead with a bit of a lead. This is an important round, though. I think if Superdomineering could take this one back, they should have a nice hold with future rounds. Economy isn't going to be all that good for only one word, but I think if the attacking team could take this, then I think they've got the home stretch here.
Yeah, they at least kept it relatively clean in the last round. Like, didn't lose too many casualties to what was the Bucky Bandits. Which I am trying to make catch on, by the way. I don't know how successful that will be. But here we go. Actually using the stim to give them an extra bit of fire rate as they go pushing in. The run it back also utilized. And Mao...
Oh, he misses.
Oh, he's not going to get anything done. It is almost too easy for only one word. And this is similar problems that we've seen from other rosters already. Is that this C site is just one that if you can take it without losing a single casualty, the chances are the retake can't come in. Now, the one ultimate that they had was actually on the player who died, and I'm not sure how much impact it would have had here anyway. And now they're trying to make their way through the sky smoke, which I can't see happening. However, they find 2 kills back. The hold is looking weak from only one word. Even still, there's 2 players left, but they're already going for this defusal. They've thrown in the Hunter's Fury and they've denied it. It's 2 kills back as it left all onto just 1. It's still being stuck, but I don't think it's quite going to be enough. There is enough time. Oh, he's done it again.
And this is super messy from both sides. The pendulum swung so aggressively. You've got only one word that went onto that site pretty much for free. Very little resistance from Superdomineering. Then the retake being so powerful with taking map control. All came down to you just having a clutch play with the ultimate. Worked out so well and just holding his ground as much as possible. I sort of expected better from both teams when it came to that, but some really nice play from you, who hasn't really had that much ability to clutch. I mean, doubled his kills in that round alone. But important rounds for only one word to be winning, and I think this has just been a telltale sign for Superdomineering as well as other teams, that they just don't expect this level of aggression to push onto the C site. The fact that it's happened this easily twice in a row, though, is a really big red flag.
Yeah, this time they at least have that Hunter's Fury, but doesn't seem to do too much, and the picks have gone much further in the favor of the attacking side. Of course, there's a few... just throw the flash at him, why not? The curveballs don't do damage. Well, Mao, he might be able to get one here. I don't think anybody else is going to want to push him from here onwards, as it's not a good idea to face off against a close-range judge. But yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. Pushing into that C site should not be that easy. And even with a man down in the afterplant situation and a Hunter's Fury popped, it wasn't even close.
And I understand to an extent why the first, like, not last round, but the round before, why Superdomineering played that super passively. Because only one word haven't done that yet. A lot of the time they put a bit of aggression on A and then rotate around, so the player on C is just sitting there just to see if he hears anything. So the fact that there was no reaction, I suppose, for C that early suggests to me that they just weren't expecting it. There was an operator on that site, he wasn't holding that angle, he was just waiting passively, which doesn't help if you're running into multiple people like that. A lack of confidence, I think, from Superdomineering and how they deal with that. Fish, though, has it all on lockdown, even bringing out the neural theft, and he's going to be able to find a few more. Can't necessarily impact off the little sprays there. In an awkward fight, he's still able to pick up his third at least. Darkest is on the site, left alive. And it seems like if only one word go to C, they have a really good time. If they go to A, Superdomineering are just super strong with holding that side down.
Yeah, they're almost super dominating if they go in that direction. I do think that that's what a theme that's starting to actually arise for the teams that we've witnessed so far on this map, is that the C site is a serious problem, and if it's not, then it's the B site. Like, I don't think they've found a particularly good way to hold on to both. A lot of teams are try to be a little bit more proactive, like more aggressive around this. I think if you watch a team like TSM, they're not really giving teams a chance to take any of the sites, as the round almost ends before that point. Sinatra as well, renowned for his play in towards the garage. Similarly to what our man Holler just did, but, well, normally Sinatra gets away with it.
Yet again, another passive hold from Superdomineering on B. They do have to run it back, and I mean, ACL getting that kill out early on is such a big advantage to them. Fortunately, peeks out into an Operator, which you has been relatively slower. I think Operator play in this series generally hasn't been that much stellar. Fish, though, has been great. He's been so good at playing these defensive holds, and even here, just nice patient play. Isn't just peeking at angle, but you just dry peeks it slowly with the Operator, and there's only so much you can do there. Now up to Mao. It's a Silver versus Silver, 1 versus 1. The issue is that Mao has so little health in comparison to his counterpart. You only has 30 seconds to find a site, yet he is just sat on B. I think he's wanted to go for the frag as opposed to the plant. This could backfire horribly, though.
He's expecting Mao to get aggressive or maybe rotate away. Instead, Mao's going to be pushing into this corner. We'll see if he's got his spot on. He's waiting around, and oh, it's the half check. The worst possible thing you could do in this situation is not believe in the own angles you're checking, and that's a mistake that I've seen many a time. Unfortunately, this time it cost them a round, so Superdomineering are going to get themselves to 10. And well, this really couldn't be much closer. We're also going to see the run it back and orbital strike available for the defending side, so they're in a pretty good position here.
Right here.
I think that's why they played so passive on B again, because they had the orbital strike. Amenhola wants to use it pretty much instantly. I imagine he'll put it in window or bottom mid. Yeah, bottom mid. He's going to put some pressure onto the Solver, who just backs off. Doesn't really take any form of damage. But this is a great, like, pistol fire for only one word to get going on the A side. It's just a cipher there, but I say just. Fish has been pretty much impeachable when it comes to this defense. And there's a lot of smokes, a lot of setup. This is very reminiscent of Counter-Strike, Tom, isn't it, when it comes to all of the smokes in play. The spike is going to get planted, but Superdomineering's retakes when it comes to creating space for themselves have been pretty strong.
They still haven't destroyed the cam, it seems. It took them a while to do so. So a lot of information gathered up about where these remaining players are going to be standing. The problem is the defenders are all coming in from one angle. There goes the orbital strike, though. TKCC denies just for a little bit longer. Fish still looking from above, but it's Heave, TKCC combining. And while one by one they fall, our men doing a good job, and he's got himself 3 now. Only one player remaining. The Sova on the other side, it's Ringer Rosie as it's left onto you, and he's played so well. Mind gamed his opponent into the ground. Operator saved, and a match point.
That spray did look a bit dodgy from you, though. He was about half a meter away.
Was it? Try my best.
The drag of the spray. Luckily, Amenhola was low on health. Otherwise, that could have gone very differently there. But it shows the Superdomineering's retakes are super strong. Like, retaking A is really tough to do. So the fact that they brought that down to a 1 versus 1 is a good testament to how well they're doing. It's just not good enough in those scenarios. And now we have match point with only one word. With 4 ultimates to go, they're going to be doing this C plant again because this execute has been so straightforward for them. The run it back is a great way to go in. But this is what you want to see more of. Popoman gets the first frag. Should have really backed off. Bit greedy to go for the repeat there on the same angle. Amenhola tries to do a bit more. Mao can even get a shock bolt. The plant is going to go in. And a 3v3, 2 ultimates available on the attack, holding off this retake now. Fish doesn't really have too much utility to open this up for him, and he has an operator looking in his general direction, and the resurrect coming out from only one word. Tough for Superdomineering, but they are opening things up for themselves. Fortunately, Dacus gets that first frag.
Yeah, you as well with the Hunter's Fury. That's just going to put this round to bed. I can't see a way of them getting back into this. He's just going to wait for anybody to tap the defuse. It's going to be the cage expended, but Dark is looking to try and do it all. It's left down to just 1, and Fish will fall. It's 13-10, and while Superdomineering definitely put up maybe a slightly better fight than we would have expected going into this match. The main issue, that C site. They just weren't quite able to control it. It seemed in after plant positions, they would come close a lot of the time and at least make it look like it was in contention. However, they were never really able to get more than 1 kill in those sort of positions. And with how, like, even then, like that last round, I think there was a shock dart from Mao, which hit all 4 players, killing one of them. All of them were half HP, and they still lose that round fairly convincingly.
But I've got to say that Superdomineering did not look bad at all. I think some of the games that we've seen today, it's been like, okay, yeah, this team is clearly better than this one. But that could have gone either way. Like, it's an interesting one considering we haven't really seen many of the map pools. In the best of 3, this could be very different. Kind of like you said before, we could just be seeing Haven because Haven is like a top choice for all of these teams. But it does, like I said to you sort of in the break, there doesn't seem to be any counter stratting at all. It's just Team A wants to run their strategy, Team B wants to run their strategy. Which strategy works out well in that head-to-head? And I think TKCC had a big impact. I wasn't really that impressed with everybody else on only one word, to be honest. I think you started to show up towards the end there, but still bottom fragged in regards to that. But Popo, man, if you're playing Jet and you're trying to play that operator role, you need to have more impact than that. Like, he had a lot of first bloods, but only 9 frags across the series like that. That to me is a bit of a red mark, I suppose, in how they want to play that. It was good towards the end having the operator get that first pick, but then Popo just staying there and just getting refragged like that, being a bit too greedy, trying to line up more shots. It just wasn't common practice and easily punishable by only one word.
Well, I think that's the thing. Like, the whole point of that agent is to take a peek, get away, reposition, and he just didn't do the last.
Didn't, yeah.
It's like, what? I can dash? Oh, I didn't know that. But yeah, I definitely agree. I think also the thing that worries me a little bit, it reminds me of what we saw from Kant in his first match, where he managed to do really well. Like, obviously, TKCC's performance is far better. 28 kills is, I think, the best we've seen so far today. An incredible performance from him.
Let's have a look at him.
It's sort of the thing that I question is, can he do that on a consistent basis? Because you think about Brimstone players, sure, you have the likes of Angel, but they're normally players who take large amount of risks to try and get work done. Now, can they be consistent? That's a different question altogether.
Really enjoyed seeing the Phoenixes. I say that nobody else impressed me in only one word. He had a really good game. ACL also did some really strong stuff. I think these hero choices are going to be so pivotal. If every team is, holding on to Haven as their crutch, these agent picks need to be more impactful. But we're going to be seeing more of this. I expect to be seeing more Haven, but we have one match left today. Thailand Attitude, the team that I'm most excited to watch personally, versus Paper X in the first game of Group D. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be going for another 10-minute break, play out some of these highlights. And you can just see the impact and the I guess, potential that only one word can have in this tournament. We'll be seeing them again tomorrow, but we have one more game, 10-minute break, and then we have Thailand Attitude versus Paper X. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. This is the South Asia or Southeast Asia Valorant Ignition event, and we're going to be going into what is our final match of the day. What's your map prediction for this one? Ryan, you ready?
Haven, I'm guessing. Haven. It's interesting. I didn't expect it really to be a thing. I didn't think any region would be so like fixated on one particular map to practice and to get good at. Like, God forbid if we have like a Worlds and Haven gets picked. G2, FPX, TSM don't stand a chance when these Southeast Asia teams, they're like, at home, we know this place, like the back of our hand. But these two teams are going to be interesting. Like, Thailand Attitude are a team that I think have done consistently well, like, when it comes to tournaments. I wouldn't say that they're, like, completely above and beyond people. That title has mostly gone to attack all around, if I'm being honest. They seem to be the most consistent team out there. But this is still a team that have done pretty solid numbers for themselves down the line. So this is the first game that we've seen of Group D, which has Thailand Attitude, Paper X, Team SMG and Legends in them. We'll see Team SMG versus Legends tomorrow. So yeah, like I think the Thailand Attitude should have this one in the bag, but if there's anything I've learned through this tournament is that just because we have info and records of teams now, doesn't mean that they're inherently better than the new teams that have just surfaced up.
Yeah, and of course, Paper X is actually an organization I recognize at least a little bit because they are obviously within Counter-Strike, and there's someone as well where it's like they're very happy to try and take some risks. Like their current roster, I'm just going to read through the different nations. You've got Malaysia, France, and one player from Indonesia, one player from Singapore, and a coach from India. So like they're trying to find these like almost weird mixed teams that they can create, and I'm interested to see how that one's actually going to work out for them, like whether or not it is going to be something that works in the future. But realistically, as you said, they do come in as a bit of an underdog here, but I'm sure that the talent they will have picked up, at least at this stage, should be one that's able to do some damage.
And I think we just saw them on screen. The Talent Attitude guys are very much recognizable names if you're from an Overwatch background. No Overwatch League caliber players in here, but if you'll recognize players like Mushroom and Patipan, common names of Team Thailand teams that have been part of the World Cup in previous years, and players like Mickey, who was part of that roster, went on to then be part of Team Envy and then Dallas Fuel. So these are the guys that I think didn't necessarily get all of the credit in the world, I suppose. Paper X, a good mix of stuff from the Singaporean lineup. I think it'd be Singaporean, right, if you're to describe where they're from. So it's very much up in the air, I suppose. You've got two recognizable lineups when it comes to the rosters, the pedigree. So you would expect that this isn't going to be like some of the games that we've seen before, where one team does okay, but just dominates the other team because they have better, like, basic fundamentals, I suppose it would be. Because I think the scene is still very early on in this region when it comes to teams coming together. Seems to be more of a mix-up area of the world. Like, there's been a lot of changes with rosters and team lineups, and I think this is just a tournament that you need to be a part of and do well in. And it's kind of like doing qualifiers, like a qualifier for the UK, a qualifier for France, a qualifier for Germany. You're going to get a sense of inconsistencies, I suppose, but I think both these teams are they've earned their keep here, so I would expect a good match, and we're going to bind. We're no longer in Haven Jail.
Yeah, Haven Jail sounds like an almost like Havendale, like some sort of nice little town off in the east, but I can't say I particularly want to go there anymore. I have had enough. I'm glad to see some bind come into play, and yeah, this will be interesting. A little bit of a switch up. We've got a Phoenix coming in as well on the attacking side for Thailand Attitude. So they've gone with a double duelist setup to try and really just get that firepower off on the attacking side. And I wonder if they would pick the exact same comp if they were starting defense. It's interesting to me to see if teams actually switch based on where they're starting.
Very quick wall just to shut that down. Boom Barappa. I love some of these names. Boom Barappa. It's like Parappa the Rapper, but boom. Making some plays. I wanted to at least. I think they're just going to wait for this Sage Wall to break on down naturally. You've got the Cypher actually looking over towards B. And it's actually forced a rotation away from Paper Rex, so this could open up quite nicely for Thailand Attitude. They still have control of the spike, but if Boom Barappa gets killed here, he's not really got too much help, and he has control of the spike, which could give it very much in the hands of Paper Rex.
Well, smokes are going to go down. Ooh, I like that. A cheeky little ice wall just to make sure that they, like, he smoked it off, they planted deep, and now they're just going to fall all the way back. They didn't even have to fight anyone. That's a nice little start to get the spike in a good position. And yeah, they're just going to have to break through this just to try and get towards anything they can do. The only thing is, there's a lot of players in the choke point towards the bathrooms, which is a relatively difficult position to peek back out from. They're just trying to bait them in, and already there goes the Molotov. This is just a strat that they've set up to basically deny anybody a chance. This is fantastic from the side of Thailand Attitude. A clear plan. Sure, there's a kill, but Mushroom is just going to end it for them. 1-0, and that was pretty sick.
A smart play, and I think it was made even smart because Thailand Attitude baited that Sage Wall out really early on. So the only play that Paper Rex could have done if they had all of their utility, if that play went through, is break the attacker's wall, put a wall from Bathhouse, and just dedicate for the defuse. Because they have to break the wall, which is much more difficult when you're only on pistols. So that's just a great read from Thailand Attitude to go, they use their wall in kind of a dumb way, so let's punish that. Let's just get the plant in, and they can't stop us. They will not go for this defuse until we're all dead. And I think that worked out really well. And Paper Rex now are just trying to control various parts of the map. They've pushed down B long, which is a good amount of intel. I think the Cypher on attack has spotted them. So the attackers know that the defenders know that they are not on B. So now they're going to rotate to B to try and fake out. The Brimstone's still going to push pretty much all the way until the tripwire, and he just sees everybody running towards him from distance.
And that was the moment he knew. Well, you know the rest. They are still going to have a Cypher here, but realistically, it will have to be some of the best classic shots I think we've ever seen in our lives to net any sort of kill. It's a little bit awkward, but Thathi is going to find himself an extra one, and they're even going to TP back just to make sure that they can get an after plant. The Ray's actually still pushing, maybe trying to sell a bit of a fake, or it's just new gen wanting some extra kills. Unfortunately, he's just going to hand an SMG over to the other side instead, but ultimately the round is done.
Another one in the hands of Thailand Attitude. GD Faker. The breach is a bit clumsy with his approach of maybe trying to get some exit frags from the site. The Thailand Attitude could go through the teleporter. I think with where Boom Barappa is placed, he could do that. But just even the way that they're stood now, Thailand Attitude, the position on the map is coordinated. This is a team that's clearly practiced a lot. I don't really know what JD Faker's trying to do other than get himself killed, but he still gets the frag onto Boom Barappa. Lee is holding on to the Bulldog, is still able to get the frag. Rattler's probably just going to grab the Spectre and hope to get out of there, but it's a case of either keep that gun or at least take it out the hands of the enemy, and he can really do neither. So another round going towards Thailand Attitude, 2-0, and haven't had too many casualties along the way that their economy is going to be just fine for the future, at least.
Yeah, not a bad position to be in, and I have to say, of all the teams that I've seen so far, with even just the fact that they had a proper pistol strat, that's excited me, because we haven't seen anything too in-depth other than, like, stack-ups of aggressive positions. Then again, though, this round is going to be one where it's a little bit tougher for them. Weaponry is going to be weaker than their opponents, and chances are these are almost used as a bit of a bonus round. Now, they do have the res available to them, a powerful ultimate for sure if they are going to be a bit risky in their play. The only worry for me is if they go for the same play that they went for last time with the wall and with everything available to them, that orbital strike ruins their day.
Paper X not pushing down B, I think, is a big miss. Very scared, very passive hold from the defenders. I think Rattler has spotted that there are people over there. And even the Boombot said down mid. But it's this area of the map the Mushroom's in that needs to have them really scared. Could do the same plant as last time with the wall if they wanted to. But the slow up is just going to delay things a little bit further. Might put a bit more pressure onto Thailand Attitude to make mistakes. But I'd say rather unlikely. The execute now coming in. Spike is going to be planted soon. Rettler tries to just get onto the other side just beforehand, but the orbital strike is a great way to put that out. And there's no real time to rotate all the way to B. They have to get to the teleport, which is on the A side, so this is cutting it super close for Thailand Attitude.
Yeah, in fact, the Spike going to go on the long rotation just to make sure it isn't caught on the cross. And I think that sooner rather than later, there would have to be some sort of rotation. But even just with all the tripwires that are available, this is going to be a really rough take now, being denied multiple times.
The stun.
The flatline as well is perfectly placed. And I don't see any way out of this. It has to be a straight up plant, and they haven't got enough time. Round already over, just going to be saving their extra weaponry. And oh, new gen, I'm not sure what the plan was there.
That was so unlucky, just landing where the aftershock was placed. Yeah, like Thailand Attitude wanted to set up that strategy. It was really strong read from Paper Rex, like just having that ultimate. Egoist was just aware that they were going to try something similar, and having that ultimate so early as well. Even though Thailand Attitude could see it, I just don't think they were expecting it. Because it was just a solid, like, response. The Thailand Attitude didn't have any options to do anything else. I think at that point you just have to push onto the A site instead of rotating around. Really well played from Paper X. Just some smart play to counter what Thailand Attitude are trying to do.
Well, once again, we're going to see a few pieces upgraded now for the side of Thailand Attitude. But still these relatively slow rounds. In fact, we've even seen Paper X actually stack themselves up into the B site. A lot of utility there already, and a real reliance on this aggressive push from the Rays to actually get something done here. Stuck in the corner, an instant kill. Now, sure, there's a trade from Rettler, but this is where the rotation needs to begin. In fact, it's a res coming up. I wonder if we're going to see the more standard execute with the wall going out to the right. An easy plant available. And while Paper X are going to have to come in with a pretty big retake.
They need lamp control, and the fact that the Rays is in there is super scary. This is why Paper X are pushing so aggressively, but they can't even trade. Pattypan from distance, actually, that's such a beautiful shot. And they know that the breach is going to be somewhere around B. It's no chance for him to come in. Really, Paper X should have had a better hold on that. I think if a team just pushes down A mid, that they need to be punished some more than they were. It was kind of like the C-Long pushes that we saw in Haven. It's that kind of, you can't just let them do that for free, otherwise it's an easy win. But the fact that Thailand Attitude pushed down there, they traded, they brought in a Resurrect, and they instantly took lamp control after that plant went in. It was so difficult for Paper X. They should have been a bit more involved instead of sitting back and trying to retake it from there. So straightforward round for Thailand Attitude to win. Economy's going to be good. They have a run it back going down as well, so they can do some rather aggressive plays off the back of it. But I'm really impressed with what I've seen with Thailand Attitude so far. I think they've got a good grip on the game, but so do Paper X. It's just a bit awkward in some cases for them.
Yeah, I could definitely see like both of these teams getting through. Even though it's very early within the match, I'm sure there's still plenty more to be seen. But yeah, so far at least, Thailand Attitude have put on a good show. And again, like getting these early rounds on the attacking side are always going to be beneficial moving forward. Now this time, the stack has moved. And it's moved into the position of the last round. The problem is they are getting slaughtered. And they expect the third player. It is checked by Patifan, but the rest of the team maybe not quite continuing in that direction. They brought it back into a 2v2. The ice wall is available again, so it's going to be the exact same play as what we saw last round. And with already a flank coming in, it's going to be a little bit tough for that breach to get past the tripwire.
Yeah, these got the right idea with just taking lamp control and having his utility set in there. You even see a lot of Cyphers on defense playing there now just because it's so impactful and so strong. The D just needs to hold on to this position, but nobody's really checking the Brimstone behind. He can take all of this space for free, and if the camera's not being checked, it's going to be a big one. Now it's a side, but that's such a luscious flick over to Egoist. He thought that he had the angle, and even he's getting right in his face, taking his nice Vandal and going. Some really solid play out of the Cypher there. You don't tend to see it an awful lot with the Cypher on attack, but the way that he's playing and knowing exactly where he needs to anchor on a certain site. We saw it at the start of the day with Senna. It's a similar thing, but seeing it work on Bind is actually a nice surprise too. And I think if they keep doing that, they're going to have an advantage over Paper X, who probably have to force at this point. or save. Most likely save, not force.
It goes here.
Yeah, you can see them investing a bit into their utility, but of course that's one of the major differences from other FPSs is that you get to keep your utility into the next round. This one might not last very long, as it's already to run it back to get rid of Brandon. And while there's not really much of a defense left, there's the one player towards Lamps, but that is only a pistol. Nice shot from Rettler, though. The snap back around. And it's actually going to take away a rifle. A good trade-off for the small amount of utilities had to use. Even going to throw in the res. That's a bit more of a surprise, but I guess with how much damage they've already done, it's somewhat understandable. They've started to clean things up, but there's only going to be the showstopper left. And there's going to be one coming up.
Oh, I got both of them.
And now... Oh, the shot off the pistol was even dirtier. A bit of a crazy round in the end, but it's NewGen who manages to hold on. And more importantly, there were a fair few ults actually utilized by the defense in that round.
Definitely, like, it was Paper Rex's to lose there. It was just NewGen coming in with that ultimate, and then the kill at the end was the saving grace, really. I think he even got a boombot kill just beforehand, too, so ended up being a 4K. Was the saving grace, really, for Thailand Attitude on a round that was looking just scrappy from both teams. Really wasn't that good. You got to laugh at some of the shots that come in, you know. I look at other casters, and they're like, oh my god, that's a nutty shot with the Sheriff when he's blinded, and I'm just like... We all know that that's just a lucky, like, BS shot. So it's just funny. It's funny to see it happen to the best players out there, I suppose. So seeing a running right-click headshot with a classic is always just gonna make me burst out laughing.
A little bit of luck that goes a long way. The ice wall really doesn't do too much, in fact, to deny them, and we're gonna see the ult used to clear out the lamps. I think that's a little bit unlucky for Mushroom as well. Brandon, though, is going to be able to pick off one, but the rotation coming quick, and they actually expect the two players to be pushed up. This is so smart from NewGen. Another pick coming up for him. It's going to be one caught, and I think that's actually going to go off. That's not something you see too often from the tripwire. Brandon as well rotating in with that operator. Some raise on raise action as the other is currently holding back towards B long. Gonna make things awkward for the Cypher to clear, and NewGen has hit his shot once more, leaving it in a 3 versus 2, and they've got so much space to try and gain. The footsteps already being heard, and the Molotov actually being clipped will give away the sound cue. Egoist has found one, but he's very quickly traded. Brandon has caught the other, but does he expect the player to be in the back of Lamps? It seems like he does. He's gonna throw the nade right in, doesn't quite connect the shot, and now it's counter. Oh, this is so awkward. I was going to say a counter nade thrown in to try and deny it, but I think he's just about got it with the whiff shot that came after.
Just had it. I think Thailand Attitude didn't have enough control over Hookah. It was only right at the depth that you saw NewGen having to rotate all the way around. I think Thailand Attitude were aware of it. They had a Cypher camera set up there, but... having a Cypher camera versus having a person in Hookah is still a big difference with keeping map control. Really, Paper X shouldn't have been able to have two people completely clear and retake the site from CT and just push all the way through. Like, Talent Attitude, I like the ideas of broad strokes when it comes to moving on the map, but once they get to the microplay of getting onto a site and executing, we start right there with tripping over tripwires, looking a bit lost, going through cyber cages half a dozen times. That's where they look a bit lost and a bit easy to exploit. So I think Paper X just kind of need to let Talent Attitude do what they want to do up until they get to a site, which is why I think JD Faker's playing here. He's waiting for this play to come through, is expecting something to happen, and he's just going to try and get the spray in, and for the most part, it's worked.
And the defense coming up strong, and oh dear, that's going to push one player forward and one player back and leave NewGen completely alone. The orbital strike being put to good use this time. It may not necessarily net a kill itself, but this is Paper X starting to strike. They've won a couple of rounds on the trot, unless, of course, NewGen can do something insane in the next 50 seconds. And I would imagine we're just going to have a long wait until the round actually ends with a save.
Whilst headed in the opposite direction, he has a 4K, plants the spike, and has a great old time. Doesn't seem likely, but Paper X is starting to come into a bit more. I think that's generally the consensus. That's the conclusion I've come to after the 8 rounds that we've seen of these teams so far. Is Thailand Attitude has some really good ideas with putting pressure on the map. If they could get a frag and open up a site like that, then it's great. But otherwise, I think Paper X just need to hold their own, hold plenty of off angles, use utility at the right times. And JD Faker able to get a couple of kills there in such an aggressive position shouldn't have been allowed. Better teams wouldn't let that happen, but it kind of reminds me of like FPX Thailand Attitude so far. It's like good ideas, poor execution.
Well, 5-3. They at least keep this operator going, and NewGen definitely has been someone to watch so far in this match. He's got some pretty impactful openers, predicting where his opponents are going to be to at least a decent level. And for the side of Thailand Attitude, it doesn't seem to be too much of an issue for them just yet. You can still see there is going to be a rifle in the hands of one player, although I do wonder if that might just be a little bit of bonus cash. I didn't actually see the Phoenix with any extra armor.
No, it seems to be Sheriffs and Classics and half Armero there. Just saving just below 2k, just to have enough for the next round. And defense, playing aggressively, making sure that they had the camera. It's smart play, I suppose, by the Cypher, just to make sure that that camera doesn't stay there for too long. It's going to keep Paper X towards the B site, and if they can keep the majority of players over there, that's great, because the spike is over on A for Thailand Attitude. I just worry because they're doing this play quite a lot when it comes to controlling Bathhouse. The Paper Rex are going to bring out more strategies and be wise to it. The execute's going to come in, and a nice shot that starts off Nuja getting that kill.
Oh. Well, the paint shell is going to connect, but they're going straight for this plant once again. Now, they've already seen that the orbital strike has been used, so that's why they go, oh, you know what? I've worked this one out. They can't stop us this time. So again, this cheese strategy that I've not seen too much of being utilized. Nice shot from Brandon, though. Still going strong off of the operator, and it seems like they are just waiting for that to break. I like the use of the aftershock, though. That might actually be able to get them to halfway on this defusal. Going to be using the flashpoint as well, but the nades and the molotovs are actually going to get a kill. It's going to be P&D to fall, and this is starting to get a little bit dangerous now for Paper X. Even using the blast packs, which will actually push him off the defusal, buying some extra time, but can't quite stop it in the end. It will come in, but I really like all the ideas from Thailand Attitude. It wasn't the best investment into this round, but they brought it pretty close.
It was, again, the right idea, but I think the difference there in that round versus other ones is that Brandon had full control over A main. You saw two players peek around to try and take control there and just got killed by the operator twice. If a player from Thailand Attitude could push down main and take maybe like lamp control and sort of get in behind Paper X that are more towards the bottom right of the A site, then there's no chance of them getting that defuse in. They've got pressure coming from multiple areas, but because Paper X could nip that in the bud and make sure that all of the danger was coming from one direction, they could get that defuse in and just throw as much utility at Thailand Attitude, and they can't get out of there. They're completely bottlenecked.
No. It's going to be a faster play this time as they look to try and pressure into this B site. Again, we have the early 3-man stack waiting, but the utility from NewGen every single time seems to do so much damage as he kills off another member of this Paper X squad. Rettler holding back. Hasn't quite been spotted just yet. They've only got 2 players remaining and no ultimate even close for Rettler just yet. So it is just going to have to be the frags. 1 kill comes up, but as he tries to escape, he is waiting. So it is going to be a 6th on the board for Thailand Attitude. And, well, Brandon, as usual, just going to be trying to make sure that operator is brought into the next round.
These guys have been watching their VODs from other teams across the world. Like, that's the cool part, is I feel like I see, like, inspirational stuff from, like, FPX, certainly. But there's also just bits of Sentinels in there. Like, it's interesting to see this hybrid. Fortunately, Brandon can't keep hold of the operator, which could have been pivotal for Paper X down the line. I think that came down to mostly Talent Attitude knew what areas of the map they needed control of. They had Hookah, they took Elbow as well on the B site. And when there's 2 players alive for Paper X, there's no chance of a retake if you don't have all those spaces. So it's Thailand Attitude feels like the better team, but I feel that they're tripping themselves up with some of the strategies that they run. Because Paper X are just sort of checkmating them a lot of the time, and then Thailand Attitude have no response. When they try and run a strategy and suddenly Paper X goes, no, Thailand Attitude are like, oh, okay, sorry, and then they lose the round.
Well, I think that's something I was talking about earlier, where it's like sometimes you have a team that's very good at working out their executes, but a very, very good team will have good mid-round calls. And I think you are right that seems to be missing at the moment, is when things don't quite work out. Yet to see the spike planted. That was a very specific point being chosen as he goes for the plant. It is going to be the Rolling Thunder. And actually, the wall might have broken by the time they actually go to try and get this plant in. This could be a real problem for the attacking side. Already, we see JD Faker. He's realized that the rotation has come in. And this time, they do switch it up a little bit later into the round. The Neural Theft, though, is going to, as you said, spot the flanker and make them realize that this is definitely a play towards the B site. Elbow needs to be taken, and there's actually going to be two offensive players just waiting on this angle. The trade needs to come in instantly, and it does from Boom, leaving just two remaining on either side. If they trade in this regard, it won't be too much of a problem. But they need to let that time tick down a little bit further. They know that the Cypher was around this angle, and JD is actually going to bait in the peak. But even still, the Cypher on the other side, D just trying to hold on. PND needing the trade frag, and he's going to get it at that. It will be Paper X just about claiming themselves another round as they get themselves a fifth.
Another close one, another defuse going down into 5 seconds or less than 5 seconds. I think, yeah, you're looking at B there as the attacking Cypher has been really strong so far and being a complete nuisance to Paper X. But that Neural Theft completely gave him up. I think before he wanted to try and lull around market to catch people rotating, and then he wants to go take hookah control because, like we keep saying, it's so important. But the fact that he was spotted by the Neural Theft, he wanted to take a real wide berth and not play typically, I suppose. So he went down B long and just wasn't able to get a foothold on this site to help out the rest of his team that were fighting for elbow control. So really well played from Paper X, just the right ultimate at the right time. Completely throws Thailand Attitude askew. It just seems one small thing and they completely fall apart and they just can't get the plays in.
Oh, here we go. I love me a little bit of Judge, and it's going to be two, even denying the boom bot. And JD Faker, he's probably just closed this round out already. That is a disgusting start with the Judge, a gun that many have criticized for being overpowered, and you can somewhat see why. 2 remain versus the 4 on the defense.
I think Riot,
1 remains.
I think Riot said that they just want to up the price on it, which I think is fair. I think it's just too cheap for what it is. But it works, and it's just a firm example of, like, Thailand Attitude want to play this so cleanly as if it's just an assault rifle round every time. They just don't expect these kind of plays and don't really have a plan for it. And like I keep saying, like I feel like I'm just watching Fabric and Fun plus Phoenix, honestly, when it comes to, like, they try and lead by example when it comes to executing and using utility, but as soon as one player does something that's a little bit odd, they just completely have no response to it. And the fact that this is so even at half-time means that this is a super interesting map. It's been great to see Paper X come in and respond to a team that, if they didn't make playoffs, would be a huge surprise. I think Thailand Attitude, only one word, Boom eSports maybe. Actually, no, not really after the match that we saw earlier. But Attack All Around is another team that it's a bit different. Like it's very much up in the air this tournament because a lot of the teams that you would expect to make playoffs have a lot of caveats to them now. And I think this is another one that Thailand Attitude have to deal with. Could be favourites for this tournament, but this is just a merry-go-round for both teams.
Thailand Attitude all teleport towards B.
Go for the A teleport. Do it. Do it, you cowards.
Oh, it would be funny. No, they're just going to wait. They want to try and take the fights. They're all just lurking around mid. They've got bored of this game, and as the push comes back through A log, it is
Yes!
going to happen. They're going to go back through the teleporter. It's a full ring around the
He's
Rosie.
gonna use his
and
wall,
actually,
really?
he's going to use the wall to block them off, but it doesn't really work. There's a gap in it, unfortunately. It slowed them down at least a little bit, but, well, he has something for that. It's called a slow.
I don't like this hookah. I don't like this hookah control. Thailand Attitude just have... It's just high ground, right? You look at Overwatch, high ground is such an important thing. Thailand Attitude played this game, but yet PND and Braxton are still able to win those engagements from the site. Like, feels like Thailand Attitude just tried to like outrun them and just sort of bully them by using the high ground. But they just weren't aiming. They weren't clicking the heads. Paper X are just going to clean up easily from there. Just the zany strategies on the attack, I hope we get to see it a little bit more, because you don't often see the teleporters being used at all by teams, never mind both teleporters in the same round. I think Thailand Attitude need to be careful in this game. I think their defending strategies need to be clean. I think they need to be having strong retakes, or at least doing a bit of damage on Paper X as the executes come in. Otherwise, I think Paper X are going to run away with this, honestly.
Well, this round at least. You're looking for a cheesy strategy, right, Ryan? It's where we see the shorties come into play, or Bucky, you know, if you can't. Because he likes to play things a little bit differently. They are potentially about to push into a fair few shorties. In fact, 3 of them just waiting on the other side in middle. Of course, the gun with not many bullets in the clip. And I don't know how, I was about to say, I don't know how he survives that. That was everything thrown into one corner. And, well, this is the tough thing about playing against arrays. There are many abilities on that agent which I think people have asked for a change. The nade has obviously been reduced as it is, just to be a single. I still remember on the first day you could pretty much clear out the whole of hookah on your own. Here we go, though. Fast playing towards the site. The cam going to be spotting, but I think they already know that the full squad is coming in this direction. They will at least be able to get one, and the rotation coming back through. It's a nice attempt. Are we going to see the same from Boom? No, not quite as clean. And while, yeah, I don't know what you're hoping from there.
Paper X has some really good reads on what Thailand Attitude are trying to do. Like, they could just tell from where the race was positioned with the shorty that there would be more people there. So they got that frag, instantly went B. They were just like, they're going to try and play close with shorties here. And so they just ran down B long, executed onto a site, kept their distance from some of the corners because they expected Thailand Attitude to be there. And there's nothing the Thailand Attitude could do from then on out, even if they have like important areas of the map like hookah or elbow. If they just have shorties and PRX are just going to keep their distance, you were just hard countered.
Well, this is the round where we expect a little bit more, but I like how we've seen heavier investment actually into I want to say lesser rifles in the form of the Bulldog. Like, you even still have what looks like a Vandal as well on the attacking side. This really isn't a bad purchase considering this is a round 3 buy, which is normally quite weak for the attacking side as they basically utilize all of those bonus weapons. Their plan as well is clear. They're going to go running into this B side. Didn't have too much trouble last time, but some good cypher traps that make things awkward. Also getting a couple of kills here and there. And while you can see Egoist doesn't have much to play with, just the Ghost, in fact. And while we'll see Retler fall as well. So 8-7, as said, I kind of expected in that round.
It was just so deathmatchy in some cases, just running for the smokes, running while shooting. There's very little like respect from either side. Paper X keep a hold of their lead. And very much an off and on one, I think, when it comes to how this is playing out and how it's looking. Thailand Attitude just held on to their own there. I think it was really solid. Paper X just wanted to be aggressor, and I think if you just do that and don't really tussle with Thailand Attitude too much, they're just going to play retake and they're just going to win. I feel it's both these teams seem to have really good discipline on stuff, but one team's better at reading a situation and one of them's better at planning for one.
So basically what you're saying is they should make a 10-man roster, which will take the world by storm.
Or just switch them out on each side like it's American football or something.
It's like, oh, we need a good mid-round call. Let's switch it over to Paper X.
Tactical pause. Everybody disconnects. New people reconnect.
You can change their name to Paper Attitude. I quite like that name.
Or Thailand Rex.
Yeah, I don't like that name. I think the worst one would definitely be Rex Thailand. Well, here we go. Rotation. Already making its back towards that B site. Clearly feeling like this is the weaker of the two, as they've been putting a fair amount of pressure here over the last few rounds. Now, they fell, well, literally into the trap last time, as they got caught out by everything that Cypher had to offer. The aftershock used to try and force back, and just look at all the different flashes that have currently caught the attackers. And you just, PND was just completely stuck within so many different traps at once. It is going to get the opener. Now we witness what is the aggressive play coming out from the Phoenix. But I don't actually think it's going to get anything done. They're just stuck behind a wall. So for the attackers, they're not in too bad a spot. Patifan trying to find a way back in. He is going to find the pick and spot a man inside the middle. Retler can't do anything either. And again, another prominent retake coming out from the side of Thailand Attitude.
I think when it's just these solid executes from Paper X, it's so difficult for them. They need to try and bait Talent Attitude away from their default default placement when it comes to defending some of these sites. They need to bait in different directions, pull Talent Attitude away from certain positions and certain sites, and then catch them on the rotation, potentially. It's awkward because Talent Attitude just seemed to be so much stalwart on the defense. They didn't look it to begin with, but as soon as the bigger guns came out to play, they look so much better, and it just seems really clean for them to take it. Like, when they're up for attacking themselves, they seem to struggle, but defense, it seems more straightforward for them, so they don't really break a sweat at all.
Well, we definitely seem to have a game on our hands for this one. Unfortunately, this round is not looking like it's going to be too much, and I'm not surprised to say that it looks like they're going to try and go into this B site again. Brandon knows that they've been able to get out quite far, but this almost seems like design from Thailand Attitude, and they've switched up the way they play in almost every single round. The Blaze, in this situation, just used for healing. We don't really see its tactical use too often unless it's just to wall something off. And even then, it's only a small amount of damage. It's more just for visionary purposes.
There's only 2 people on Thailand Attitude holding down the site against 5 people. Like, just 2 people. Like, granted, they're now starting to go down, but even then, Lee can get a trade in. So the rotation's going to be a slow one from Thailand Attitude. The fact that there were 3 people stacked on that site waiting was surprising. And ironically, they were waiting there for this play. Now they need to rotate back. Could catch out Paper X here, because they may be expecting that rotation to be further along. But right now, you can see that Thailand Attitude are already on the site and already able to get those frags.
I think this is what we define as overplaying your hand. Again, the idea is not a bad one. Unfortunately, the execution of it just a little bit too slow. And as you said, I think they thought that the rotation would already much further along. So 9-8. Ultimately, for Paper X, that was a round where they didn't really invest too much. But after picking up the rifles, I think we definitely believed that there was an opportunity for them there. And while Thailand Attitude, after a bit of a hiatus from the board, have now got themselves the lead again.
I think the teleporters is like a big thing about it. Like, I think there were more teleporters used in this game than the whole of the Allied Odyssey tournament. Like, genuinely. Because I think you saw it there, like the rotation came in using the teleport, and it's just, you go from being pretty much on one site to then having to do the counter-strikey thing of running from spawn to get there before the enemy does. And that time, Thailand Attitude were just quicker to the punch there, and were able to win that fight off advantage. So I think a lot of teams don't like to use the teleporters, because if you go from A to B, you're giving up essentially being on the A site to be way off of the B site. And you've just got to hope that there's nobody there, or that the rotation's going to be slow enough. It's very much leaving it in a neutral position, and if you're attacking, even a neutral position is a disadvantageous position. So you just don't want to risk it, and I think that's what's catching both teams out at the moment. They're trying to do these smart teleporter plays, but the other team is always quicker to react and always better placed for them.
5 ultimates in this round for Paper X, so you kind of expect them to take this round. If they don't, you have to feel like either they just aren't using their ultimates or something's going wrong. But you have something as powerful as the Rolling Thunder. That is not a good flash. And it actually helps out quite significantly for the attackers as they go for the push. And, well, there you go. There is the Rolling Thunder. In this case, it probably wasn't needed. But no. I guess better to be safe than sorry. And they are going to hear the rotation coming through the teleporter. Brandon even going to look to try and support his teammate on that peak, and well, nails the shot. New Gen as well, both raises coming in clutch, as finding a kill within a matter of seconds. Egoist is trying to hold on, and he will do just that. No kill this time for New Gen, and a 9th round on the board as well for Paper X.
Uncharacteristically aggressive out of Thailand attitude there. Patipan just screwing up the flash, made it awkward, and ended up losing both players and only trading one. Just gave them a real numbers disadvantage, and nobody else was really there to rotate and protect. So Paper Rex, that's a thing to spot for the future, just trying to take early engagements for some of Talent Attitude that are trying to maybe force plays now. Talent Attitude just need to dial it back a little bit. Scout for intel, not necessarily for frags, because you're playing on bind, you're defending, you're played for retakes. You don't need to try and get a frag beforehand. You could go into these retakes as a 5 versus 5 and still have the advantage. You don't need to worry about getting those frags beforehand, like we kind of talked about with like C on Haven. You need to do damage on bind, you don't necessarily. It's a retake map.
Well, Brandon, patiently waiting. This is a push, though, from New Gen. He has been one of the major playmakers, but we've seen this before. We might see it again. It looks like he's about to walk in. He catches one with his pants down, but that will be all. And that's what we normally talk about when we have that sort of offensive defense, I guess you could call it. If you're only getting one kill and dying, it is not worth it at all. And while with the utilization of the res coming in for the attacking side, there's no way that the defenders can use theirs. So there's no way they can actually get back into this round using the res. They're just going to have to win it out as a 4.
Paper X using the neural theft too means that they have intel on where Thailand Attitude want to play. I think they've overthought this again because they saw the majority of people were on the A site, so maybe they were expecting Thailand Attitude to change up their positioning. Now you've got the breach just making a load of noise. The rotation is going away. They go for the teleporter. This is amazing from Paper X. The breach just making so much noise and the ultimate being used just baits out that play so much, and the plant's going to go in with no contesting from Thailand.
That was a really smart mid-round call. Like, I could see what you mean as well, but it came down to just a matter of timing with the push that came in. And while the peek around the corner is just fast enough for Egoist to not have his position given away, the defenders with only 2 remaining, they kind of need to make the choice to save here. Keeping those weapons into the next round is far more important. Paper X's economy is going to be in a pretty decent spot here. And it is going to be them taking the 10th. Of course, 13 is the goal, and it really is anyone's game. This is definitely the closest we've seen.
And it's the whole butterfly to a hurricane kind of example there. You have New Gen just dying here, and it opened up the game for Paper X to exploit. Because the neural theft came in, Paper X could see where Talent Attitude were. They went over to the A site because they thought Talent Attitude would rotate away. Then you have the breach making a load of noise on the B site, force people to go for the teleporter, open up the site for Paper X. It goes on and on and on. It's just one of those things that it all started because Talent Attitude are trying to just force plays, and they're really playing himself at this point. I don't think Paper X are doing anything too out of the ordinary. If these are 5v5 engagements, Talent Attitude seem to win them no problem. But because Thailand Attitude are losing people without trading all that much, it's costing them big time.
Yeah, I think the problem is that they're trying to react with super aggressive plays, and it just hasn't worked out for them. As said, if you're not trading as a minimum, that's still, well, even a trade is not great. Like, you need to be getting a kill and getting away for those aggressive plays to be worthwhile, unless it's in like very late stages of the round and it gains you enough information that it's worth it. This time, though, they have gone back to what was their initial passive hold. Operator back in play for New Gen, and it means he can just sit towards the back heaven on the A site. And then they've left these 2 as the solo defenders at B. They've definitely had their success, but I feel like they're super reliant on the to do well with his traps. And if they don't succeed, it seems like the picks come too fast for anybody else to rotate.
And Knee's camera have been taken out. He's not going to have it for another 30 seconds. But just look at Patipan's positioning. His face is up against the hookah sort of window. He's playing so aggro that it's not going to be too much of a stretch for Paper X to just look right here and catch him out. He's even in the smoke. He tries to do a subtle play, but I think PND just catches him. Pandemonia. Now the orbital strike, is going to be used. It doesn't catch all that much. And yet again, this defense is starting to fall apart a little bit.
Oh yeah, I think a little bit might be an understatement. There's only 2 players left. Make that just 1. Boom is gone as well. And Nugent, he wants to keep this operator. The spray's a bit wild from Egoist, but he gets it done nonetheless. 11-9 as Paper X continue to increase their lead.
Oh.
Okay. Interesting. I guess the observer's having a little bit of fun flying around the map.
It just
I know
goes
that
for the
I
ground.
do that sometimes. Like, if I know I have an observer and I'm in the server, in between the rounds, I'll just fly around the map for a bit of fun.
Got to keep yourself entertained. There's another shot.
Yeah,
It's a nice little like scoreboard background. I think you just cut to it a little bit early. Well, hey, I'm still prepping here. Isn't too far away for Paper X though to clinch this one out. I don't imagine Thailand Attitude have all that much to work with. They have a showstopper though. Putting that in the right place at the right time. But Nugent, yet again, it's like Thailand seem to be the construct of their own downfall at this point. It's just, I want to peek to get a frag. You don't need to. And it just opens up Paper X to either push onto that site or get a bit too big brain and a bit too complex where they're baiting. Patipan, that is good stuff. Like, that is better, but a lot of the time, those kind of plays just get caught out with Tylee. So now Thailand Attitude have a nice little crux, I suppose, when it comes to getting onto Paper X's, like, shoulder. But it's still a scrappy one for both sides.
Yeah, nice shot from D as well. The worry is that the attacks still have both, well, I was going to say a Rolling Thunder and a Showstopper. They use both of them within a matter of seconds just to try and deny any chance of the defenders getting back into this round. The only remaining agent is going to be this Phoenix of Patifan, and while realistically there's nothing he can do here, just trying to hold for some exit frags, catch somebody as they're falling out of the site, and ultimately just wants to save as much of his weaponry as he can. The thing is, though, this is now going to be map point, and of course it is only 1 map per match. It's best of 1s at the moment, so for Paper X, they just need to try and cheese their way through 1 round. And are you kidding? How did Patifan dies to the spike? That's... He doesn't even get the ult orb anymore.
Big loss. Money is not going to be good anyway, so just holding on to whatever you can is going to be beneficial. Even just going into future rounds, right? They got to force every single round regardless of what kind of money they have. And it's been disappointing from Thailand Attitude. They had such a bright start, and they've had so many really nice rounds. Like the 3 that they won on the bounce on their defending side, it looked impossible for Paper X to have impact there. But I haven't really seen too much from Nugent or Patipan. Like, they are meant to be the ones creating plays. And if anything, they've just been opening the door for Paper X because Paper X just keep exploiting them time and time again. And it's just, it feels like easy frags for the most part. I think Thailand Attitude trying to do too much. Paper X are just doing the default, and it's working out so well for them.
Oh, patient play. That Showstopper, as you mentioned, is still there for New Gen, but his aggression over the last few rounds has been hugely unsuccessful, and it will be once again. They're just waiting for this. He has support this time, though. The Judge with 1, and combining along with the Spectre, they're making this mixed bag buy work out for them, at least thus far. It does also mean that the 1 ultimate, or both ultimates, I guess, that were currently in play have dissipated. And it does just come down to the weaponry, which I guess, unfortunately, for Thailand Attitude is where their disadvantage lies. But they have managed to gain in terms of personnel. This push coming in fast, though. Nice work from PND. He's going to kill both players within this A site. The wall will go down. There's the neural theft as well to give all the information. They know that both players are coming in from CT. This is looking like the beginning of the end.
And Faker's going to rotate all the way around to take bath control. D has to clear the whole site. They have to clear lamps, they have to clear mid, they have to clear bath. Like, this is a pretty impossible task for Thailand Attitude, but you need to see these players show up now. Utility is going to be thrown out. Pandemonia is just going to hold on to this area, throw up another cyber cage pretty much instantly. Spots them there, camera's going to be good. Even tags him. So all this time wasted, probably like 20 seconds left for Thailand Attitude to just get these frags in. Making it a 1v1. Rettler is going to put it to bed. Surprising result to say the least. But Paper Rex, what a performance from them. I'm genuinely really impressed with how they played. I just wasn't really expecting that kind of performance out of them. But I also wasn't expecting Thailand Attitude to just fall apart to the level that they did.
Yeah, I think that, like, obviously from both teams we saw some decent, like, basic ideas, like, of how to take certain parts of the map, but it did just seem like a lot of the time when it came to that defense that they were very reliant on individuals, and we saw the likes of Nugent basically try to take the map into his own hands, where it's like, okay, I need to make a play, I need to make a push, I need to get aggressive. And unfortunately, that actually resulted in him finishing quite, well, not poorly, but poorly maybe for a Raze, who you expect quite a lot from. D still managed to do some damage, but you have to look towards the bottom of the board. Boom, having a really troublesome time. And yeah, just probably not the best performance we're going to see throughout this tournament from the guys from Thailand.
Yeah, specific players were pretty much invisible towards the second half, really. You just didn't see any impact, and Nugent and Patipan did okay, but they needed to really sort of carry their team, I think, when stuff was going south. They held their own, but really, that was it. But I really enjoyed watching Pandemonia play on the Cypher. Seemed to be seeing some really cerebral Cypher players in this region. Like, they just have a good grip on not only the mechanical skill to get frags on an agent that doesn't really have much utility to help support that, especially if you're attacking, but also just anchoring certain points of the map, knowing map control. And Paper Rex had to deal with a very clever team. Like, I think we did see the Thailand team just looking so solid when it came to their plays, but they just held their own and just were very pragmatic, I guess, about approaches and very sensible. And I think that's one of the reasons why we saw Paper X come out on top.
Of course, this is how the group standings finished for today, because that was the last match that we had. Obviously, we've now got a top of the group for Group D and had slightly more matches played elsewhere. Thankfully, we can see that everything has now been fixed. And it seems like Group B could actually be a fairly interesting one. Obviously, you've got the likes of MORPH, who are probably done for at this point. But with a few maps being traded here and there, obviously, we see currently LZ sat at the top of the board with their victory. But AHQ as well. Their loss to Sharper was a little bit more surprising after the first match. So I think there's going to be a real challenge in that group. Obviously, the way that it works within Group A is a little bit of an interesting one, with Boom having to face off against MOTV and maybe potentially getting a three-way tie and things becoming very, very confusing. So definitely a lot to come, I guess we could say, tomorrow, Ryan.
Definitely, and you can sort of start to see which are the bigger teams. There are still teams that we haven't seen today that we're going to see tomorrow. Yeah. Like Team SMG versus Legends is going to be a pretty big game. The first two games of tomorrow are the two teams that we haven't seen so far. So you've got Tabs versus, it was a Droid, but now it's Fives. Team SMG versus Legends, and then we're going to start seeing Superdomineering play again, Paper X versus Team SMG. I think by those first two games we'll have a lot of context on what teams are looking to be actual favourites. But the one thing that I've learned going into this tournament is we had very limited information on how some of these teams would perform and would look, just based on the fact that they haven't played any tournaments at all, and if they have, they've been super small with very limited competition, I suppose. Some of these teams are definitely worth a looking, and I think this last game that we saw today was very much the perfect example of that when it comes to Paper X coming in and just actually providing a big upset.
I think one of the things I'm really excited for actually is just because I was looking through some of the names, and if we have only one word playing up against Fives, that means we're going to have a player called You and a player called Who? Me?
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm going to have so much fun with that. But yeah, I believe that is us done for today, Ryan. We'll be coming back tomorrow with some more Valorant, of course, brought to you by the guys at the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. Make sure you join us then.
Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good day. And this is how tomorrow is going to look, but we're going to call it there. Have a look of a read, and we'll see you tomorrow. It should be a cracking one, so take care.